Season's greetings. Season's greetings. Happy New Year. Holiday season. Welcome in, quick hitters. Welcome in, Goodymo short crew. Dallas Cowboys and the Philadelphia Eagles. Before we get into that game, I just want to talk about last week. I wasn't able to talk about last week against the Commanders. Eagles dropped the ball in that game. Would have been a good momentum swing to head into this Cowboy game and seal that one up. Been nice going into the playoffs with a little bitty mini streak. But I felt like against the Commanders, an opportunity was missed. Yes, Jalen Hurts went out with a concussion. But you had a big enough cushion to seal the deal. You did. What happens? Pickett gets in. Aaron throws, of course. Not moving the offense like Jalen Hurts. But he gets a touchdown. He throws a pick as well. But that's what landed Pickett in Philadelphia to begin with. Inconsistency in Pittsburgh. Starting quarterback. Not able to sustain drives. Throwing picks. He can make plays, but he made more awful plays than good. Next thing you know, he shipped out. Now, me personally, I wouldn't have him as a backup quarterback. The young guy, third stringer, yes. Tanner McKee is a guy I would be having in the second string. I wish he was in there right now. I think he has a bigger upside. I like his size. Got a nice little arm on him. He can improvise a little bit. I just think he needs an opportunity. Tanner McKee just needs an opportunity. I think he can go out there and he can shine. He can hold it down a little bit until, Jalen Hurts gets back, which I'm pretty sure is going to be short. He's going to be ready for the playoffs. But my concern is, will this team be rusty? Will this team be rusty going into the playoffs? Getting some people dinged up a little bit. Your starting quarterback goes out with a concussion. You probably won't see him again until the playoffs. That's a concern. That's a concern. And high-intensity action in the playoffs is when Jalen Hurts is going to come back and take his snaps. You have to be a little bit worried about that. Him being sharp, him taking care of the football, not turning it over. There's a concern there. But full health, or at least close to full health, this team can beat anybody. We already know that. They mostly get in their own way when they do lose. So I'm expecting big things in the playoffs, but you have to have some kind of concern with Jalen Hurts. Is he going to come out running, or is he going to come out stumbling? Playoffs, you already know. One play here, there, turnover here, there, you can lose the game. So it got to be a slight concern, but we're not going to put the rain cloud over this win, this NFC East title that they done sealed up, and possibly the second seed, and see how it rolls. All these teams are good in the playoffs, and you got to be at your best, and you ain't got time to catch a rhythm. You have to go in rhythm. So hopefully this team can seal it up, because I know Jalen Hurts is not going to play in the last game. We already know that. You won't see him until the playoffs. Saquon Barkley, will he play the next game? He's got a record. Eric Dickerson, single season. The man is 101 yards away. Thought he could have gotten this game. They got Dallas with a quick 3 and out with about 6 minutes left. Just hand him the ball and see if he can bust a few loose, but it really wasn't worth it. You had the game in the bag. Definitely don't want to get him injured. Go ahead and head into your last game and see what happens there, but that's going to be a big decision, seeing if you want to get Saquon Barkley that record. Me, I would let him go get it. As soon as he gets it, get him out of the game. Reason why I say that, this only comes around so often. You know what I mean? A record like that, you want your guy to go ahead and get it. And if it's an opportunity, yes. He should be able to get that. To me, the way he's been running, he can get that in the first quarter. He can get it in the first quarter, if not second for sure. He should get that record before halftime. Before halftime. So you just cross your fingers, you know what I mean? Pray, and hope nothing happens. He don't get dinged up or twisted ankle, anything. Get the record, get him out of there. Sit him down. For as a wide receivers, no starters should be out there at all. Should be all second string players except Saquon Barkley, just trying to get him that record. The Eagles, 13-3, led 24-7 in the third quarter when Pickett was drilled by defensive end Michael Parsons, ending his first start in place of the concussed Jalen Hurts. Tanner McKee, a career third stringer, entered the game, and the Eagles finished the drive with a field goal. McKee later threw 2 TD passes, a 20-yarder to A.J. Brown and a 25-yarder to Devontae Smith, in front of a roaring crowd delighted to watch the Eagles dominate their fierce rival to wrap up the division title and at least the number 2 seed in the NFC. Hurts was injured in last week's loss at Washington and remains in the NFL's concussion protocol. He didn't practice all week, which opened the door for Pickett to start. And like I said, I wish McKee was out there starting. You know, that's for another day. Pickett, hurt, hope he's all right, get back healthy, get ready for the playoffs. But moving forward, Pickett's a good guy. Don't get me wrong. But some of his decision-making and errant throws, his accuracy's a little off. He can't string like a whole bunch of good plays together, like 5 in a row. You might get 2 good ones, and then you get 5 bad ones. He's one of those type of quarterbacks, and it has several in the league that do the same thing. They just can't balance it out. When they do something bad, it can cost you the game. I'd rather have the young McKee in there. Let him go through his tough stretches. I just think the ceiling is higher with Tanner McKee than sitting here with Pickett. That's just my opinion. That's my opinion. So sealing up the NFC East title, heading to this last game. I think it's against the Giants, isn't it? I think it's the Giants. I'll double check that, but man, wouldn't that be something? Matter of fact, let me look at that real quick. Because wouldn't that be something? He breaks this record against his former team, Saquon Barkley. Wouldn't that be something? Let's check it out real quick. I think it is the Giants, the last game. We'll check it out. Yes. Against the Giants, Saquon Barkley can break Eric Dickerson's single-season record against the New York Giants. That would be picture perfect. And just for that alone, hell yeah, he's playing.
Oh, that's not good.
He is playing in that last game to get that record. Means a lot, if you ask me. Means a lot. As far as injuries and worrying about that, just put that in the back of your brain. If something's going to happen, something's going to happen anyway. It could be next week or somewhere in the playoff. You just can't play the game that way. Yeah, you want to rest your players when you have an opportunity to rest your players, get them ready for the playoffs. No doubt about that. But when a record comes up like this, let the man go out there and get it. That's my take on it. And Happy New Year. And one thing I want to mention about those Texans, haven't been able to talk about them for a week or so. Of course, there's concern. There's a lot of concern. Let's be honest. This team came out shooting out of a cannon early in the season. They had some bumps. The bumps, I mean the injuries of these key guys going out from the wide receiver position. Stephon Diggs, obviously, out for the year. Tank Dell's been in and out pretty much all year. And now he's out for the year. Nico Collins, he was out. He came back. And luckily came back in the nick of time because they really need him right now. And the other guys, third stringers, wide receivers, fourth, whatever, they're coming up. They're making plays along with the tight ends. But it just won't be enough, in my opinion. This season is pretty much already lost just due to the inconsistencies they've been playing the last few weeks. Then you put the injuries on top of that. And you got this bad offensive line that kind of plays what they want to play. You got C.J. Stroud, where his confidence is not the greatest. That spells trouble going into the playoffs when you're supposed to be like this. Yeah, we know they talk about how they're like this. Chopping wood, right? Carrying water. Iron sharpens iron. We heard it all. We know they're tight. But when you get into the playoffs and you got all these deficiencies going on, spells trouble. Spells trouble. So if the Texans can get out of the first round, it's house money from there. Be honest with you, I'm not expecting them to get out of the first round. I just think the task is too much. The built-in excuse is kind of already there. Now they're gonna go out there and they're gonna fight. They're gonna fight. Depending on who they play against, like it could be the Pittsburgh Steelers, right? If it's the Pittsburgh Steelers, they're gonna be done with. It's a gritty team. Defense is their call. They will put pressure, put schemes on C.J. Stroud. They're going to try to limit the running game. Big pass plays. There's going to be high intense, pressured. Could be some drops. Could be some shortages of a first down here and there in crucial situations. Defense is going to have a lot of pressure on them because they got to be coming maximum every time they're on the field. Maximum pressure. They got to have that string tight the whole game. And depending on how many 3 and outs this offense is going to put out there in the playoffs, that string going to start loosening up. Loosening up. A lot of wear and tear throughout a course of a football game as these quarters are going down. They only can stop a team and put ultimate pressure on them for a certain amount of time before it breaks. And you should be putting points on the board if you're the offense, knowing that when that string loosens up, I don't think it'll break, but it will loosen up. And just hope you have enough points to win it. And this offensive line, we talked about them all year. They're going to have to come with some dog. It's plain and simple. I don't have any faith. A lot of people don't have any faith in this offensive line. They can go out there. They can compete. They can fight. They can try. C.J. Stroud don't need all the time in the world, but he needs some time. And if you're C.J. Stroud, it's not there. It don't look good. Just take off. Forget the looping around, extending plays, going back instead of forward. As soon as you diagnose it's breaking down, you don't see your guy open, just take off. You don't even have to hit the sideline all the time. Just hit the gap and go. Get down. No gain. 1-2 yards. Whatever. It's not a 10-yard loss. It's not a strip sack. Protect the ball. And if you're this offense, Bobby Slowick, D'Amico Ryans should be getting this ball out quick in these playoffs. 3-step drops. You got to have these hot routes. I think that's the only chance you've got. And it can work. Just let him, pity pat his way down the field. It's okay. 5 yards here, 6 yards there. Sneak an 8, a 10 every once in a while. We don't have to drop him all the way back. Let's do some quick stuff. Screens, of course, hit and mixing quick out of the backfield. He can make things happen. I will keep this as simple as possible. I'm trying to imprint this running game as strong as possible in these playoffs. If I'm slower than them and how I'm thinking, I want to run and I want to run. I want to run. Even if they're jacking it up, even if they're crowding the line of scrimmage, if you can just get a little bit of yardage and try to loosen up that defense and then open up your little quick passes, you might have a chance. But protection of that football is going to be very key. You turn the football over, you won't have a chance in hell if you turn this football over. So, yeah, there's concern with the Texans going into the playoffs. I'm not expecting no Super Bowl. All that is washed. We're not looking at them going deep into the playoffs. All that is washed. But if you can look up and get out of the first round, shit, you done it for this season. We'll applaud you and better health next season, new scheme, maybe new offensive coordinator. Who knows? But you win the first round. We just do this. Wow. Surprising. Okay? Because we know you're not going to win the second round. I'm saying you're not going to even win the first playoff game. Can't do it. My opinion. Is that talking down? Is that not having any faith in you? No. Not at all. That's just knowing what I've seen throughout the year, it just doesn't add up and it doesn't make sense. Are you capable of winning it? Yeah, you're capable of winning the first game. A lot of things going to have to happen, though. A lot of things going to have to happen for you to do that. So, yeah, that's it. Just want to come in. These Eagles got the title. Texans going into the playoffs. There's some concern on both ends of that spectrum. Rockets coming on the evening here pretty soon. Check them out. They play the Miami Heat, matter of fact. Toss up a coin on that one, huh? See who pulls that one out. But it's still early in the season. Nothing really matters that much right now. Still want to patch it up. Rockets surprising where they're at right now. What, 3 or 4 in the division from last year. Flip-flop, looking good. Just one piece away, though, from really contending for the NBA championship. Won't happen this year, but like we said, that window we talk about, remember? 1 to 3 year window. It's there. It's there for both sides. Football and basketball. We're going to keep talking about it, but health is key. Any team that plays, health is key. But it is part of the game, and you just got to make it up as you go. Next man up. Deepest chart, toughest guys, well-conditioned, well-ready. Those teams will win. Happens every time. So enjoy. Check out the Rockets game this evening or night, however you want to call it, if you can, against the Heat. The G.S.Q.H. Goodymo Sports Quick Hits. Happy New Year. And what? Slouchy Sunday as well. We out of here. Appreciate it. Thanks for your time. Peace. Week 18. Week 18. This young man here at the top, Tanner McKee. He made me seem like a genius from last week. I vouched for this guy. Last week, I said he should be the number 2 quarterback in Philadelphia. Now, Pickett is out. He's hurt. And luckily he was hurt. I really don't want to say luckily he was hurt. But if he was healthy, it's a possibility McKee wouldn't even played and started in this game. He wouldn't have started in this game. So due to Pickett out, McKee was able to showcase his talents. And everything I praised him for last week was on display this week in week 18 for these Eagles. You can look at his stat line. Y'all have to excuse me. I've been under the weather, or you want to call this virus flu that's been going around since I think Monday night to New Year's Eve, basically. Virus flu has taken me completely out. So my schedule's all off. Picks of the week, all that's been a wash. I'm kind of on the back end of it right now. Mostly just bad cough and still a little nausea here and there. But yeah, it's been I don't want to say it hasn't been a good new year, but it hasn't gone the way I planned for us health-wise. But we're at the end of the season, and playoffs are right around the corner. These Eagles, Tanner McKee, young guy, big upside, and it makes you wonder. The future can stay bright in Philadelphia, even after a Jalen Hurts. Tanner McKee's stat line, as you can see, 27 for 41, 269 yards, 6.6 on average, 2 touchdown passes, 0 interceptions. And that's been the key. No mistakes. Just take care of the football. Make the simple plays. He's done that. And early, he looked like a starting quarterback. Getting out of the pocket, pinpointing passes, right on the money, getting first downs, moving the ball up and down the field. Touchdowns. Yeah, man, I like what I see. I like what I see. Now, I said about the Saquon Barkley situation, about him going for the single season record. I would have liked for him to go for it. Me and a whole lot of other people. I can understand why not do it. I can understand that. That's why I'm not going to argue it too much. But I would love to see him go out there and get it. I know there's a lot of factors involved. You'd have had to put the offensive line out there. It'd put a lot of people in jeopardy getting ready for the playoffs, trying to chase down this record, which he would have gotten. No doubt about that. He would have gotten it if he would have played. So it can bother you a little bit, but then you got to just let it go. And the reason why I can let it go, because the Eagles are thinking the same thing I'm thinking, that there's a bigger picture in front of them. We don't worry about no single season record. If you want to go all the way to the Super Bowl and seal that deal, because that is the ultimate prize. That's why Saquon Barkley is there. He's not there for single season. He's there for the Super Bowl. So we can erase all this bad belly ache about him not getting it to hold up that trophy. So long as they're steadfast thinking on that, hey, I have no problem with it. No problem with it at all. Everybody rested. As you see, the wide receivers, of course, the A.J. Browns and the Devontae Smiths on the sideline getting their rest. Of course, with Saquon Barkley getting ready. Time is now. You're going in on a good foot. And we're going to see. We're going to see. Now, what I want to talk about, of course, which I'm not going to be on here long at all. Just wanted to come in, especially because I haven't been here lately. Definitely wanted to end the season. The Houston Texans. Now, I'm not even going to lie to you. These love your blues, they really bother me in this game. They did. I'm not going to lie to you. It shouldn't, but it did. Just a lot of history with those love your blues. A lot of history. But the main thing, they got the win. Especially wearing those jerseys, they better get the win. It was ours first. I know I'm being bitter. Let me cut it out. But yeah, love your blues. I got a lot of history with that. Love your blue. I don't know if anybody expected it. I mean, Texans came out. They did what they wanted to do in this game. Come out, have a good early showing, and get the starters out. Get the starters out. That was picture perfect. After all the weeks, it hasn't been looking too good. A lot of concerns. A lot. They had no choice but to put the starters in this game, at least for a little bit. You had to go into the playoffs with something to hold on to, something to remember, some kind of momentum, feeling good about yourself. They had to do that. Now, it was a small sample size. The opponent, not so good, of course. Can it overlap into the playoffs? Don't matter if it overlaps or not, but one thing it did was gain a little confidence, let them know that, hey, we were playing this way early in the season. We might have our mojo back. It's time to go, fellas. Let's go. We're ready for the playoffs. If anything, it did that. But now you have to make it into 60 minutes. 60 minutes. No matter who you're playing. But it was good to watch. It was good to watch. Good to see some second string guys get in there. And what about Dameon Pierce? 92-yard touchdown scamper. Man came out of a keyhole. Huh? I thought he was going to get caught. I ain't lying. I thought he wasn't going to make it. But he showed his speed on that run. Running back has no choice but to show his speed on a 92-yard run. But he kept rolling those little feet like they was hooked up to spokes. I mean, strolling down that side. And getting there for the touchdown. And big pickup by the Texans as well. Going out there getting Johnson at the wide receiver position. That's huge. Deontay Johnson they picked up. He's going to pay dividends, I believe. No Tank Dell, you're real slender and slight on the wide receiver side of the ball. So you need a guy in there that can mix it up a little bit. House of money. If he makes anything happen, it's a bonus. He just got there, not looking for nothing spectacular, but he has spectacular potential. It can happen. So they just got to roll it out, man, and see what's going to happen. Is there still some concern there with the Houston Texans? Always a concern with the Houston Texans because they're just the Houston Texans. Of course, there's going to be concern. Firing on all cylinders, you're still going to have some concern. Some concern because we haven't seen the big success in the playoffs yet with this franchise. It's coming, but we just haven't seen it yet. So when you're kind of stumbling into the playoffs a little bit, yeah, there's some questions. But hey, that's why we play the game. That's why we play the game. And damn, wishing them good luck in these playoffs. Whoever's in front of them, All we can ask for is a hell of a game. They fight their asses off, and we can live with the results. If a team's better than you, they're just better than you. But coming out there half-assing it or not prepared or shooting yourself in the foot on every possession, those are the things we can't stand. We can't stand that. So go out there with all effort, pin your ears back, and play smash mouth football and try to play mistake-free football. And it will give yourself an ultimate chance to pull out a win against anybody that you may have to face, even when you're shorthanded. So 23-14, Houston Texans and took down the Tennessee Titans. That's not a shock. Last game of the year, you don't know what's going to happen. You just don't. So, but yeah, man, coming out there in those love your blues. Love your blues. At least we gave them the blues. So that's quick and simple. This G.S.Q.H, Goodymo Sports Quick Hits. It's playoff time. Hope y'all ready. Appreciate your time and all of that. And thanks for the patience because, like I say, I've been down and out. My schedule is all off. I'm barely here, just getting once a week right now. So we're going to try to pick that back up, but got to get things back on schedule. Appreciate it. Enjoy the playoffs. I'll be coming back sometime during the week, I'm pretty sure. Maybe tomorrow. Who knows? We'll see how it go. But thanks. Appreciate it. And slouchy Sunday, like always. Y'all enjoy yourselves. I'm out of here. Peace. Welcome in, quick hitters. Welcome in, Goodymo Short Crew. Wild card round is finished. Texans, Chargers. We're going to get into that one. Do y'all remember I said the Texans will not get out of the first round? I remember I said that. But I didn't know they was playing the Chargers the first round. When that came to my attention that they were playing the Chargers, everything changed. Now, if it was Baltimore first round, Buffalo Bills, I would have said the Steelers, but the way the Steelers looked against Baltimore, I would have never thought the Pittsburgh Steelers would put out a performance like that. Now, I knew they could lose, but not looking like the Steelers, I didn't expect that. Now, nobody has faith in Russell Wilson. We knew that he couldn't possibly win that game. This Baltimore all the way. They looking to go to the Super Bowl. And they damn sure got a good shot at winning the Super Bowl. So the Texans got the Chargers. And when that came to my knowledge that they were playing the Chargers in the wild card, I said, that is the perfect matchup for the Houston Texans to go ahead and get this win. Yeah, I did. Now, the Chargers are a good team. Good quarterback, trying to be great. He's not there yet. Defense, okay. I would say, I'm not going to say they top notch, but in that game, it was okay. It was okay. But I knew the Houston Texans could get out of the first round against the Chargers. This was the best matchup they could ask for. And they went out there and they got it done. Now, is it all claps? Is it all cheers? There's a lot of fools out there going overboard about this win these Texans got against the Chargers. They're talking about things like the Texans are back. We're ready. They found it. No, the Texans ain't find nothing. They beat a team that they supposed to beat, really, if you look at it. Even through the ups and downs all season, this was a team that, yeah, it could have been, back and forth here and there, but eventually the Texans should have won this game, and they got the win. But the Texans won this game not even being sharp. They didn't play well all the way through. Defense, a different story. Defense obviously won this game. But they came slow out of the gate. And I was concerned. Because if you mess around long enough, you could lose a game like this. They patty caked back and forth for a little bit until the defense blew this thing open, basically. The defense blew it open. And they was able to get 30-plus points against the Chargers and seal the deal. Look, I'm not going to go all bad for the Texans. I'm glad. I'm proud that they were able to get out of the wild card round and beat the Chargers. Let's be honest. If they would have lost to the Chargers in that wild card round, would you call that a successful season?
Nope.
Even being depleted? You couldn't call that a successful season. I'm sorry. Any circumstance leaving the first round, if you're the Houston Texans, that is not a successful season. I'm sorry, it's not. So the pressure was on. They had to get it done. And they got it done. Now I'm going to say one little bright spot about that game, about the Texans. I want to give y'all a little sunshine with all this, dirty clouds that's been going around past few weeks. The Texans didn't play their best, right? Nico Collins got loose on a couple of catches. Offense was, in my opinion, a little pedestrian. They did just enough. Just enough. But this championship defense is what pulled them through, and thank God for them all season long. All season long. Patty caking this offense along the way. So, kudos. Good game, not a great game, but you sealed the deal and you got the job done against the Chargers. Like I say, when I saw the matchup, I knew it could be a win. It was a perfect matchup for a first round for the Houston Texans, and they took care of their business. But what do you have now? The ultimate prize. People are going crazy. Kansas City Chiefs. I've talked about them all year long. This is a matchup you really didn't want. But the Texans are going to lace it up. They're going to go out there and give it the best they have. And they're going to go into it believing they're going to win that game. I want them to win that game more than anybody. I will tell you. I want the Chiefs to go down, and I want them to go down by the Houston Texans. But I have to be realistic about this thing. I have to be realistic. Look, Texans at full strength. I knew that they could challenge these Chiefs this year. Full strength. To beat a Kansas City Chiefs team, you have to have Stephon Diggs. You have to have Tank Dell. You have to at least have Petrie out there on defense as well as this defense has played. Short-handed, call it what you want. But they still don't have Petrie out there. To beat the best, you got to have the best available. You still short-handed. So I come to the conclusion of, and it didn't take long, it's house money now for the Texans. Losing against the Kansas City Chiefs don't mean you didn't have a successful year. My opinion, they going against the roadblock right now. They're not going to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. We can hope. We can believe. But what we've seen all year, come on, let's be honest. Be honest. They will be lucky if they just stay in the game, let alone win the game. So dot all your I's, cross all your T's. This championship defense can keep you in it. And by God, if they're able to win it, turn Kansas City Chiefs over, praying to God that they're a little rusty with a little rest they done had. A few years ago, you remember? Texans, Chiefs. Texans came out of the gate, putting it to the Chiefs. Chiefs had some less fortunes. They had some drop balls. They started off sluggish, some 3 and outs. Everything Houston did, they were smacking them in the face. Kansas City throwing balls to receivers. They're catching them. They're coming out of their arms, falling right into the Texas defenders, going back for a pick six. That game a few years ago, man, everything was falling in place. Everybody's hooping and hollering. But you know what happened? What Houston always does? Get complacent. They start cheering, getting excited, thought the game was over early, knowing darn well you're playing one of the best offenses in the league. Or you think they're going to stay down for long? Houston didn't take advantage of the opportunity that they had going up. And you can blame the coach a little bit. Being up and then want to gamble on a 4th down play on your side of the 30-yard line. Would they do a fake punt? If I can recall, got to go back. Change the whole momentum of the game. Kansas City Chiefs got their feet underneath them. The rest was history. A game that Houston was on top of. Had an absolute chance to win that game. Let go of the rope. Kansas City Chiefs rallied, put them away. I hope they learn a big lesson from this. That one hurt. That one hurt. I'm not going to say that the Texans have to play perfect to win this game, because that's adding too much pressure. Just go out there and play and have fun. That's all you can do. Go out there and play and have fun, but play with your hair on fire. Look to get turnovers, which you've been doing. Defense just have to show up like they've been doing. Offense got to find a way to move the chains. You can't have a lot of 3 and outs. Kansas City Chiefs go up 14-0 on you or go up by 2 scores. Majority of the time, that's game time. You have to come out of the gate smoking. A lead would be great against a team like this. It will be great. But don't come in half stepping. Because if you ain't at least sharp, doing what you're supposed to do, being disciplined, offensive line going to have to be more intact than they ever could all season in this game. Because that Kansas City Chiefs defense, defensive coordinator, oh yeah, he's crafty. He takes chances. He knows how to disguise. And if you don't think the pressure's going to be on C.J. Stroud, see, against the Chargers, I've seen some weak points. CJ made some plays. I'm not going to knock CJ. I love CJ Stroud. He still has some learning and some growth to do, obviously. Okay? Still a young guy. He's our future. He's our Hall of Fame quarterback. But he still gets surprised. His confidence has wavered a little bit throughout these few weeks, if you noticed. A lot of pressure on him, around him. He has to make quick decisions. Just like they did against the Chargers. You remember what I said? Against whoever they were playing in that first round and through the rest of the playoffs, 3-step drop, get rid of the football. I was beside myself when they decided to do that because that is the smartest thing and the best route to go. No 5-step drop backs. Continue to get the ball out of C.J. Stroud's hand, and you definitely have to do it in this ball game. He don't need to be a sitting duck back there. Like we said before, hot routes. I mean, it was picture perfect against the Chargers, how he was getting rid of the football. Bobby Slowick, D'Amico Ryans, whatever discussions they done had, but they realized the game plan has to be CJ can't just sit back there. He has to get rid of the football. And they did just that, gave themselves an opportunity to win the ball game, and that's what happened. Don't stop now. This Kansas City Chiefs defense make plays. They make plays. And we haven't even got to the offense yet. Come on now. Come on. I have one more thing about this matchup against the Chiefs. Just like I said, a 3-step drop back, get rid of it for C.J. Stroud in the wild card game. In this game, and I mentioned it with my Philadelphia Eagles, which we'll get to them in a minute, right? In the Super Bowl, I said the same thing. I don't know if I said it on air on a video, but I remember going to a Super Bowl party with a buddy of mine, and I told him just like this. I said, Travis Kelce, you have to double, triple team him on every third down play. Not only double, triple team him on every third down play, but you have to double, triple team him in every red zone opportunity that the Chiefs get. Every time the Chiefs are in the red zone, you should be double, triple teaming Travis Kelce. Let somebody else beat you. I don't care if he's wide smacking open. I'd rather take my chances of him dropping the ball, maybe a penalty, maybe something else happens, tip ball. I don't know and I don't care. But one thing I do know, if you allow that ball to go to Kelce, more than likely it's going to be a completed play. First down, touchdown, all around. Don't allow this guy to beat you. We know what Patrick Mahomes really want to go to. We know where he likes to go when he's in trouble. It's no secret. How is this guy always open every week? You see Kelce open. Every time Mahomes is in trouble, falling down, tripping over his feet, He throws the ball up to Kelsey, grabbing it. Fourth down play, third down play, whatever it is, it's always a big play. He comes down with the football. It's not breaking news. It's been happening for all their Super Bowls. When somebody or a team is going to say, we're not going to allow Kelsey to beat us, I haven't seen it yet. The guy is always open. We know he's an immaculate route runner, but it still doesn't stop you from putting bodies around him. That's all I'm saying. Put bodies around him. Because if you don't, you will lose. That will be your prize. You will lose. So, DeMeco Ryans, hope you're listening to me. I doubt it, but I'm telling you, don't let Kelsey run free. I know you can't double team him the whole game because it puts too much pressure on your defense and it leaves something else on the back end, possibly wide open. It just spreads your defense thin when you're doing that much focus on one player. That's why you just have to do it on third downs. You have to do it in the red zone. Anytime it's big play time, you have to make sure this guy's covered. Don't think one guy can cover him. I know the defense is supposed to be all world and we got some hell of a corners and hell of a safeties, but don't just believe one guy is going to shut down Travis Kelsey. I don't care who it is. Deion Sanders, Ed Reed, I don't care who it is. Do not leave one guy on Travis Kelsey. That ain't how you win ball games. Put bodies around him. Constant pressure on Patrick Magician Mahomes. Constant pressure on him. And cover the back end. We want to see what these other receivers can do. We already know what he can do. That's all I'm saying. Sometimes football is about common sense sometimes. Don't outthink yourself. Take away his weapons. Take away what he likes. Sometimes it just comes down to that and that alone. Woo! Maybe we got it. But we're going to listen to DeMeco Ryans here just for a little bit. Won't be too long. Let him say a few words. But it's a big game coming up against the Kansas City Chiefs. There's no doubt about that. It's a very big and a huge game, which the whole world don't think the Texans have a shot in hell. A shot in hell. And I hate to say that I'm probably one of those people, but the only way they can beat the Chiefs with what they have right now, because I believe the Texans can beat the Chiefs if they was at full strength. You know, that's no excuse. Injuries happen all around the league. That is no excuse for any team. But I do believe if these Texans was at full strength coming into this football game, they had a damn good chance of getting rid of these Chiefs. Better than any team in the league, pretty much, besides the Eagles, of course. But that's a different story. But they will have the best chance to take down these Chiefs at full strength. Petrie, of course, gotta have him in there. Look, defense doing well, man, even without Petrie in there. Trust me, I don't want to fault none of those guys. They're busting their asses off on that defense, making plays, scoring points. Defense is scoring points, and it's going to take that to give them a chance. They're going to have to score some points, that defense. Because unfortunately, this offense, they just stall out. They still have playmakers on this offense, but they stall out. And I don't think the Kansas City Chiefs are going to have Joe Mixon just running all over the place. Because they know that's one ingredient that can get them beat if they have Joe Mixon running out there for 170 yards. They don't want that. They're going to force C.J. Stroud to win this game with the defense scheming, disguising, making it look like something else, and putting pressure on him. Yeah. They know Joe Mixon can change this game. And they're going to be right up at that line of scrimmage. And they're going to force C.J. Stroud to make plays. And God forbid if they turn over the football like they did against the Chargers, it's going to be goodbye time. They can't afford turnovers in this game. I might can give them one. Don't want to give them that. Texas maybe can get away with one turnover in this ball game. And really, they can't even afford that. But I'm just saying. But 2 and 3, you won't have a shot in hell to win this ball game. The odds are against them. And like I said, you just better hope these Chiefs coming out rusty. They've been sitting for a while. Because if they come out a little rusty and they're not all together on offense, you hit them in the mouth, you go up 14-0, or at least a double-digit lead, 10-0, whatever the case may be, then you can roll it from there. You continue to lean on them. You know what I'm saying? You play with your lead, but stay focused at the same time, knowing that a big play away can get them back in the game. That's how you have to approach this. This is huge. A big game. And like I said, I want the Texans to win it very badly. But I have to call it, man. I just don't think they have enough to beat them right now. Not at this time. Not at this time. And that's no slack on the Texans. They're playing with house money. Like I said, all they had to do was get out of the first round, and they're playing with house money for what they have and what they've been through and how inconsistent they have been, and with this offensive line of C.J. Stroud and all the key guys that's been in and out and that are out for the season. Yeah, it's house money, man, at this point. Nobody expecting to beat no Chiefs. The Chiefs are the best. You're playing the best. And like I said, when you play the best, you have to have the best. And the Texans don't have the best right now. They're out. They're hurt. They're gone. And saying all of that, let's say if these Texans were to pull a magnificent upset, the world is going to go crazy. They take down Patrick Magician Mahomes, what they have in front of them right now with their suiting up, you might as well say they're ready for the Super Bowl. You beat the Chiefs, you're ready for the Super Bowl. I don't care who you got out there suited up at that point. If you found a way to pull this game out, who's stopping you? Yeah, of course, you got the Baltimore Ravens and all these other teams out there, but who's stopping you? Huh? Who's stopping you? You can beat anybody at that point. But unfortunately, I just don't believe it to be true. I don't. It doesn't say that. What I've seen all year long, no, it doesn't say that. They're not ready for that yet. But all we're going to do is hope, and we're going to watch, and we're going to see what's going to happen. But as you see, D'Amico Ryans, he's here up and smiles, and sometimes you just got to have smiles. Stop him crying. He knows what's ahead of him. And he believes in his team. Yeah, we all believe in a team. But sometimes this here have to turn into this here. And that's all I'm saying. So let's listen to D'Amico Ryans, then we'll get into the Eagles a little bit. And to me, this is the Eagles' year. I really do believe that. The best they're going to do right now with what they have. Can they get it done? But like I said, we'll get into that. Let's go ahead and roll this.
Play it. Man, you in the front now, man? What's going on? Uh-oh, there you go. Go ahead, D. He's sitting up front, Aaron. His first time sitting up front. You maybe have to let him. Maybe you have to let him ask the first question. I don't know.
Just kind of, you guys' decision with Deontay, what kind of just take us through that, what kind of went into that?
Yeah, with Deontay, unfortunately, it didn't work out, and we're on to the Chiefs.
What happened with Cade?
Yeah, Kay had a shoulder injury, and he'll require surgery, so Kay will be out for the season.
Coach, was there is there any update on Christian Harris? We noticed that he wasn't in the game. Didn't play as many snaps on Saturday.
Yeah, Christian's doing good. He's working his way back. Again, Christian has missed a lot of football a lot of times, so we're working him back in slowly but surely. And Christian is a guy who's been a team player. Whatever we've asked him to do, he's been very diligent with what we asked him to do, and however many reps he gets, like he's gonna go out and play his hardest, play his best. So he's continuing to do what he needs to do to help our team win.
Last time you guys played Kansas City, you had a pretty good amount of pressure. A lot of those didn't convert into sacks. Was it something Kansas City was able to do, maybe schematically or just individual performances? And how do you convert those into sacks this time?
It's very hard to get sacks on Patrick. He does a good job of getting the ball out. They do a good job of getting all 5 eligibles out as well. And, if the check down is there, he's not afraid to take the short pass. And that's what makes him, very unique. Like, he won't hold on to the ball long just to hit a deep pass down the field. He'll take what you give him. Even though you apply pressure, right, you still have to be sticky in coverage because the ball can come out in the short area very quickly. So, we'll try to mix it up as always. We try to mix it up as much as we can, and guys just have to, you have to remain sound in coverage, right? Even if you're getting pressure on him, understand you still have to cover these guys twice because he's going to make a move, make a guy miss, and still he can create in the pocket.
Coach, you talked about the way that the defensive line has played this year. What is the connection that you and Coach Wright have as far as having everybody on that same page?
Coach Rod Wright has done an outstanding job since he's taken over with the defensive line. Just his rapport with the guys, him just being a former player, I think he has that instant connection with the guys. They respect him. They love him as a coach. He does a great job of motivating those guys, getting them going every single week. And, I can't thank him enough for the job that he's done with our defensive line. Like, we wouldn't be where we are right now with that unit if it wasn't for Coach Rod and Coach Nate as well. Those guys working together in tandem, they do a great job of bringing energy to the room. Each and every week, you hear the D-line. they're loud, they're rowdy. The energy is always up in that room, and they're great teachers. Right? That's the one thing about both coaches. Those guys are great teachers. They get the message across to their guys, and guys go out and play, lights out every single week for us. So, can't thank them enough for the job that they've done.
Speaking of the nicknames.
Oh, their nicknames? I know Terminator and Cyborg is that.
Speaking of the line, we talked a lot about Will and Danilo, but also Deniko Autry and things he's done. What are you seeing from him now? And he's played through some things, but having him now for the playoffs.
Seeing Autry and the season that he's had through all the ups and downs, a missing time, just seeing him just stay with it, right? I couldn't be more proud of a guy. Could have went left a couple times, but he stayed with it, man. He's been very persistent, and you talk about a tough man who's been through a lot of adversity. He's overcame it, and right now he's just hitting his stride. Like, watching him this last week versus the Chargers, seeing how effective he was, not only in the passing game but also in the running game, seeing him play with power, right? Seeing him change the game for us on special teams. Like, that was our vision when we decided to sign Daniko. And he's a big-time player for us. And when he's healthy, when he's on, like, he's a lot to deal with. And you throw him in the mix with our other guys, it makes us a very tough front. So really proud of Daniko, just for him continuing to persevere through all the ups and downs of the season, to be at this point right now, to be at his best when we need his best. It's really great to see him come through.
For teams to remain in contention this late in the season, they obviously have to have a lot of good qualities. What do you think is the most important quality that has gotten your team to this point?
I think the most important quality for our team is perseverance. And we've had some ups and downs throughout the year, and we went through some difficult times, where, again, everybody was not believing in us, which is good. You had that adversity from the outside. We were trying to, on the inside, make sure we're doing things the right way, playing the right way. Games didn't go our way all the time. Like, we've been in tough games. We had tough losses. We've had wins at the last minute. So we're battle tested as a team. And I think that's hardened us to be exactly in this spot for that reason. Like, we're battle tested and we're ready to go to battle against anyone. Any type of way the game can go, we've been there. Unfortunately, we've been on the downside, we've been on the upside, so we know what it takes to win. And that's what I love about our team. Like, we've learned a lot of lessons throughout the season. We've grown closer together as a team, and I wouldn't want to be with any other group.
And I agree with that. They have been through a lot. Team is close-knit. And if any team that can challenge the Chiefs, it will be this team. And I say that because of the defense, of course. It's championship defense is what the Texans have. And they're going to have ultimate pressure. They're going to be tense. That's why I say the offense have to produce something, because the defense can't stay tight like that the whole game when you're not producing points. You got to give them something to go off of. You have to extend drives. You got to get them a little rest that they need to keep that ultimate pressure on the Chiefs. A lot of 3 and outs is not going to do that. It's going to wear this defense down. And then when that water breaks, it's going to be a flood. But it's no doubt, like D'Amico said, this team's been through a lot. They have. When they stay close-knit group, they believe in each other. Every time they go in for a fight against a team, they believe they're going to win. They believe they're going to win. But now it's time to be very disciplined. It's time to be very smart, heady about certain things that go on throughout the ball game. I'm going to be watching C.J. Stroud very closely. It's okay to throw the football away, C.J. Don't feel like you have to sit back in that pocket like a duck. Just wait to see a receiver come open. It's not there, even in 3-step dropbacks. Take off with it, man. Shoot one of those gaps. Get as many yards as you can. It's not a sack. It's not a strip fumble. Remember, we kept going over this. I do the same thing with Jalen Hurts. Diagnose it quick. It's okay to throw the football away. Escape, throw it out of bounds. Live to see another down. If you ain't throwing it out of bounds, you need to be taken off with it. Don't just sit back there getting blindsided by somebody or getting stripped. Those plays change ball games. They will lose you the ball game. You have to be smart and have that clock in your head. And if you're able to muster up some kind of running game, you got one of the best in the business in Joe Mixon. Even if they're, like I said, jamming him up most of the whole game, we still want to give him a good amount of carries because he's kind of like a Saquon Barkley. He can pop one. So continue to get him the rock. Late third, fourth quarter, he might be hitting that 60-yarder to seal the deal for a touchdown. So it's not going to be much room. It's not going to be a lot of gaps for him to run through, especially early, because these teams are going to be revved up. And they don't want him going anywhere. It's going to open up too much. So don't expect a 100-plus game. Just don't expect that. If you get it, great, but don't go in there expecting that. Expecting that they're going to jam him up and we're going to have to find ways to win it. Going through the air. Very precise. So that's what it is. Big thoughts on this game. It's huge. If the Texans could pull it out, it'd be wonderful. It'd be great. It'd be great. But like I said, it's house money. If they go in there trying their hardest to play mistake-free football, is going to give them a chance. That's all I'm saying. Solid defense, protecting the football, that alone will give you a chance. So, let's get into these Philadelphia Eagles. There we go. 22-10 against Green Bay. Let me tell you about this matchup. When I heard the Eagles were playing against the Green Bay Packers, of course, first thing I thought was, that's a good opponent. It'll be a good win as well, too. No doubt in my mind that I didn't believe the Eagles will take down the Green Bay Packers. Come on now. I know it'd be a little exciting, but overall, the finished product will be the Eagles will be on top. There's no way in the world what the Eagles been going through all season and past previous seasons and being behind on Super Bowls that they should have won. They're going to come into this wild card game and have the Green Bay Packers take them down. You want to talk about a catastrophe if that would have happened. My goodness. But no doubt in my mind they will go in there and take care of business and beat the Green Bay Packers. Now, do I have a little concern in this ball game? Yeah, a little bit I did. Everybody was concerned about Jalen Hurts being rusty and in every right. He hasn't played in a while. And then having that concussion, yeah, have some concerns. No doubt about it. Did he play outstanding? No, he had a pedestrian game, but he did what he had to do to patty cake this game through to win it. Now, I was a little concerned for the passing game. There was a lot of plays left out on that field that could have been done. But if you want to look at an upside to this ball game, you can look at it and say, A.J. Brown only had one catch for 10 yards, and you win a playoff game. You got to be a little excited about that. Even Saquon Barkley, yes, he rushed for 119 yards, but that was a quiet 119 yards. You could have believed that Saquon Barkley rushed for 65, 70 yards in this ball game. That's how quiet it was. But he had 25 carries for 119 yards, almost 5 yards average on a pop, and 17 was as long. So we've seen a better game even from Saquon Barkley, even though it was quiet. 25 and 119, any running back can take that all day long. We know that. But for Saquon Barkley, we know he can do better than that. Yeah, we know that. Jalen Hurts was 13 for 21 for 131 yards, pedestrian. 6.2 on average, 2 touchdowns, no picks, that's key. Sacked twice. 62.4 QBR, 111.4 rating. Not bad for the first outing, coming off that concussion, playing the Green Bay Packers. Like I said, this wasn't really pretty for the Eagles. They haven't played their best ball yet, especially not in this wild card. So I'm looking for them to come out blazing in this divisional round, no doubt about it. They have a lot of making up to do. A.J. Brown owes them a big game. Devontae Smith, he owes them too, all of them. Goddard, what about Goddard? As you see here, did he man somebody up? Huh? A triple slap to the end zone? Come on now. Come on, Dallas Goddard. But just look at it. Look at the receivers for the Eagles. Devontae Smith, 4 catches for 55 yards. They ain't nothing to just jump off on the charge. The ball came to them. They made the plays. Nothing spectacular. Dallas Goddard, 4 catches for 47 yards. 11.8 on average. Huh? Look at Dotson. 1 catch for 11 yards. Look at A.J. Brown. 1 catch for 10 yards. He had 3 targets. You look at something like this, you say, okay, you won this game not playing your best at all. Left a lot of football out there on that field. But now it's time to rev it up. It's time to get to a different level. Sometimes the Eagles play down to their competition. It happens sometimes. Some teams do that. They looked at the Green Bay Packers. They was like, yeah, we go out there and play. We already know we got this game. We're going to win it. That's the way they could have took it. But if you're playing somebody like Detroit, no. You can't play games like that at all. You play somebody like the Rams, who they will be playing, can't come out there with a game like this. That's why I was hoping Minnesota won. You know what I mean? I like the chances with Minnesota than the Rams. So you just worry about Jefferson on offense pretty much for big plays for the Vikings. But on the other hand, for the Rams, they got 5 receivers. Then go out there and make plays. And then you got to look at the difference in quarterback. Huh? Sam Darnold, Matthew Stafford. Which one you want to play in the playoffs? Yeah, I'm going with Sam Darnold. I'm gonna take my chances with that. You don't want to do nothing with Matthew Stafford. He's a gunslinger. Man can throw for 500 yards, man. He has weapons. Puka Nacua. Did I finally get his name right? Puka Nacua? All year long, I've been slaughtering this man's name. Took some practice. All right? Cooper Kupp, man. Higbee. All these guys make serious plays down the field. Crunch time. 3rd and long. 4th and long. Short. Eagles can't come in there half-stepping. Because they come in there half-stepping, they're going to get booted. But I'm not expecting that. Eagles going to rise to the occasion. They're going to rise to the occasion so much that they probably could blow out these Rams if Eagles football is being played. So another good matchup. But yeah, it was a good win against the Packers, but at the same time, it wasn't cute. It wasn't well polished, but you're going to take them. Playoffs, you take a win, man. You take them how you can get them. But understanding as you move along, you have to tighten those bolts up. Got to get a little more sharper. You know, got to start off steadfast. Can't play no games. So, yeah, Eagles took the Green Bay Packers down 22-10. Enjoyed the game. Enjoyed all the games. And we'll get into the other scoreboards here real quick before we call it quits. Monday Night Football as well was a doozy. Let's look at this. Pittsburgh and Baltimore. Okay, Baltimore beat the Pittsburgh Steelers 28-14. Is that a shock to me? I'm going to tell you what. No, it's not a shock to me, but I thought the Pittsburgh Steelers would play a better game than that. Steelers looked pitiful. I'm not going to lie to you. They couldn't get anything going pretty much on offense at all. You expected a little more, not that much more with Russell Wilson. All faith has been lost in him for us on my part. I don't know about anybody else, but he's not a championship quarterback. You say, well, he won it before. Well, at this stage, he's not a championship quarterback. Early on, Seahawks, yes. But we're not talking about the same Russell Wilson. He's lost something. I don't know if it's Sierra and took his legs away. I don't know what the case may be, but he's not the same football player, okay? That time has sailed with him. Good regular season quarterback, can patch up a few things for you, but when it counts, he's going to fall apart like wet pound cake. It's going to happen every time. So I have no faith in that. And the Ravens, they moving fast like a runaway train right now. They don't want nobody standing in front of them on their goals. And this Derrick Henry guy, was the best thing to happen to these Baltimore Ravens. That was the only missing ingredient to a Lamar Jackson running around doing all the things that he does great. Once this guy started passing the ball, reading defenses down the field, with his athleticism, his dynamic, you mix that in with that. Now they're doing the option, and you give him a beast right behind him, running the football, running like an animal. Can't get him down. Almost getting 200 yards a game. They have an absolute chance of winning the Super Bowl. Absolute chance of winning the Super Bowl. Wouldn't it be beautiful if the Eagles and the Texans would be in the Super Bowl? I know I'm dreaming. Stop it. Stop the laughing. I can hear it. No need to laugh. I'm just dreaming, okay? But it's okay, because I'll take the Chiefs and the Eagles in the Super Bowl once again. But this time we have to seal the deal. And who says the Chiefs will be there? Maybe the Baltimore Ravens. Who knows? Maybe the Buffalo Bills. Which that is going to be a matchup. Bills and Ravens. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. But yeah, man, Pittsburgh, they disappointed me. Going out there, putting out that kind of performance. No doubt about it. Denver and Buffalo. I'm going to put it to you this way. Everybody that's supposed to win in the wild card round pretty much won. When you look at it on paper. I think if I'd have done my picks, I might have cleaned the table. It's possible. Because a lot of this, everybody would have went this way, possibly. For Baltimore and Pittsburgh, pretty much Baltimore, you figured Baltimore would win that game. You know it's a rival, it would have been a knockout, drag out, but come on. Who's playing like what all season long? You kind of look at it and you say, man, Baltimore going to win that game. And Baltimore won it. Denver and Buffalo, you kind of say, well, Buffalo's going to win that. Of course, they're at home. Bills Mafia. Denver trying to find themselves, rookie quarterback who's playing very well this season. Gone fishing now, but he's played very well. 31-7. Buffalo beat the Broncos. Then the Green Bay and Philadelphia, we talked about that. 22-10. Philadelphia Eagles took down the Green Bay Packers. This one right here, Washington and Tampa Bay. A lot of people want to call that an upset. They say the Commanders upset the Buccaneers. I don't know if I can call that an upset. Y'all can. I know you got the rookie quarterback. You feel like they went behind the ears. They're just getting a good, real taste, you know what I'm saying, a postseason. And then you look at the veteran squad in Tampa Bay, you know, with that nasty defense. Baker Mayfield, the way he's played all season long, which I knew he will fall down like pound cake eventually himself. Because never believed in him as well. Because I know what type of quarterback he is, man. They all cut from the same cloth, all these guys. You know, the Jay Cutlers and all this, you know, these group of guys that can do well and keep it together during a regular season. But when it matters the most, that's when they show that they ain't about a damn thing. They get exposed, these quarterbacks, when it matters the most. You know? And let's just say they don't get exposed. They don't make enough plays to win the game. Pedestrian, whatever you want to call it, they didn't make the big plays they've been making all year to pull their team to a playoff win. Doesn't happen, right? So what did Washington do? They beat them 23-20 in a tight game. And it's Jaden Daniels guy. He's a real deal. He's the real deal. Being that young, playing this amount of close games in crunch time and finding ways to pull them out. Wow. Amazing. Amazing. And then you have the Minnesota Vikings and the Los Angeles Rams, 27-9. The Rams got the Vikings. To me, that wasn't a shock. Well, of course, I wanted Minnesota to win for playoff purposes, so to speak, for the Eagles, right? Best matchup for them to kind of coast and have an easy win. If you want to call that selfish or not, but I don't know. But I knew the Rams would be a tough out. They will give the Eagles the best challenge out of that matchup, no doubt about it. And hey, match up against them, well, line them up, knock them down. Since we have to play them now, we're not afraid of them. At this point, we're just looking for easy coast wins if we can get them. Don't fault us. Know what I mean? Don't fault us. So now you got to lace them up, go take care of business. You know? You just got to come with a little extra. That's all. Playing the Rams. Yep. And that sums it up. You're out of the wild card game, and now you're into the divisional round. Okay? You got Houston and the Kansas City Chiefs at 3:30 p.m. on Saturday. Definitely tune into that. Like I said, that's going to be something. That's all I'm going to leave it at that. It's going to be something. And, boy, if the Texans could find a way. I don't know if they could find a way. But going down there in Kansas City, man, and that weather and their backyard, like I said, you would shock the world. Commanders and the Lions. Detroit is a real deal. They're going to form a challenge. You know, if the Eagles are lucky enough, I'll just say it like that. If the Eagles are lucky enough to play against the Detroit Lions, it will be something. Hell of a game. Hell of a game. And they will make me a little nervous, but I know the Eagles, I have faith and belief in the Eagles. They will go down there and take care of business. No doubt in my mind. That Baltimore and Buffalo, that's the one everybody's waiting on. They say the MVPs possibly, huh? Somebody's going to leave that game with a narrative of they can't win the big one. I hate to see who that's going to be. It's going to be a lot of chirping going on. There's a lot of pressure on Lamar Jackson. There's a lot of pressure on Josh Allen. Y'all know this. Whoever loses that game is just going to continuously hear it year after year until they get over that hump and get to the dance and give themselves an opportunity. They're going to hear it, and they deserve to hear it. Time is ticking. But it's the same thing with Jalen Hurts and the Eagles. Same stuff. There's a lot of pressure on a lot of these quarterbacks to get it done. Don't mistake that. So when I look at this, I say who would win it? And Buffalo at home too. That's gonna help Buffalo. Buffalo being at home. And the Bills Mafia. But you know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna say Baltimore Ravens gonna get them though. You know. I think the Red just because that running game, man. Like I say, Derrick Henry changes so much. Without a Derrick Henry, you could call this a whole different way. Derrick Henry, and they give him his carries. Oh, man. Then when you bog down on him and bring everybody to a line of scrimmage, putting 7 in a box and all this crazy stuff, trying to make sure he does not cross the line of scrimmage. The next thing you know, there's Lamar Jackson. Finding somebody over the top or taking it himself. It's so much to cover. And then the defense is pretty good too. You know what I mean? So, but there it is, folks. Wild card completion. And now it's time for the divisional round. And that's my take on it. Enjoy some football that's coming up for this weekend. So tune in. I also been sneaking in on the Houston Rockets a little bit. I know this is football, but I throw a little basketball in there. I'm very surprised and ecstatic and just excited. The Rockets are in the number 2 slot. Have y'all seen Jalen Green play lately? The guy finally got it. He's found it. He found it. He's playing like an all-star. I don't want to say superstar yet. He's playing like an all-star. The man scored 42 points the other night. Grabbing the bull by the horns, being aggressive, hunting down shots, mixing it in with the drive, and ones, dunking on people. It's amazing. M.U. Doka have changed this franchise around. And we already figured that. We've talked about it. It's no surprise to us. We were just waiting for Jalen Green and hopefully he can come along before we have to actually ship him out. But no. He said, hold up. Sometimes players need a little more time. I think Jalen Green has got it and he's found it. I don't think it's going to go anywhere. The only thing now with Jalen Green is maybe making it a little more consistent. We want to see it every game. You know, if he can get that strung together right, oh yeah, he has arrived. You know, sometimes he'll come in and he'll have one of those games where he just score 15, maybe 18, and then he's off on his shot here and there. But lately, he's been stringing more good than mediocre, I would say. I don't want to say bad. He's not really playing bad, but like mediocre games. He don't have to score 40, 30 every night to have a good game and help this team win. Long as he, like I said, fill up other categories. You know, you're not a one-trick pony anymore. You can do other things. You've been filling up the stat sheet a little bit. Remember, rebounding. We need to get more up in rebounding. I like to get the rebounds that Amen Thompson gets. I wish you can get, you know, double-digit rebounds along with him here and there. If not, keep it around 7 or 8. Seem like you should be able to get 7 to 8 rebounds almost a game. You know, with a block here or there, a few steals, get your 5 assists. I don't want to say you're not the type of guy to get a whole boatload of assists. You're really a real scorer. But you give me 5, a handful of assists, try to get that a game, it's going to look pretty good. It's going to look pretty good. Your shot efficiency has been a hell of a lot better than previous seasons. Pretty good, man. Pretty good. Like I said, just keep building on it. And Şengün, you're not giving me a heart attack as much no more. Sometimes when you dribbling that ball loose, you kind of scare me. They knock it loose, but you find a way to get it back, and then you end up finding somebody for a lob or something like that. But, you know, your handle's getting a little tighter. You're not turning over at the high degree like you was once before, so it's starting to look pretty good. I'm liking that. Because that 1-2 combo combination with you and Jalen Green, man, it's starting to be unstoppable. 1-2 punch here. Then you add Fred VanVleet, the veteran. Bunch of young guys running around with their hair on fire. Dylan Brooks, the veteran, locking people down, hitting timely shots, winning tight, gritty, close games. Tell you, boy, y'all making me proud. Proud. Because I seen the vision. I seen it. Starting to come around now. Put that with the Texans. I told you, man. A few years, Houston's going to be taking it over. Going to be taking it over. That's my time. That is the quick hit of the day. Thanks for y'all time. The G.S.Q.H. Goodymo Sports Quick Hits. it's football time. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. But we're gonna wiggle in a little basketball here and there when we can, but that's about to flip over into the real full season too, once football is over with. So I appreciate it. It's Terrible Tuesday. Don't feel like Terrible Tuesday. But you know how we do it. Sometimes Terrible Tuesday roll into Weary Wednesday. But we'll see how that go. But Terrible Tuesday for sure. And y'all enjoy yourselves. And like I say, thanks again. And we will be back. Peace.
What did you say to him? I just got so much respect and love for him. The way he plays the game, he's a true competitor. He's a true football player. One of the greatest to ever step on the football field. So nothing but love.
Appreciate it. Enjoy it.
Go Bills.
See you next.
Wow, divisional round is finalized. What a weekend of football. What a weekend of football. Welcome in, quick hitters. Welcome in, G.Mo Short Crew. We're going to take a look at this Texans and Chiefs game. Of course, the Eagles. And as you heard, the Baltimore Ravens went down to the Buffalo Bills. Two marquee quarterbacks. A lot of pressure. A lot of expectations going into the playoffs. Josh Allen, the one that stood strong, got his Bills against the Kansas City Chiefs. Who's going to the Super Bowl out of that matchup? As far as Lamar Jackson, nothing to bow your head about. Good game by him. Unfortunately, you got to have a loser. I mean, two teams can't win at the same time. Somebody has to lose. And unfortunately, it was him. Now, it just stalls him out. You know, each year that pressure's going to build until you win the big one. This doesn't even mean Josh Allen's going to win the big one. A lot of work to be done for the Buffalo Bills. But he did eliminate Lamar Jackson. And he can get a few more cookies on his plate for that. But the ultimate goal is to take down the Kansas City Chiefs. Stop them from three-peating. Who can do it? Who can do it? And what about the Washington Commanders pulling an ultimate upset on the Detroit Lions? Number 1 seeded Detroit Lions. This rookie quarterback, Jayden Daniels, oh man, this guy here is having a Cinderella story. How far can he take them? Can he put them in the Super Bowl? May we dream in just a little bit, because they are going up against the Philadelphia Eagles. And if that young man is that good, that sharp, that clutch to take down the Philadelphia Eagles, that man deserves to hold up a trophy. But this young man has came out of the gate this year leading his team, making clutch plays, winning a lot of games down the stretch. Matter of minutes, matter of seconds. So congratulations to the Washington Commanders pulling off that win. Shouts out to Josh Allen even. You know, he's a guy who needs to get over that hump, and he just lives to see another game to try to prove that. Jalen Hurts, Philadelphia Eagles, we already know the story with them. They're behind schedule. So it's a lot of pressure running around, a lot of stakes. You know, Kansas City Chiefs, they want a three-peat. A lot of headlining stories. And that's why you like the playoff game so much. Going to get everybody's maximum effort. But Houston Texans, reason why I got the team stats up there, because it's telling. And to be honest with you, the Houston Texans beat the Chiefs on a lot of categories. Now, the things in this game that I said that they couldn't afford to happen to win, a lot of them did happen. Let's take a look at the team stats real quick. As you see the first downs, the Texans beat the Chiefs on first downs, 18 to their 14. Right? You just look at the team stats up and down and you see Houston is winning a lot of these categories. Now, first downs are key. That's a key stat to win. Another thing that is key is a third down efficiency. See that right here? 10 for 17 for the Texans, 4 for 11 for the Chiefs. Right? Look at the total plays. 65 to 50. Total yards. 336 to 212. Texans. Right? Texans. Look at the passing. 187 to 162. Huh? It's that simple. No interceptions thrown on either side. You go down here, you look at the rushing. 149 to 50 yards rush. When you look at all of this, right? And you say, how did the Texans lose this game? Winning almost every category. Well, there's key things you look at. I believe C.J. Stroud was sacked 8 times in this game. Now, the one thing we said that had to happen if the Texans were going to pull this game out is they had to protect C.J. Stroud. Well, if I recall, they got 8 sacks on C.J. Stroud. So he wasn't protected that well. And you can't put all those sacks on offensive line. Sometimes C.J., improvises a little bit. Sometimes he holds on to the ball longer than he should. And he'll get sacked. Sometimes the defensive coverage is so tight, gets him to hold it just a couple of more seconds longer. Put a defensive lineman, the linebackers get to him and put him down. So that was key. Another thing that a lot of people are going to be talking about is this category right here, the penalties, right? Texans got penalized 8 times for 82 yards. And then you come over here and you look at the Kansas City Chiefs. 4 penalties for 29 yards. Now, that's a big discrepancy. And everybody's in an uproar about this game on officiating. Me, I really don't want to lean too far on that because Houston had their opportunities. With all that going on, Houston had their opportunities. And they're going to look back on it. They looked at the film. They looked at a lot of things. And they know they missed some opportunities to change the game around. Missing a block here, missing a read, whatever the case may be. Ball bouncing in a different direction. Those things can hurt. And as you see in the playoffs so far, a lot of kickers are missing extra point field goals like it's going out of style. Those points add up. Those are big misses in the playoffs. And a lot of kickers are shanking them. Kami Fairbairn, he missed his good portion of them. Even the Eagles kicker, who's looked at as legendary, is missing extra points. Those points add up, man. Points are hard to come by in the playoffs to begin with. And when you get a touchdown, you want to capitalize on the extra point to seal the deal to get that full touchdown. Because as you see time and time again, it comes back to bite you in the butt. Right down in crunch time, that's when it's going to show its ugly head. So this game here is no shock to me. As y'all know, I already predicted that the Texans would not win this game. Maybe a lot of others. You have some people, some Houston fans that could be a little naive and they actually thought the Texans were going to win this game. I just figured too much was against them. They wasn't fully loaded as a roster like they were at the beginning of the season. And these are the champs. They know how to win in every situation, any condition. So, the elephant in the room is Did the Texans get cheated? Were the refs against the Texans? Did the refs help out the Chiefs? If it wasn't for the refs, would the Texans have won this game? You see the photo up there. So-called late hit on Patrick Mahomes. Now, to me, yes, that's a terrible call to make. Put it this way. They had time. They could have picked that flag up, in my opinion. That's what makes this call so bad, because they had plenty of time to review this, get a call down, and say, you know what, pick that flag up. He gave himself up way too late. Defensive guy has already committed. And on top of that, to defend the players, they pretty much run right into each other, making it look worse than what it was. They barely even got a piece of Patrick Mahomes. But they got each other pretty clean. That was a flag that could have been picked up. I agree with that. Then you see Mahomes out there trying to draw penalties, running on a sideline, slowing up, backing up into the defender, trying to draw and flop a call. So there's a lot being said. But me personally, I'm not going to sit here and say the Houston Texans lost this game because of the refs, because of bad calls. I'm not going to do that. They had their opportunities. They just didn't capitalize on them. Plain and simple. Bad reffing or not. They had their opportunities. They didn't start fast. That was another key. You had to start fast. You had to protect C.J. Stroud. You had to limit your penalties, which you didn't. They had some false starts as well. Some shifts, motion, dead ball snap penalties. Yeah, they had a few of those. Sure did. Defense done what they've done all year. Smothered them, bogged them down for a good period of time to where the offense could have done something. I mean, Kansas City Chiefs scored 23 points. So you know it's not the defense. Not the defense. But this offense has to put up more points than 12, because really it was 12. Kansas City just gifted them 2 points. Taking a safety, trying to run some time off the clock. So that offensive production is not going to do it. It's not going to do it. Not in no divisional round, for sure. So no surprise. Just take a look at the team stat sheet. It lets you know all you need to know. Because when you look at it, you're like, man, how did Houston lose this game? Sometimes it takes one or two key categories to lose in. That'll still cost you the game. C.J. Stroud being sacked 8 times. You being penalized 8 times. Not starting fast. To me, with Joe Mixon, yeah. Good running game. To me, should have got more carries, but, Nico Collins did what he could do. Overall, you can look at this, like I said, Houston Texans was playing with house money. We have to applaud them. On a good season, fighting and scratching, not giving up, having key guys out. Because in my opinion, this would have been a different story if they were fully loaded. I believe that. So with a team that was playing on house money coming into this divisional round against the Kansas City Chiefs, when all odds were against you anyway, No, man, you don't end this season bowing your head. Hell of a season. You didn't complete your goals, but it still was a hell of a season. And everybody knows to complete your goals, your ultimate goals, you got to have the right guys available. Unfortunately, they had some drop off. You just met a team that was better than you. Plain and simple. So the Kansas City Chiefs knocked down the Houston Texans 23-14. There you have it. But Houston beat them in a lot of categories. This game could have been swung a different way. Sometimes that's the way the ball bounces. So congratulations to the Houston Texans. Go into this offseason, get healthy, get a lot more smarter for its play calling, get grittier, and see who you're going to pick up and who you're going to drop. Come in next year steadfast out of the gate and hope nutrition holds up because you have the talent there. You have the talent. More growth from C.J. Stroud. Yeah. Tank Dell, whenever he gets back out there, hold the fort down till week 5, week 6, whatever it could be until he gets back on the field. But yeah, no need to bow y'all heads. No doubt about it. Y'all fought, never gave up. You have an identity now. You have a culture now. Now it's just time to keep growing and getting better each year now. Come next year, you should be playing in the AFC Championship game. Or better yet, the Super Bowl. It's all about just taking care of business. So, let's talk about these Philadelphia Eagles. Look at them Iron Men out there. Big playmakers. Big playmakers. That last drive, I ain't gonna lie to you. Because, you see some of these games, and when they real close, or a team scored, it turned to a one-score game. Next thing you know, you're trying to run out the clock a little bit, just pick up a few first downs. You ending up have to punt it back to the team. And now it's on. 3 minutes or so left. They go score a touchdown. They beat you. They're moving on. You going home. I hate those situations. I hate them. Too nerve-wracking. Anything can happen. Call here, call there. Miss assignment there. Anything can happen in those moments. But one thing I knew about the Philadelphia Eagles and its defense just over the years, you give them a chance to make a play to end a game, they would do just that. So that last drive with the Rams, I was expecting the Eagles to come up big. Maybe an interception, something. Turnover on downs, which it was. They come up big time after time again, these Eagles, in crucial moments. This defense can win you ball games. They're proven to do that. But yeah, that last drive, man, and when they started doing the hurry up, as you can see, glad they didn't do it the whole game. Like the broadcaster said, probably could have been a different game that it came out of the gate in the hurry up, like the Eagles did, keeping them off balance. Giving you time to scan that defense if you need to change the play. Calm down, just get everybody to the line of scrimmage. Let's see what we got. Yeah, the Rams, maybe if they would have picked that up early, maybe you would have seen something different. But who knows? But what I do know, this man here in the sitting position, Saquon Barkley, Philadelphia Eagles wouldn't be in the position they are in right now without this man. It has to be the biggest pickup of the year, of the season. maybe of the last decade as far as instant production that a player can make going to a team for the first year. The impact that Saquon Barkley brought to this team added a whole new dynamic to this offense. So much so, they almost went away from the passing game. They almost looked at as a running team than a passing team. I mean, the passing game has suffered a little bit because of running the ball a lot more, giving it to Saquon Barkley. Now the talk is what's going on with the passing game, the receivers. A.J. Brown ain't been having a big game. Well, he hasn't been having big games lately. But the Eagles are still pulling out wins. And one key thing that I'm starting to see in A.J. Brown, that he's not barking. He's not getting frustrated. He went through that last year and a little bit earlier this year. Even on some wins, he was a little frustrated, not getting the ball, not getting the big plays that he used to. But something has changed. He's celebrating Saquon Barkley and what he's doing. They're winning. There's no need for all of that. He knows it now. He sees it. It'll be crazy. And I'm pretty sure he's smart enough to know when you're on the Super Bowl run, deep in the playoffs like they are now, you don't want to disrupt anything. Even though he might feel it inside, you're a competitor, you're still going to think it occasionally and, bottle it up inside. But it's better for the team. So he'll just keep that on the wraps. But if things were going in a different direction, losing ball games here and there, or God forbid they couldn't get out of this game, he'd have been chirping in that locker room. There'd have been a lot of stuff going on. But winning heals everything. We know that. So congratulations to the Philadelphia Eagles. It's time to keep moving. It ain't finished. It ain't close to being finished. Not till you holding up that Super Bowl trophy. Anything less than that would be uncivilized. For the Philadelphia Eagles, the fan base, everybody that's involved. They're not here for banners. They're not here just to play in a Super Bowl. They're here to win the Super Bowl. So outstanding game from the Eagles. I'm pretty sure they'll tell you that they left some plays out there. Could have put more points on the board. But it's the playoffs, man. Everything's not going to go the way you want it. You just be a hair away from doing this, a toenail away from doing that. That's the game. Game of inches. Possibilities. Penalties. Depending on the call, a ref can change the game. Some people are arguing that right now. Texans Chiefs. I'm telling you. But they're going to start looking further into that, because if everybody's talking about it, you might have something there. Jaden Daniels. I said Caleb Williams is going to be better than Jaden Daniels. I did say that early on. And we're going to find that out because Caleb Williams has a lot of room to make up coming into next season. He has to come all the way out, but Bears going to have to put some people around him. It's not just him. That offensive line is pitiful. It's hard to judge him right now, to be honest with you, until they patch up a few things, get him some weapons, some stability like Jaden Daniels has. then you can see what he's working with and you can really compare those guys. But right now, it's almost unfair. But the game is unfair. And he comes in next season, a line or not, weapons or not, you still look there to produce. And people will judge you on that. So, but hell of a weekend of football. Lamar Jackson just lost by a hair against the Buffalo Bills. A tough loss for him. Like I say, pressure all season long. Last year, just pressure on these big-name quarterbacks to get the job done. Him and Josh Allen, they've been dueling for a while. Throw Patrick Mahomes in there. Burrow, all these quarterbacks. All of them. And Josh Allen just passed the first test. Now he's moving on to Patrick Magician Mahomes to try to take him down now. And I'm going to tell you, Kansas City, they can be beat. They can be beat. They're not sharp. You can see that. The Texans had them. All year long, other teams has had them. They just find ways in the crunch time to make plays. And to go back on the Texans and Chiefs, one thing I forgot to point out, of course, what I said that couldn't happen if they wanted to win that game. Travis Kelce, remember? Yeah, he done shook loose. Shook loose too much for anybody's liking if you're rooting for the team that is going against the Kansas City Chiefs. I've been saying this over and over. I'm just glad Troy Aikman backed me up on it. You just don't understand how this guy continues to get open like he does. As great as he is. You can't control him. You will lose. I can't state that enough. And the Texans let him roam free at the wrong time. All his catches were big plays. But I'm not finna harp on that. Season's over with. And Texans are fishing right now. So it's something to build on, think about, get better at. That's all you can do. But I'm pretty sure we're going to see Kelce running free again. Possibly in the next game against the Bills. Till somebody finds a formula, or they're not even worried about Travis Kelce and don't think that he can win the game by himself, which he keeps proving time and time again, every time. So I know they can't be thinking that. So Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, hell of a combination. When you throw those receivers in the mix, and then you have that offensive line, and then you have that nasty number one defense. It has Super Bowl written all over it. It's up to them whether they're going to complete that or not. But at this pace and what they're doing now, they're ready. They're ready. Any condition, they're ready. The G.S.Q.H. Goodymo Sports Quick Hits. Slouchy Sunday as always. / Making it Monday, I guess you can call it. We'll see what time everybody gets it. Just another day of football. Appreciate y'all time. Enjoy yourselves. And we'll be back. I'm out. Peace.
The most important thing is winning football games, especially around this time of year. Or whatever it takes. The defense, man, our defense is special, making plays for us. Of course, we're going to go back and watch and see what we can do better offense. The O-line did a great job for us, and we made enough plays and got the win.
You personally, 2 big runs. Just think about that moment, the national spotlight, getting those 2 big runs. What's that mean for you, and especially this time of year?
Whether it's national spotlight or it's Saturday on the parking lot. It don't really matter. I just want to make the plays for the team. And before that, I just kind of kept telling myself, just locking in, being focused, and O-line did a really good job, and I was able to set stuff over my shoulders and pop 2 big ones. So it was good.
How would you describe what it was like playing in those conditions?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really think it was too crazy. It wasn't that bad as I thought it was going to be. I don't really count it like, it was more like hail than it was snow, to be honest. But you know, it's tough to play in that, especially, you know, for old linemen. And I think that obviously the stuff that we went back, but you know, throughout the whole thing, I think they handled it pretty well, and we got the win.
On the last drive, Saquon, just what were your emotions watching it from the sidelines, seeing the defense eventually make a big play, especially Jalen Carter?
It was big. I love the support from the sideline, from the fans. The offense, we all were standing up, supporting our defense, and that's what it takes, man. It takes every single one of us. We want to accomplish what we want to accomplish. It's going to be a team effort, and we did that today.
On your first touchdown, it seemed like you said something to Jared first. Did you guys say anything when you were running the answer? It looked like you
Nah, I don't think I said anything. I got in trouble for talking a little crap, though. The refs, you know, the prince. I got called to the principal office. So,
let me think of your punishment. I could suspend you for 5 days. No! Okay, then I'll make that 20. No!
Yeah, but not on that play.
We talked a lot about this week, that famous snow game. How much did the atmosphere definitely live up for it?
Crazy, man. I mean, it was insane. Like, got a smile on my face thinking about it. Like, this is what you dream about. This is why I came to Philly. I wanted to be a part of games like this, and I'm just happy to be able to be a part of it.
One game away from going to the Super Bowl. I mean, to go to the conference championship.
Yeah, you know, you don't look at it like that. You look at you got one more game, and the beautiful thing is you got to go through Philly. And I remember, you know, after we lost to Washington, some of those guys were looking at us and saying that we're going to see you again, and here we are.
Yeah. When Jalen got hurt, I mean, what did you see? And also, like, how did things change?
Yeah, I mean, I ain't gonna really get too much into that. I personally think, you know, especially on that drive alone, there's a little cheap shots going on.
No!
But you know, when you have two talented players and we put up 250 plus, you expect that. But I think Jalen came out and, you know, was the warrior that he is, and came out there and grinded out for us, and we got the win.
What was it like having to the helpless of having to watch the defense on the last drive? You can't do anything about it except you watch.
That's football, man. That's the beauty of it. It's a team sport, and you know, we get so caught up in stats and numbers, and you know, especially quarterbacks, and you know, a team like Tom Brady and Peyton Manning go against each other, and we get records against Tom Brady and Peyton Manning, but it's not those two guys going against each other. It's not a back going against each other. It's a team sport. That's the beauty of it. And we talked about it. It's going to be adversity. It's playoff football, and how we're going to respond. And, you know, we could have folded after that safety, but defense made a big play. We ended up getting 3. I popped off a big one, and then adversity came again, and our defense responded for it.
Saquon, we talked a lot this week about how you knew they were going to load the box. They were going to try to stop this running game. And you told us Friday you were confident you still would have success against the Rams defense. How much did you notice that at the start of the game, and how much do you know Washington's going to try to do the same thing next week?
Yeah, I think Washington had some success against us last time in the second half. But I think, you know, looking in those 2 games, we were able to run the ball pretty well, and that's the theme. We're a great running team. You don't rush for 2,000 yards by accident. But at the end of the day, the beauty of football is we're able to adjust. And you know, shout out to Coach Stout and TJ and all those guys, and we got to continue to do that for next week.
Like, how nasty were those conditions out there for you guys?
Oh man, look. I mean, we don't really try to worry about too much of conditions, but that condition stuff was serious. Definitely, man. Definitely playing the position I play as a DB, like trying to pedal, and then break out of that kind of stuff right there. To put myself in a position to win the route, but boy, that thing is hard. You know what I'm saying? It's hard. But you know, but that was part of the game though, so it was fun though. That was my real first time actually playing in a full, crazy snow game like that. Like it used to snow, but it ain't stick. Oh yeah, sticky out there. Yep. Some slushy.
You almost had a pick on the first play game.
Oh my God, I would have turned the city. Oh, right then I had that pick on that first play. But yeah, man, I played a solid game, man. I having a great game all the way to them last 2 drives. Like, you know, as a condition, you thinking they ain't gonna throw it as much as like and aggressive like that. Stafford was slinging that. What? You know what I'm saying? So And, you know, but we went out there and executed at the end. And, shoot, we bounced. You know, we got that dub.
When that final pass fell incomplete and threw your way, what went through your mind?
I say Steph know me better than that. You know what I'm saying? Steph, you know doggone well now. I done been in a lot of positions and we've been in a lot of wars together. And, you know, I know what kind of Steph like to try the guys. So, yeah, I'm like, Steph know better. You should have known you should have went somewhere else with it. I know you started successful late. And then he's like, oh, let me go try this again. Nah, that ain't gonna work again now, Steph. Nah.
Nope.
Look, you got a little luck, though.
You got you on the sideline earlier, though.
Huh? That was a good ass ball. I'm saying, like, that's what I said. Like, he know go make a play. He got Puka, great catch, great throw. You know, that's how you gotta beat a good corner. You know what I'm saying? Because what's beat good coverage? A great throw. And you know, only but Stafford, them type of guys that can make that type of throw.
How much has Isaiah meant to this team this year?
A lot, man. Without Isaiah, man, we won't be this far, man. Because, like I said, when us go down, you don't see no kind of drop off. You know, he's amazing at what he do, man. Like I've been telling him, man, if he was on another team, he'd be easily a starting corner, like easily. And you know, but he wanted to be here to learn from me, as he told me. He said he wanted to learn from me, and you know, try to reach him to the next level. And I think he put a lot on tape, man, for any other 31 other teams that want him. That shows that he can hold up and be a starting corner in this league.
Is this how this team is built? Have you guys step up as a defense as much as you did before?
Yeah. I mean, the team is built just how you want the team to build, man. We pick each other up. You know, we ain't playing his best. Offense playing his best. If offense not playing his best, the defense is playing his best. Now, if we both playing our best, we just blow folks out. So, we just really we just work with each other, man. It doesn't matter how it's going. We don't look at the scoreboard until we say 0. And that's what it said. When it says 0, the Eagles win. I mean, I got a lot left, man. I easily got a lot left, man. But you know what I'm saying? When you done did so much in your career and played so long, man, definitely my long one I've been blessed with and fortunate enough with. Yeah, man, I'm just thankful for being here for this team and this organization. It's a great opportunity for myself, man, to help my legacy keep growing. I just go, miss a lot of this love going on around here with the teammates and great shit like that. So I just always miss this though. But yeah, some gas left, but you know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna have too much of that gas left in that mug. I'm ready to go chill, raise the kids, be a family man, take care of my youngins, So I've been doing football long enough to I owe my family some time too as well.
You guys got a third meeting with the Commanders.
Yeah.
What have you learned about Jane Daniels? What kind of challenges?
Oh, great challenge, man. He's a great dude, man. I kind of felt that there is gonna be even though I'm a Lions fan, it's still a Lions fan too. I'm a Lions and Eagles fan, and blessed to be able to play the Lions. I would have been a Lions fan that day. But I kind of felt like the Lions would have had trouble with him because of the fact that he's a great quarterback, man. And a lot of great things about him. He can move. He can throw on the run. He's great accuracy down the field. He makes smart decisions. He's a poised kid, man, and he's a very humble kid, man. He's a wonder kid. Myself, just happy-go-lucky, just blessed and fortunate to be playing this game he loved to do at a very, very high level, man. They got a bright future with that kid, man. They're gonna be a great challenge to be seeing him and Hurts. For a long time.
Can you take us through that sack at the end there?
Oh yeah, man. I don't know. I just been read the whole line the whole game, and I thought I had a good rush in mind, and I did that rush and got a sack on it.
What'd you do on that?
I went towards the center and did a little fillet and went back inside. It wasn't really nothing special, but it worked. Did it 2 times in a row. Got pressure on the quarterback in 1 sack. Felt good though.
What was it like playing in the snow today?
That was my first time playing in the snow. I've been talking about it all week since hearing the news it was gonna snow. I knew it was gonna be a different experience. I knew I still had the ball out, do my thing, play for my guys.
To end the game like that, what did it feel?
Oh yeah, love.
To end the game like that,
man, it's surreal, man. I was really focused on trying to finish the game. I know I had a sack on the 3rd down, but you see, I was trying to get everybody together. Knew they had one more play in them. And, we got to stop him, won the game.
Throughout this entire game, just how you guys kept going out there for a couple of the fumble there and the momentum you felt on the defense stuff.
Oh yeah, fumble. We work that every week, punch outs every week. With the starting running backs and all, we get the little punches in and try to work that. And I got one last time we played them in LA, and I knew that it's a possibility I could get it again. It's on my mind, and the opportunity came. I seen it, clear hand the ball, and I punched it out and got it. We got the ball.
What does it say about this defense?
Yeah, it say, man, we believe in each other, we trust in one another, and we here for the long run, man. We here to ball out, we trying to go all the way. It's only one goal.
What's the mindset on that last drive today? They had scored on the previous one pretty quickly. What's the mindset on the last one?
To stay calm, stay composed, and get the start. We knew the start that it was going to win or lose us a game, and we got to stop and win the game. Not everybody happy. Go home, celebrate. That's it.
Playing in the snow, I know Nick always talks about the team that had the better mentality makes the most of it. What was the whole thought process coming into a game like that?
Man, we just came mentally, physically ready. We knew the snow was coming early throughout the week, but we didn't let that distract us. As we got to play through the snow, we knew they got to play through the snow too. And it's about who's going to be mentally tough and physically tough throughout the whole game. It came down to the last second, but we finished out the game and we celebrated.
Welcome in, quick hitters. Welcome in, quick hitters. Goodymo short crew. AFC Championship game did not disappoint. You got to feel for Josh Allen. You have to feel for Josh Allen. Still can't get over that hump. Time and time again. But you know what? The Philadelphia Eagles are going to have to do it. Rematch. What we been waiting for. This time, seal the deal. Super Bowl 59. In Louisiana. New Orleans. It's going to be amazing. That's what everybody wanted to see anyway. That's what everybody wanted to see anyway. Buffalo Bills. They played an okay game. I expected them to play better. Everything was a struggle for them, if you noticed. They worked for everything they got in this game. It just seems like it was too much of a struggle for them. Too many third downs, too many fourth downs they had to go for. They played desperation football. That's what it seems like to me. Everything was pressure packed. They worked for everything they got. And for the Chiefs, it just seemed too easy for yards being picked up. Too easy. And if you play desperation football, sooner or later, your luck is going to run out. And that's what happened on that last play. Spagnuolo, great defensive coach, cooked up a scheme. He had something brewing on that fourth down play. Caught him slipping. Well, Josh Allen had to throw up a desperation pass. That should have been caught, I might add. Should have been caught. But the Mahomes and the Josh Allen matchup didn't disappoint. It goes down to the wire almost every time. So the Lamar Jacksons, the Josh Allens, the Joe Burrows still have to take that back seat to Patrick Magician Mahomes. So where we at now? Super Bowl 59 going up against the Philadelphia Eagles. Looking to seal the deal this time. This is a matchup everybody wanted anyway. That's what they wanted. I was looking for the Bills to finally get over that hump. I wanted it to happen for Josh Allen. I thought this year he would finally get it done. So once again, Buffalo Bills fall. Kansas City Chiefs going to the Super Bowl. And the big hype is all about this three-peat. You're going to hear about this three-peat all the way up to Super Bowl. I'm tired of hearing about it. But the Philadelphia Eagles, it's time to spoil the party. We owe them one. And you best believe the Eagles are going to be hyped. They're going to be ready. They're going to be well prepared. And this time, sealing the deal. Can't wait for the matchup. 2 weeks. 2 weeks, it is showtime. Showtime. Conference champions. Very proud of these Eagles. They come a long way. And you know their journey throughout the season leading up to this game. Finally got the passing game on the roll. A.J. Brown came up big when he's been pretty much absent the last 2 games. Not by anybody's fault. It's just when you got a running game as strong as the Eagles have it right now, and it's crazy saying running game by the Eagles. They've been a passing team for so many years, decades. So when you finally got you a future Hall of Fame running back that's playing out of this world, best player in the league right now, if you ask me, / Patrick Mahomes, okay. Let's just say for his position then, huh? Running back, best player in the league, the stretch that he's on, you got to give him the football. So the passing game going to struggle a little bit. And A.J. Brown, either he found God or he found the spiritual part inside of him where he's reading these little excellence books. You know what I mean? He's calm. He's relaxed. He's in his right mind space. That he understands that they have something special here. He'll take the back seat. There's no bickering. There's no barking anymore. But when the opportunity's there, he's going to make the plays. And he made them in this game. It was a little mixture of everything. Got Devontae Smith on a couple of routes. Goddard, of course. Everybody was in on it. It was a total team win. Total team win. And a blowout. A blowout. Jaden Daniels, future looks bright. What you've done this season as a rookie, can't bypass that. He definitely has a space in this league. Just might get him one. But it's the Eagles' time. They ran into a veteran squad that's hungry, who's behind schedule. A team that goes to bed dreaming and visualizing going to the Super Bowl and winning it. They just ran up against a team that was just hungry. That was about that. So these two powerhouses meet again in Super Bowl 59. Super Bowl 59. The hype is crazy. It's going to be a big one. All eyes going to be glued if you're not attending. Can't wait. This guy here, you know his story. He was on the hot seat. One false move, Nick Sirianni could have been fired during this season. And look where he's at now. In the Super Bowl. Him and Jalen Hurts. Seeing them sharing a hug on the sideline. Just letting you know how far they have come. The disagreements. The shrugs and the brush-offs. Howie Roseman coming out the press box. Giving Nick Sirianni a hug. I'm telling you, man, everything was just picture perfect. Knowing the moment. Knowing where they were early in the season. Him on the brink. Howie Roseman was going to have to get rid of this guy. They shared a hug. They know the moment. That was just all the frustration right there. We overcome it. Now we're at the dance. A.J. Brown throughout the season. You know, wanted more opportunities. Wanted more catches. It seems like it all was starting to fall apart. This team picked themselves up and they started playing football. Went on a good stretch of winning ball games. And now they find themselves in Super Bowl 59. Number one defense. Early in the season, Fangio. Seems like we're wondering what the hell is he doing with this defense. They're getting torched. They're getting burned. They're out of position. It's like he turned them around overnight. Yeah, this team's been through it early on. Jalen Hurts. Holding on to the football. Making bad reads. Turning the football over. All that has changed. He's getting rid of the football. He's making quick decisions. He's taking off and running. It seems like the game has slowed down to him. This team is primed and ready. They're primed and ready for the Super Bowl. They know what's at stake, and they're ready to seal the deal. If anybody do not believe that, I'm telling you, they're ready to seal the deal. Yes, they're going up against a powerhouse. It's going to be an outstanding Super Bowl. No doubt about that. But what's going to make it so sweet is when they come out on the back end of it, holding up that trophy, taking down the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Magician Mahomes, stopping them from three-peating. What everybody's talking about, what all the headlines are talking about, what all the media is talking about, hyping this thing up. The Eagles can close the door on all of that. And I believe they're going to get it done. It's their time. Number one defense going up against, you could say, number one offense. Perfect matchup. It's going to be all about execution, grit, and grind, and who wants it. Who wants it? In New Orleans. Saquon Barkley is the X factor. Breaking a big run early in the game against the Commanders. Big run. Got everything going. But see, the smart thing that Philadelphia did throughout that game is they didn't shove the ball down Saquon Barkley's throat every single time. They knew the defense is keen on it, especially after that first play, breaking out for a touchdown. All eyes is on him. So what they do, they use him for a decoy on a lot of plays. Then occasionally they'll hand it off to him. He didn't have a whole bulk of carries in this game. And you see him on the sideline kind of, working out his little high ankle sprain or whatever it was. You didn't want to overload him anyway, especially when you go into the dance, the major dance, the ball. You hear me? You want to be upright and good to go when you go to that ball. So they snuck him in a few times. But the passing game was intact. Jalen Hurts made the plays that he needed to make. Everything wasn't completely off the charts, but if you look at his stats, played a good game. You could say he played a great game. Yeah. So everything has slowed down for the Philadelphia Eagles. They relish in this moment right now. They got everything they need across the board. Only thing that's missing is holding up that Super Bowl trophy. Super Bowl 59 is going to be fine. And I do believe that. Rematch of a few years ago. And I've been waiting for this opportunity because the Eagles let them off the hook. They did. They let them off the hook. Not this time. Not this time. So, yeah, we're sitting on Slouchy Sunday. It's going to be a late one, so it might run into making it Monday, of course. Try not to keep it too long. But definitely some great championship football this Sunday. No doubt about it. We had a blowout and we had a nail biter. I didn't mind the blowout. That's easy. You sit back a little bit. Early on, it was a little stressful. Game's too tight. Almost one move here and one drop there can change the whole game. But once they blew the doors off of it, it was easy coasting from there. Once they got them one-dimensional where they had to make plays in the air, it was all Eagles from there. All Eagles. And then you go into this game here, AFC Championship game with gunslinging Josh Allen and Patrick Magician Mahomes. You knew it was going to be a doozy. Knew it was going to be a doozy. And you know it wasn't going to disappoint. So let's get into Nick Sirianni. see what he got to say. Then we probably get a little bit on Saquon Barkley before we get up out of here. But, man, some great football. Great football this Sunday. My goodness. Let's get into some Nick Sirianni.
Come on, Elliot. I know you got the first one. Let's go.
Nick, congratulations. Can you talk about the adversity you overcame in September, early in the season, and the kind of arc that the team has gone through to end up here, going back to the Super Bowl for the second time in 3 years?
Yeah, this game is about overcoming adversity. There's going to be good plays in the game. There's going to be bad. There's going to be bad plays in the game. There's going to be good moments in a season. There's going to be bad moments in a season. And it's about overcoming and embracing the adversity, because really what we've talked about as a team is like adversity. We've all had to have adversity to be in this moment as where we are right now. And so adversity is what makes you who you are. And it's been the story of, the 2023 to the 2024 Eagles is as bad as feeling we had as how last year ended. I think it makes you who you are. These guys are hungry, and we got one more to go.
What was your message to the team in the locker room?
I don't know. Everyone was kind of flowing in. It was just basically what the schedule was. Kind of what our message has been all year is tough, detailed together. Mentally and physically tough, detailed with our fundamentals, detailed with being on the same page, detailed with that, and then together, right? Because again, it's not the best groups of individuals that wins. You got to become a team, we got one more to go.
What do you think of Jalen Hurts' performance?
Yeah, awesome. I think you heard what I said at the end of the game.
I gotta get one of those hats. But you know what? No, I don't. I'd rather have an Eagles Super Bowl hat. Yeah. Won't be too long. Couple of weeks. I can wait.
It's amazing how much doubt there is sometimes. I can't quite comprehend it because, it doesn't look like people think it should look like. But the guy has been clutch. He's won a ton of football games. But you ran for this many yards. We don't care how we win. We don't care. If we rush for 300 and pass for 1 and we win, great. If we rush for 1 and pass for 300, great. Who cares? We've just continued to win. He's just continued to win, and I think the criticism is, whatever. He just wins. And I said what I said after the game, and that's kind of how I feel.
First offensive play, Saquon takes it to the house. What does that mean?
Yeah, it's a good tone setter, right? We knew they were going to sell out to stop the run. We kind of knew that. And then he breaks 2 or 3 tackles to start. We get a great block from AJ on the toss crack to get around the edge. And then great block by Dallas to kind of set it off. And if that, Saquon gets into the second level, third level, and now it's, hey, can you tackle this guy? And he's hard to tackle. I know they don't give me a vote for MVP, but I know who my vote would. That's probably why they don't give me a vote, because I would vote for Saquon. But special performance, special player, special job by the entire group to make that play go, to start things off, and that was a good tone setter. We've had some good tone setters to start this playoff, all the playoffs, like, Oren forcing the fumble against Green Bay, going right down and getting a touchdown on the first drive of the LA game, and then to start it like that was a good start for us.
Cam Jurgens talked about the pain he's playing. For him to be the emergency to start to fill in the second, what was the plan for him, and also what did it mean for you to see him?
Yeah, I think you saw the plan. But he had to step in and play, and he did a phenomenal job. And, these guys are playing through pain. Like, man, I just can't say enough about how much I respect these guys of what they have to do with their bodies. I don't think anyone knows the half of it, what they have to go through to play this long season. This is a marathon. And these guys and our trainers and doctors and our strength staff do such a good job of helping them be in the shape they need to be in to play this long season. And then the guys themselves do a great job of doing that as well. We've made a big emphasis on conditioning this year. We've made a big emphasis on all those things. So All these guys are fighting through pain. You know, I know coaches are fighting through sleep deprivation, and we don't care. We just want to keep going.
What do they say about Jalen that he doesn't care about how it looks or what his stats are?
Or what anybody else says. Yeah. That he's a winner, that he's selfless. I showed a couple clips last night of the team. And one picture I showed that showed love was Nolan Smith coming out with Nakobe Dean's jersey last game. That shows love. Then I showed a clip of Nolan and Jalen that kind of showed of them performing a stunt, and then Jalen saying, "Hey, thank you for trusting me," and Nolan saying, "You don't have to thank me, just go do it." And then so that showed trust. And then I showed a clip of Jalen talking about we don't care how we win, regardless of what anyone says about him, all right, or me, or whatever it is. That shows selflessness, and that's team stuff. Again, it's not the best groups of individuals that win. You have to come together as a football team. And those clips through the playoffs that I got to show last night, you know, again, I kind of get emotional on things. I'm not going to get emotional right now, but, man, it just showed the team. It's about team. This is the greatest team sport there is. I think that gets overlooked sometimes with, oh, look at how this play performed, and look at the scheme here. Like, it ain't about. It's part of it's about that, but it's about team. And anybody that plays, you know, the winner of the Bills and the Chiefs game, I guarantee they talk about how they came together as a team, right? And that's why I love this.
Actually, the Chiefs won. Yeah, at this moment he didn't know that, but yeah, rematch and be ready.
Sport that it's just, you know, I always say these things of hope that people will say, hey, this is the greatest team sport to inspire people to play this sport. But somehow they don't show that stuff a lot. Sometimes it's more about the negative things that happen and this and that. But we're a team. We're a freaking team. And I'm proud of this team.
You pride yourself on your physicality.
Let's get one more from him.
When it's been
before we go to
pretty
Saquon
consistent
Barkley.
with the turnovers, fumbles, forcing fumbles, I guess, with Zach, Will Shipley, then Oren Burks. What does that mean?
We spend a lot of time on that. We do a lot of drills that go into that. We talk a lot about that. But at the we show anytime there's a missed opportunity to take a ball away. That's something I kind of learned as I watched Matt Eberflus and his how he kind of preached defense of how you take the ball away. I really learned a lot from him when I was in Indy with him. And to be plus 21 on the season, like that's impressive. But and we talk about that to nausea, probably where they're sick and tired of hearing it. But to me, I always say, hey, good leadership is saying the same things over and over is repetition. Connor Barwin actually says that leadership is I don't know how he says it, but the burden of leadership is repetition. And but it's about those guys going out there and doing it. Like there's a skill to be able to take the ball away when Eckler gets up off the ground, to be able to take a punch at the ball there, like Nolan did. Will Shipley, I'm not sure he's tackled anybody before this year. Like Will Shipley, Kenny Gainwell on special teams. The contributions we've gotten from them, they were prime running backs in college that haven't had to tackle people. Like I don't think people understand how special that is. Like, and I get it. It's not going to be the.
I'll take that back. We're going to go to Jalen Hurts after Nick Sirianni, not Saquon Barkley. And I know Jalen Hurts don't give you the sound bites you're looking for. Sometimes he can lure you to sleep. But since they won a big championship game, let's see if he can give us a little more. If not, then we'll get Saquon Barkley on the back end. Maybe I'll do some quick hits of media with Saquon Barkley. And definitely throw in some quick hit clips. This game or the Chiefs game. One or the two. But yeah, it will be Jalen Hurts.
Pretty story or anything like that, but it is to us. It is to us.
A couple more, please.
What's it like to see so many rookies?
Let's go to Jalen Hurts right now, matter of fact.
On this team during this playoff.
Yeah, you guys even talked about or thought about.
there's a lot that goes into what we do every day, and I thank God for the opportunity. Thank Him for keeping me focused and resilient and steadfast within it all. I think it's been a great group effort for us to be able to do what we've been able to do over the years, but in terms of a big reflection, I don't know if the time is to do that right now.
You said throughout the season that, when you guys need to pass a game, it'll be there. It was there today. What made it work so well?
Well, I think we need to change our approach to all of this. I don't play the game for stats. I don't play the game for numbers, any statistical approval from anyone else. And I understand that everyone has a preconceived notion on how they want it to look or how they expect it to look. And I told you guys that winning and success is defined by that particular individual, and it's all relative to the person. And what I define it as is winning. And so the number one goal is always to come out here and win.
I can go for that. He clears up a lot because I didn't know if he really cared about his stats and like the noise, what people say about him, or even when I get up here and I criticize him holding on the ball too long, not doing this, not doing that. Looks like he really don't care. But the ultimate formula to all of that is winning. Like he's stating, you win. That's how you're going to be judged, winning the game. How far you go, how much you advance. Getting to the dance, the Super Bowl. That's really what it's all about. Numbers don't mean anything. The only time numbers are going to mean something really is when you're losing. If you're not winning ball games, that's when it's going to be magnified. That's when guys like me come up here and just pinpoint what you didn't do, what you should have done, and this is why you lost. But if you win, you erase all of that. Just win. I'm with you, Jalen Hurts, on that. I'm with you.
Jalen, when was it that you decided that numbers didn't matter, just the outcome? When did you learn that? What got you in that frame of mind?
By losing. You name a loss and you tell me it's losing. Failure has to be used as a source of pain to go take that next step. And there's always learning opportunities and everything. And I think it's human nature to be ignited by the shortcomings, and that's just a natural thing.
When you think back to your guys' first trip to the Super Bowl, what are some lessons that you're taking with you on this time?
It's hard to say right now. I just think you got to give a ton of gratitude to. These are all my personal testimonies, and I know my personal perspective is not always a reflection of what is most important to the team and what we're trying to do as a team, because every team is different. And so I think clearly as a team, the mission is to go take advantage of the opportunities we present ourselves with. But also, I have my history and the things that I've experienced that I can use as tools to help those around me and help myself. And so a lot of this stuff is presented to us, and we all have that plateau to learn from all of our experiences. And a lot of guys that have not experienced some of these things, got a lot of guys that, from these Georgia guys that have made a big impact on our team. And
we'll leave it there. Bottom line, he's excited. He's ecstatic. He's overwhelmed. He's glad he's going to the Super Bowl. He's glad he's going to the Super Bowl, even though it doesn't look like it. The man's not going to give you that much in press conference. He's just not. This is the most I've seen, little animation, a couple of sound bites here and there maybe, in a long time that he just gave you. So it doesn't get any better than this. So we're just going to leave it at that. Jalen Hurts, he's excited. He's going to the Super Bowl. Get a chance to go against the Kansas City Chiefs once again, but this time come out victorious. He just has to sleep on it. A lot of things running through that mind right now. Let him have one day off and really think about it. But trust me, he's excited. Okay? So, Philadelphia Eagles, Kansas City Chiefs, Super Bowl 59. Once again, I can't wait. I think this is what the world wanted to see. Okay? Maybe a selected few wanted to see Eagles and Bills, but really for the headlines and the money that everybody's looking for, you know?
Yeah. Hola, no. Shut down. Let's up on this. Give me the money. Done talking. Give me the money. Yeah, my dog barking. Give me the money. Done talking. Give me the money. Give me the money. Hey, I check it's fine. 1S, 2 lines, that is the dollar sign. Hey, I check it's fine. 1S, 2 lines, that is the dollar sign.
The coverage, the hype of the three-peat, the hype of the rematch. Eagles and Chiefs once again. And 2 weeks, time to plan, strategize, as we always say. Who's going to come with the best game plan? Who's going to get that running game going? Which will be the Eagles. Because what I seen from the Buffalo Bills against the Kansas City Chiefs, they had some wiggle room, just with Cooks. Just with Cook. So, think about Saquon Barkley. He ought to find some wiggle room. And that's going to change the whole game up if he can rush for over 100 yards. Spagnuolo going to try his best to jam it up and force Jalen Hurts to beat you, which I'm okay with that too, as long as he continues to get rid of the football and not hold it. Because like Tom Brady said in the broadcast, good things don't happen when you hold on to the football as a quarterback. Got to get rid of it. And Jalen Hurts did that against the Commanders. I've seen him take off when it wasn't there. He changed. Some part of this season, something changed where he wasn't holding on to that football. It's not there. He's looking to run, or he's throwing it away. Those are the ingredients of winning football games. That is very smart. I think he has it now. He goes into this game, the ultimate game, Super Bowl game, continuing to do just that. Oh, yeah. It's a lot to cover. Got A.J. Brown on the back end. You got Devontae Smith on the back end. You got Goddard running around. All right? Saquon Barkley. They're weapons. Just like the Kansas City Chiefs. That's why it's going to be an all-out war. Two teams are evenly matched. That's what makes it special. But this time, the Eagles are going to come out victorious. Victorious. I can see the hunger. I can see the focus. All right? They just went down to war to the very end with the Buffalo Bills. Eagles are a hell of a lot better team than the Buffalo Bills. Little more to bite off and chew. G.S.Q.H, Goodymo Sports Quick Hits. Thanks for y'all time. This is the quick hit for the Slouchy Sunday / Making It Monday. Whenever y'all get to see it, it's running late. Enjoy it. Super Bowl bound is here. And until next time, we out of here. Peace. The blockbuster trade sending Luka Doncic to L.A. Lakers for Anthony Davis. I learned about it just like everybody else. Came overnight, early this morning. First thing I was thinking about is L.A. The Lakers trying to buy another championship. It seems like the Lakers always get the top tier superstars in the league. And then I sat back and I'm thinking, Dallas Mavericks, what were they thinking? And when you get through all of it and you have time to sit and actually think about it, because nobody expected this. It wasn't nobody's headlines. Nobody would, in their right mind, think Luka Doncic would be leaving Dallas, or Dallas will be wanting to get rid of Luka Doncic. That's why everybody is like, what? For Anthony Davis? But like I said, when you have time to sit back and you think about it, it makes a little sense. For number one, if you want to look at the Dallas Mavericks side of things, and we all know about Luka Doncic, top-tier superstar. Lou Doncic. He's about that and more. But there's a few factors against it, right? Number one, no defense. Everybody knows about Luka Doncic's no defense. So that's one thing you look at. Number two, his conditioning. Bad conditioning coming in for several seasons now. The guy hasn't been in tip-top shape. You don't even know if he takes that part of his game seriously. Kind of reminds you of Charles Barkley a little bit when it comes to that. Him not being in shape, taking care of his body, leads him injured, hurt, not available, injury prone. No defense, injury prone, and the guy's not taking care of his body. So you wonder if he's taking this thing serious. So Dallas is looking at this thing as they have a hell of an investment. Are they willing to give him $350 million, signing him in for a mega deal for the rest pretty much of his career, at least in his prime? That'll be tough to swallow. They had a decision to make. They made a decision. Now, it was a tough decision to make because you see these two guys up on the screen. Boy, if it doesn't work out. If it doesn't work out, there's going to be another U-Haul truck. Now, what comes to my surprise is LeBron James wasn't notified about it. Jason Kidd was out of the loop. Pretty sure Anthony Davis himself. Now, you know, you got Max Kleber, you got a few more guys in this trade, but let's be honest. The only players that we're worried about is Lou Doncic and Anthony Davis. So this thing could possibly work out in Dallas Mavericks' favor when you look at it. The three things that we just covered. Not only that, they get Anthony Davis. Now, he had his problems not being available. He's injury prone as well. He has an on and off switch. But when he's available and he's into it, yeah, he can give you some rebounds. He can clog that middle. He can give you points. You have a combo action working there. I mean, Dallas Mavericks must think the world of him. I mean, they let go of their franchise player. Now, what do I think about this trade? When you first looked at it, you're in shock. And you're wondering, what the hell is the Mavericks doing? That's the first thing you're thinking about. And like I said, when you have time to really process it, let the day go by a little bit. Everybody else has their say. You break this thing down and you look at it. And trust me, I'm a Luka Doncic fan. Big time. But I do know his weak points. And if you're going to invest in this guy long term, you have to know some things. Dallas didn't know those things. Is he going to be healthy throughout his career? I check that off and I say, no. He'll be in and out of the lineup for the rest of his career. How many games? Don't know. But he will miss time. Majority of players in this league miss time. But you do have players that are more prone to injury. that miss a handful of games, where 30 games, 40 games, 50 games a season, he's possibly one of those players. Then you add no defense. Then you add not taking care of your body, not coming in the season ready to go. So they wonder, are you bought in? I mean, we're thinking long term here. We need you to take this serious. And I'm going to add one thing on Lou Donch. He whines. He's a whiny baby as well. Arguing with the refs, arguing every call on the floor, which leads to him not getting back on defense. I've seen this guy argue with refs while it's still live action. The play has gone to the other end. He's arguing with the ref. He doesn't hustle back on defense. He has the Olay defense where you can blow right by him. He might just give you an arm swipe. So when you look at all these things, you can see where Dallas was coming from. And they hit it well because nobody knew. They blindsided everybody. Breaking news, blockbuster trade. 2 Hall of Fame players traded in a swap for one another. Making history. Making history. And if you're looking at the Lakers, you had to shake some things up. You're getting ready to move past LeBron James. AD, he's been injured as well, in and out. Remember that motor? It goes on and off. Lakers know that. He's been pouting as well. I think he actually wanted out. Now, to the Dallas Mavericks, we don't know that. But we knew AD didn't mind leaving. Getting from under that shadow of LeBron James. So I'm thinking AD is probably the happiest one out of everybody in this deal. He probably wouldn't tell you that. But LeBron James, he no longer have the keys, obviously. You don't even talk to him about this deal, how he feels about it. Should it be done? Lou Donch has the keys now. And the way it's looking, LeBron James wants out. And everybody already know where that can lead to. Him going to the Golden State Warriors. That's probably the number one destination that he would be willing to go. And I believe for some reason that can happen. So this deal, I think it favors the Dallas Mavericks more than it does the Lakers. My opinion. Lou Donch is a hell of a player. LeBron James is more on the downside. Played a good game last night, no doubt about that. But he's still declining. And the only reason why he has a little more juice than usual at this stage is he's been out a lot. He's been resting. He's been missing games. So he has a little more energy at the middle of the season at this point. They still have a lot of pieces they have to put together around Lou Donch and the rest of the guys that they have on that roster. Can't be finished. With the Dallas Mavericks, a lot of young talent. They have some pieces. And Kyrie Irving is the main piece that's keeping this thing together. If it was no Kyrie Irving, this trade wouldn't make too much sense. Yeah, you could have went younger and said, hey, young guys have at it at the point guard spot. But you still would have had to wait a few years before you actually make a push. But with Kyrie Irving still on his team, the young players, Christie, you still got Lively, the bigs. A lot of guys that can do a whole bunch of things. They're deep. And you just add an AD in the middle. He should be motivated. He just got traded. Just like Lou Donch going to the Lakers. Missed out on a lot of money. So you know this guy is fired up right now. And he wants to prove something. Both of these guys want to prove something. It's going to be interesting. And who's going to win the deal? Depends on the championship. Who's going to outlast who? That's what it comes down to. But this guy right here, Oh, Nicky. Oh, man, he better hope this works out. And the co-signer right next to him, Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd. So we are going to listen to them, see what they got to say. You can't patch up too much. As you can see, they're not going to be taking too long anyway. They just want to get this thing out. They felt the pressure. This is a blockbuster deal here. Groundbreaking. You have to say something. So you can imagine the pressure, them going on this press conference, trying to explain how do you get rid of a mega superstar and bring in AD, and they have to sell it on defense. Only way you can do it, you have to sell it on defense. Now, will it work out? We're going to find out as the season moves along. But if it don't, he's going to have his hide broke down to the fat meat. You hear me? This doesn't work out? Oh, yeah, this man here is going to be done. And J. Kidd going to be right along with him. J. Kidd co-signed on it, but the owner was the ultimate co-sign. Believed in these two guys and said, you know what? Do what you got to do to win. You think it's going to work out? Go right ahead. They have 2 seasons. 2 years. I'm not counting this season. 2 years after this. If they do not get back to a finals, conference finals, whatever you want to call it, hate to be in those rooms. Hate to be in those rooms. But first off, I would have been like, nah, what are they doing? They're crazy. They should make this trade. Well, once I sit back and I think about it and I had time, yes. I would have made the deal. When you have to invest that kind of money in one player that hasn't shown you, because Luka Doncic is not going to win a championship by himself with his heroics. He takes a lot of bad shots. If those shots go in, it's wonderful. They're great, heroic. But when he misses, they're bad shots, bad misses. He dribbles the air out of the ball. He's a ball stopper, just like James Harden. Wonderful, ultimate player. But can you win a championship with this? That's what Dallas is looking at. And then you look at the 3 factors that we already discussed. Too much against him to invest that type of money in a guy that can't even start the season in shape. So you see where this is going. So they shook up the NBA with this news. Shook it up. So, how y'all like it? You remember I said I was going to get me a conference championship Eagles hat? Then I said, no, I'm going to wait till the Super Bowl hat. I said to hell with it. I went and got it. I wasn't playing around, but I'm looking to get the Super Bowl Eagles hat. I just want to seal the deal. That's all. But this is a conference championship hat. Got it the other day. We ready to roll. But this don't have nothing to do with the Eagles or the Super Bowl. We on Lou Doncic right now. Lou Doncic and Anthony Davis, the breaking news. So let's hear from the Dallas Mavericks and see if they can patch this thing up the best way they can.
All right, I'll open it up. Thanks for everybody for coming. Jay, is it normally this crowd is for your pregame speeches?
No, they don't want to hear about everybody who's out.
No, on a serious note, we definitely understand the magnitude of what just transpired. It's not lost on us. Definitely would like to thank Luka for his brilliance and, over the last, 4 years since we've been here, what we've been able to accomplish, as well as, Maxi Kleber. When he got hurt the other day and I go in the back and check on him, and the first thing he says is sorry for getting hurt, but that just, kind of goes to the type of person he is. And then also Smooth, like he was such a great guy in the locker room. So I just want to, thank all those guys for their contribution to get us to where we're at. And then as we turn the page, I think it's important to know that J. Kidd and I, we've had a vision in the culture that we want to create since we've been here. And the players that we're bringing in, we believe exemplify that. And, we think defense wins championships. And we're bringing in one of the best two-way players in the league A lot of people don't talk about, what he does defensively and offensively, but, if you can name first-team All-NBA players that are also first-team All-Defensive players. That's a unique unicorn to try to find, and we're able to find that. And as well, you look at Max Christie. He was there starting to.
And we hope you found your lucky rabbit foot as well, because it don't work out. If it don't work
guarded
out.
all the top players in the league, and he's young and athletic and bouncy, and gets his hands on lots of balls. So we really feel that they're bringing in, they're adding into the culture that we're trying to create here. We feel that defense wins championships, and we're excited to go. We feel like we're built to win now as well as in the future.
Nico, this is obviously one of the most unique trades in NBA history. There's never been a player as accomplished as Luka traded at this point in his career, especially without asking out. What got you guys to the point where you felt like moving on from Luka was in the best interest of the franchise?
Yeah, I think it wasn't really like a point. I think it was like, how do we make our team better? There's some unique things about his contract that we had to pay attention to. There's other teams that were
They didn't want to
loading
come
up,
off the money.
that he was going to be able to decide make his own decision at some point of whether he wants to be here or not, whether we want to supermax him or not, or whether he wants to opt out. So I think we had to take all that into consideration and feel like we got out in front of what could have been a tumultuous summer.
Nico, did you have any indication from him or his representation that he was going to opt out or not take the extension or anything like that?
No, not at all. Not at all. Nothing verbally that would lead me to believe that.
Why would the Supermax be a difficult decision on your end?
Oh no, it's not a matter of it being a difficult decision. It's a matter of, once you put that out there, they accept or they don't, and at that point you're on the clock.
Did you have discussions with any other teams besides the Lakers about this deal?
No, and I'd like to give Rob Pelinka a lot of credit. Trades, you guys have been around here, trades don't happen at the smallest level without stuff getting out. And Rob and I were able to have, really intense conversations over the course of, 3 or 4 weeks that started out as a coffee that, was more, hey, would you ever, I don't know, would I? Let me think of, and then it built upon that. And, we kept it between us. We had to keep it tight. J.K. didn't know about it. But J.K. and I are aligned, and we talk about archetypes, and we talk about the culture that we want to create. So I know the type of players that he likes without actually talking to him. Hey, would you like, so I know that. And J.K. coached them when they won a championship. So I think when you're aligned with your coach like that, I know the type of players that he likes. And so I felt good about it making sense to where we're trying to go.
With Luka's pedigree and potential that he's shown so far, this feels like a move that you absolutely have to be right about. There can't be any doubt in your mind when you pull the trigger on it. I'm just curious, what convinced both of you that you will not be wrong?
Well, let's be clear. I'm the one making the decision, and Jay's supportive of it, so it's me. I don't do anything that's scary. I think everything that we do, we put a lot of work into it. We study it, and we restudy it, and we go back, and I understand the magnitude of it. So the easiest thing for me to...
He's nervous and he's scared. Don't let him lie to you. He's scared. He's definitely scared.
Do is do nothing, and everyone would praise me for doing nothing. But we really believe in it, and time will tell if I'm right.
You've said it a number of times. You've mentioned the word culture and how Anthony and the other players you bring back fit that culture. Are you implying that Luka no longer fit that culture?
No, listen, one thing about me, I'm not going to talk bad about any players. That's not going to do, us or me any good. I just say there's levels to it. And there's people that fit the culture, and there's people that come in and add to the culture. And those are two distinct things. And I believe the people that were coming in are adding to the culture.
What would you just say to fans who are frustrated about this move?
I'm sorry they're frustrated, but it's something that we believe in as an organization. It's going to make us better. We believe that it sets us up to win not only now but also in the future. And when we win, I believe the frustration will go away.
Nico, what was the conversation like with Patrick Dumont when we introduced this idea to him?
The first time he laughed at me. No, Patrick, he's he's the owner. Obviously, he's the ultimate decision maker, but he entrusts in J.K. and I to lead this team, and he's putting the trust into us. And then, obviously, you got to get judged on the performance that you've done as a leader. And at some point, if it doesn't work out, then I'll be judged for that.
Jason, what is your reaction to this trade?
Yeah, I think it's it's something that, as Nico's brought up, we are aligned, right? And so just understanding Luka, when I first came here, excited about the opportunity to coach an upcoming star who became a mega star. And I was just blessed to have that opportunity to coach him. But when you look at the vision of the team and what Nico wants to build, I truly support that. And
I don't mean to cut that off, but the Boston Celtics has just gotten back into this game against the 76ers. They've been blown out. They're up right now 118 to 110 with 35 seconds left. Oh, my. Oh, my. Oh, my.
I truly believe that the players that we're getting are the ones that can help us achieve that, and that's to win a championship.
Well, why did they fit that vision better?
It's not about better. It's about, being able to, again, Nico has talked about defense. Defense wins championships. AD is the one that we truly believe fits with D-Live and Gav and PJ. And so when you look at going forward, we're looking at the window to win now. And with AD and Christie, and not to forget about Christie, he's a young wing that we believe that fits.
What do you
better.
envision? Does AD start at 4 for you guys?
2 years. Like I said, 2 years.
I gotta be honest with you. Right now, I'm only focused on today's game. Right? Like I am. I got a list of players. I gotta tell you who are out, and we got a game today, right? And so, as we go down the line, I'll be able to answer that question for you. And I'm not avoiding that question. Like as you see the rosters built, he probably will start at the 4, but I can give you more concrete information as we go forward.
When do you expect these guys in uniform?
Not sure. I don't have a perfect answer for that because, everything just happened. I don't even think it was midnight last night, like 2, 3 in the morning. So we're still trying to get physicals, figure out how long that's going to take, get people in the market. So we don't have a perfect answer for that.
Do you have an idea about AD's availability in terms of the abdominal issue that he's dealing with now?
No, we'll learn. One, it wasn't significant. And 2, we'll learn more as we go through the physicals.
You mentioned you think this will work in the short term and the long term. Short term makes great sense. How do you see this working out well for the organization in the long term?
Well, I think the long term is the time frame. I think he fits our time frame. If you pair him with Kyrie and the rest of the guys, he fits right along with our time frame to win now and win in the future. And the future to me is 3-4 years from now. The future 10 years from now, I don't know. I don't think they probably bury me and Jay by then, or we bury ourselves.
Yes.
All right, I know there's a lot of questions.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
Great job. But you have a game tonight.
There you have it. There you have it. So quick hitters, let me know what y'all think about it. Y'all for the trade? Not for the trade? Think it was a good decision? Damn sure groundbreaking. We can't say that. But we're going to let this season play out. We're going to see who actually going to win this deal. Probably won't find out till next year or the year after, depending on who does what in the playoffs. But groundbreaking indeed. Unbelievable. G.S.Q.H, Goodymo Sports Quick Hits. Thanks for y'all time. And, man, Boston. It's unbelievable. They came back in that game. Unbelievable. Lou Doncic and Anthony Davis. Slouchy Sunday. Until next time, we're out of here. Peace. Woo! Is there anything to complain about? Is there anything to complain about? Total domination. Philadelphia Eagles are your 2025 Super Bowl champions. I have no complaints. None at all. Maybe if I had a complaint, it would be, why didn't we even allow them a chance to score? Keep them with the goose egg. Eagles was ready. They was ready. Picture perfect. The best the Eagles played all year. The worst the Kansas City Chiefs looked all year. No complaints. No complaints. Let's hunt. Let's hunt. So we're going to get into this game. I'm not going to keep it long because, like I said, I don't have no complaints. This was picture perfect. All year, the Eagles, up and down, ran through everything they went through this year to get to the Super Bowl and pull off a perfect performance. Without Saquon Barkley, I might add. Kansas City Chiefs in this game said, Jalen Hurts, you're going to have to win it. You're going to have to beat us. That's exactly what he did. First off with Saquon Barkley, early in this game, we already knew the Kansas City Chiefs were going to take him away. They're going to load up the box. 1 yard, 2 yard, 3 yard. No breakouts in this game from Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley carried you all year long, and his teammates said, don't worry about it. We got you in this one. You got us here. We got you in this one. Jalen Hurts. Man, did it look like they done everything in that game that I've been asking them to do? Everything in that game. That's why I call it picture perfect. Because everything in that game that I visualized looking at for this Super Bowl happened exactly that way. I didn't even dream it. I visualized it because my dream couldn't have came out this good. Not this good. From start to finish. From start to finish. I knew Jalen Hurts could not lose this game. He didn't have to win it. He just couldn't lose it. Jalen Hurts went out there and played a picture-perfect game. Yes, he had the errant interception. You might as well call it a punt because that's what it meant. It just had him deep. It was an errant throw, pretty much double coverage, one high, one low. It was just a terrible decision. And he got picked off. So he had to settle down, and he came back off of that. Jalen Hurts threw the ball magnificently. What do we argue about with Jalen Hurts all year long? Do not hold on to the football. Get out of the pocket, escape, throw it away if you don't see it. What did Jalen Hurts do in this game? He made his reads, and when it wasn't there, did he wait or did he shoot the gap and take off? Picking up yardage again and again and again. The balance between pass and run was unmeasurable in this game. Picture perfect field game by Jalen Hurts. Unbelievable. These Kansas City Chiefs, they was beside themselves. Did you see Andy Reid over there? Looked like he swallowed a whole hamburger. Eyes about to pop out his head. Looked like he was sweating. His neck got swole. Patrick Mahomes looking like somebody stole all his toys. This team was flabbergasted. They don't know what hit them. They shut down all Kansas City's angles all over the football field. And what's another thing that we talked about? Travis Kelce. Picture perfect. Shut him down. Complete shutdown. Not only limited his targets, but when he got the ball, they got him on the ground. They had bodies around him. Let's hunt. Let's hunt. Let's hunt. It was their time and they took it. No question. Now, coming into this game, would you say the Eagles going to blow them out? Did anybody picture this game going the way it did? No. That'd be crazy if they told you they did. Nobody expected this. You expected a hell of a game. You knew some points could be scored, but you thought it would be neck and neck pretty much all the way through. Total domination, man. The worst anybody's ever seen Patrick Mahomes. The worst anybody seen this team play. And it had to come under the hands of the Philadelphia Eagles defense. Oh, they did some work. That 2 weeks did some work. But who thought Sirianni, Fangio, these guys were out-coached and out-prepared Andy Reid and this defense of Kansas City Chiefs? They didn't know what hit them. They didn't know what hit them. They're looking around at each other for answers. They were lost. These Eagles jumped on them from kickball, and they stayed all over them like swarming bees. Every attention to detail was underlined in this game. When you play Eagle football, because that was Eagles football, they know they could beat any team in the league, and it happened on Super Bowl 59. Shut the Chiefs down from a three-peat. Taylor Swift had a mouthful of sour balls. Kelsey's proposal marriage is up in question. It's up in question. Jalen Hurts, all the heat he took throughout the years, not only from me, from everybody. And rightfully so, because he had some stuff he had to clean up. He cleaned them up. Man, look, let's have a little celebration, all right? Let's have a little celebration. Just a little bit. Just a little bit, right? Super Bowl 59. Oh, yeah, YouTube, this is just sparkling grapes. That's all this is, okay? Nothing stiff, loose, if anything. But, yeah, that's all that is. We good. It's a celebration. Let's hunt. Let's hunt. So you mean to tell me in this game they shut down Saquon Barkley completely? They made the Eagles pretty much one-dimensional. Now, Saquon Barkley caught some flare-outs, some pass routes that was huge and big, picking up a great amount of a good gain, right? Keep the chains moving. Well, the Eagles, they had that balance. They was holding on to the ball. They wanted to keep Patrick Mahomes on the sideline. How many times you seen Patrick Mahomes scramble out of the pocket and great things happen? No. None of it happened last night. None of it. They shut it down. They put the rabbit back in the hat of Patrick Magician Mahomes. Is he still great? Of course he's still great. But he wasn't great that night. He wasn't great that night. And the Eagles might have the blueprint now. Because the blueprint is really all it's been for any quarterback. As you put pressure on them, they're going to be acting a little different. Different results, right? Well, you have to have the roster. You have to have the personnel to get it done. Like the Eagles. Well, you have a front four that could continuously get ultimate pressure without blitzing. If you could do that and keep the back end covered, throw 2-3 guys on Kelsey, making that ball come out a little quicker, where it's ping pong balling off of players and himself. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I have no complaints. A.J. Brown, big catches in this game. He was a big focal point early, and he should have been. He came through. Numbers don't shoot off the charts. He done his job. He made the catches necessary. Devontae Smith, Nothing that just shoots off. They done their job. When the ball came, they made the plays. The highlight of the offense is Jalen Hurts. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? They put Burrow up there to possibly win a Super Bowl before Jalen Hurts. They put Josh Allen up there to possibly win a Super Bowl before Jalen Hurts. Lamar Jackson up there to possibly win a Super Bowl before Jalen Hurts. And who won the Super Bowl? Jalen Hurts. That monkey's off his back. He's got the ultimate prize, the Super Bowl, which Lamar Jackson, Burrow, Josh Allen, they're still going to feel that pressure coming in next year. They haven't got the job done. The pressure continuously amounts. So it continuously amounts. They got to get it done now. But this Eagle team, everything intact, great health, of course, they're going to be on the move again. They're going to be on the move again. Sirianni, man was on the brink. Do you hear me? The man was on the brink. Now he's holding up the armor. Holding up the armor. Do anybody think Sirianni will be back next year? Huh? Will Sirianni be back? Will Sirianni be back next year? Huh? Maybe. We think? We think. G.S.Q.H, we still want to give you a ring. Even though you retired 1 year too soon, you deserve that ring. I wish they can hand it to you. Just to put it up. It don't even have to be the original. Just give them some kind of ring. Pinky ring. A little small little thing or something, hang up. Because you was the foundation of it. And you're not too far removed. And I don't have no problem with that. But I tell y'all, man, watching this game from kickball, I didn't have no complaints. I was sitting there proud. Every move they made is like I anticipated it. Every throw, every catch, every tackle was Johnny on the spot, key to the point. The pick 6 from Patrick Mahomes, that pretty much sealed it right there when I looked at it. I was like, ready to go now. The body energy that I'm looking at, people flying around, they're energetic, they're in tune with this game, they were hungrier than the Kansas City Chiefs. Eagles came out hungry, very hungry, and detailed in disguise, okay? Detailed in disguise. Fly, Eagles, fly. Fly, Eagles, fly. YouTube, this one good, sparkling grape. Woo! My goodness. Yeah, we're going to celebrate this one all month. Rest of the year to next season. Of course. Have to. Eagles fans, you can flock your wings now. You can flock them. You just made a Super Bowl team, I take back, Super Bowl winning team, look mediocre. You shut down their offense completely to a halt. To halt. The defense, Jalen Hurts picked them apart. Picked them apart. Unbelievable. Super Bowl 59. Super Bowl 59. And I'm just going to get into just a little bit of stats to break this down just a little bit. But Philadelphia Eagles are the 2025 Super Bowl champions. And the Kansas City Chiefs, they turned out to be Not like us. Let's check this out. Woo! Let's check this out. Jalen Hurts. Like I say, picture perfect. Picture perfect. Nothing that's overwhelming, of course. But man, did he manage this game? Did he make the key throws? And that little interception, like I said, he really didn't turn over the football if you ask me. Because that turnover wasn't enough to change the game. It didn't hurt the team. Yeah, it was an errant throw. It's throws that he makes like that, hey, what are you doing, right? But we could live with that one. And they lived with it. He was 17 for 22. All right? 221 yards, 10 on average, 2 touchdowns, and that one pick we were talking about. He only been sacked twice in this game. Elusive. Awareness. Not there, go. He done it all. He could do no more than what we ask of. 119.7 rating. QBR 75.4. Right? Look at Saquon Barkley. 25 carries. When last time you see Saquon Barkley with 25 carries and 57 yards? 2.3 on average. They shut him down. If you want to call it shutting him down. Eagles expected this. They knew he was going to be the focal point. They didn't want no home runs from him. They loaded the box. They dared Jalen Hurts. They dared him. And like I said, from the wide receivers, they just did their jobs. Devontae Smith, 4 catches for 69 yards. He got a touchdown. A.J. Brown, 3 catches for 43 yards and 1 touchdown. Jalen Hurts, though, 11 carries for 72 yards. That was huge. That was huge. And then you go over here and you look at Patrick Mahomes. He was 21 of 32. 257 yards, 8 on average, 3 touchdowns, which came late, I might add. When the game is already decided. So we don't want to put too much on that, do we? Hold on, I'm missing something. Hey, it ain't the Super Bowl one yet, but we will be getting that too. We'll settle for the conference champs because we got all the champs right now. You hear me? We'll settle. But right now, it's okay. It's okay. 2 picks. But the man went on the ground 6 times. At least sacks. But for his fall downs and knockdowns, we got to go back and look at that, right? We got to go back and look at it. He carried the ball 4 times for 25 yards, 6.3 on average. No running game whatsoever from these Kansas City Chiefs. You hear me? They couldn't run down their leg if they was late to the bathroom. You hear me? Travis Kelce. What I say? To beat the Kansas City Chiefs, you have to double team, triple team Travis Kelce on every 3rd down situation. What else did I say? You have to double team Travis Kelce on every red zone opportunity that the Chiefs get. What happened with Kelce? 4 catches, 39 yards. No touchdowns. He didn't even average 10 yards. Total domination from this Philadelphia Eagles defense. Huh? Hold on. YouTube, just sparkling grape. Sparkling grape. That's all it is. Sparkling grape. Woo! But Xavier Worthy. And what I always say, right? I say, shut down Travis Kelce. You know why? We know what he can do. Let somebody else beat you. We want to see if they can catch the ball. We just want to see what's going to happen. Xavier Worthy, 8 catches, 157 yards, almost 20 on average. He got 2 touchdowns, 50 was as long. He had 8 targets. He caught every ball that was thrown to him. You know why? Because we allowed somebody else to beat you. That's right. Was it enough for them to win the game? No. Pick your poison. Travis Kelce is the only one on the wanted list. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's the only one on the wanted list. Wanted dead or alive. And in this game, all the Kansas City Chiefs was unalived. Unalived. I don't have too much more to say, folks. I don't. I could go into the team stats, but it's just going to prove points even more. Horrific on the Chiefs' end. Season's done. Eagles are the champs. They were overdue. This was their time, and I believed it was their time. And they went out there and they showed it was their time. They didn't disappoint. They didn't disappoint at all. Because that kind of fight right there that they brought, let's just say if it went down to the very close end and that was by a field goal, nobody can argue with that. They played their butts off. You just have to swallow that loss if that would have happened. But the Eagles have shown that they are a much better team than the Kansas City Chiefs. More talented, more speed, more power. Huh? And I'm not going to sit up here and talk about how the Chiefs got outcoached too much because I respect Andy Reid. It's tough to just completely outcoach Andy Reid, right? We know his fabric. But I'm going to tell you, this is going to be a nice little patch on Sirianni's chest, grabbing this win from the Chiefs and Andy Reid. But yes, Jalen Hurts has found his magic. And I'm just glad he got a Super Bowl, got that monkey off his back, because people, they was going to talk, man. They was going to talk. I was going to talk. Everybody was going to talk. He was going to start to hear that he might not be a Super Bowl quarterback. He's incapable of winning it big. You'd heard all of that noise. Hold on just a minute. Woo! Yeah. Woo, we'll say that one too. But that was good last night. It was good last night. My, me. My, me. So, who else y'all believe next year or just moving forward? Who's going to win the next Super Bowl? Let's leave the Eagles out of it for a minute. What quarterback between Burrow, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, which one out of those 3 quarterbacks, who's going to get their first Super Bowl first? Who's going to get it out of those 3? It's going to be interesting. If I had to bet, if I had to put some stake in the game, I would say Lamar Jackson. We'll see, but I'll say Lamar Jackson. And of course, runner-up, would be Josh Allen, right? Mind all that. Let's hunt. Let's hunt. And they have hunted. G.S.Q.H, Goodymo Sports Quick Hits. Thanks for y'all time. Football season is over with. Philadelphia Eagles are your champs, your world champs. Till next season, they have the blueprint. Now it's time to build on top of that. The big question is, quick hitters, will this be a dynasty? Will they try to go back to back? Will they have an opportunity to three-peat? Keep your eyes glued. It's a talented squad, and they're going to keep on adding pieces. And Sirianni looks like he's not going to be going anywhere unless they fall off a cliff again or don't even make the playoffs next year. That's the only way this guy probably loses his job. He have to fall off a cliff. And Saquon Barkley, you deserve a Super Bowl, and you got one. They doubted you. New York Giants doubted you. And who'd have thought first season you come with the Philadelphia Eagles, you rubbed that shiny ring in their face. And not only you was just on the team, but you was a highly big contributor. You know what I mean? You was a highly big contributor. You hear me? Couldn't have done it without you. Couldn't have done it without you. Y'all enjoy y'all making it Monday. We will be back, but like I said, it's probably going to be more on basketball. Football season is over with, but we do cover off-season. You know, everything transpires all over the place with these athletes. You don't know what might happen. Could be a general manager. Could be an owner. Who knows? Before I get out of here, but these Rockets, man, I just want to praise them. I'm not going to beat them down too much, but we want some consistency. And M.U. Doka, you the fault at some of these losses. You're the fault at some of these losses. You got to get it together. This equal opportunity stuff is going. You have to slim it down. I don't care if he's not ready or not, but you're going to have to find out who's your man down the stretch. Who's your man down the stretch? Who you going to give the ball to carry you the rest of the way? Not whoever's open. Because if whoever's open, I mean, Dylan Brooks could be open. You know what I mean? Anybody could be open. That don't need to be shooting the ball in that time of the game. Bear it down, get it together. Because we're starting to look like a team out there that's just rolling the ball out there and just going to see what's going to happen. We can't be that. We got to narrow it down now. After All-Star break, there's a lot of teams out there. You think it's hard times right now. They're going to be leaning on these Rockets after All-Star break. Teams are hungry. This is the down stretch right here. You're going to get everybody's best, even if you're not a good team. They're going to lean on you. So there's no more surprises. Okay? These teams know who you are now, and they coming for you. And the way y'all playing right now, it could be danger zone. You can continue to fall down in those standings if you don't put your thumb on it right now. So figure it out. We need some identity going down the stretch. We need to know who we're going to and riding with that. Not this hero ball stuff down the stretch. Because that's what it's starting to look like. And Emu Udoka, quit having that puzzled look on your face. You have more control than you believe, don't you? You can sit people down. And if they don't have the effort, sit them down. They're taking errant shots they got no business doing. Sit them down. That's how they're going to learn. You already know this, Emmy. Nobody have to tell you that. It just seems like you're forgetting. Throwing your eyes and your hands up in the air. No, put it to action. Sit some people down. Let them know what you want. Because anything other than that, you're going to continuously drop down in the standings. You ain't going to have home court advantage. You're going to be scraping by. You don't want to do that when you built all this momentum up. Looking like a championship type team during this run. before the fall off, of course. The mudslide, whatever you want to call it. G.S.Q.H, Goodymo Sports Quick Hits. We out here. Peace.
Boy, good defense by the Pistons. They were on a string, but Miami with another opportunity. Hero a deep pull. That one goes down. And that's how Hero taking the advice of Eric Spoelstra. When you have a good look, 9 on the shot clock for Cunningham. Highsmith, one of the Heat's best defenders. Thompson. In a league filled with freakish, unique athletes, Cunningham lacerating the lane. Lost the handle. Miami on the move. Highsmith with Ware. Lobs it up. 5.7 to go. Here's Miami. Pocket pass. Adebayo. It'll count. At the buzzer. Bam Adebayo. Punctuating a 20-point first half for him. Adebayo sprays it out to Jaquez. Drives baseline. Hero for 3. Butter. Tyler Hero makes it a 6-point lead. Ware hands it off to Robinson. Harris switches onto him. Another deep pull. Robinson connects. Hero on the wing. Guarded by Harris. Step back. And it's way short. Harris leaks out. Cunningham hit him in stride for the slam. And Kane knew where he was going the entire time, even as he's trying to catch up to the basketball. Robinson on the bounce. Nice little dream shake. Bam! And one! Incredible footwork by Adebayo. Blocked by Harris, right to Cunningham. The Pistons have been the best defensive team in the league since January 1st. Hardaway, no goaltending. Durant on the cleanup. Cunningham ISO'd against Mitchell. Around the Hardaway screen. Dumps it off at Thompson. Sends it with his chest. Ow! Ashar Thompson didn't stand on the perimeter and wait for Kane to kick it out for a 3. As they were trying to identify them as prospects for either Overtime Elite or G League Ignite. Ended up going to OGE. Harris with a nice baseline cut and jam. Wonderful dime by Beasley. Started to brawl in the building. Beasley for 3, got it. Blake Beasley continues to rip forward. There's Schroeder against Mitchell. Up top, Beasley with a logo 3. Malik the jump shooting. It's getting hot in here. Freaked out. It can demoralize you at times. Mitchell out to a wide open Adebayo with a counter 3. Bam has it firing on all cylinders tonight. It's like with Malik Beasley, the threat of Alec Burks on the exterior. Malik Beasley laces. Got him! Schroeder on Robinson with 7 on the shot clock now. Chase action for Robinson, squeezes the 3.
Yeah, boy.
At 11:30 Eastern time, I can't wait to see Chargers do their thing at USC in the tournament as Tyler Hero keeps the beat going for the Heat. Well defended by Thompson.
Oh, no.
Thompson at the other end. Talked about his suffocating defense. Durant with his offense is impressive. However, Thompson's sticky quickly coming up with the second chance point. No double team. Adebayo has a mismatch on Hardaway. Good look inside to Robinson. And if you're going to double bam, you have to make sure it's an aggressive track and turning that turnover to 2 points. Cunningham around the screen. Ware sent it back. Loose ball out of bounds. Harris in the corner, one more to Hardaway. For the Heat, Robinson on the layup.
Whoa.
Cunningham and kept in play to Harris. What a play by Kane. Would help if Van gets his hands on the basketball here down the stretch on the offensive end. You know where the Pistons are going. Cunningham, follow and flush by Durant. And Detroit takes a 1-point advantage. 10 on the shot clock. Adebayo has it. In the mid-post, gives it up.
Goodbye.
Bird in the air. Got it. He eventually was the guy that still made the play. Beasley with a catch-and-shoot 3. Comes off Durant with another offensive rebound. For the lead. No double team coming. Hero got him in the air and will go to the free throw line with a chance to tie the game. Detroit has an 86% foul shooter. This is for the tie. Hardaway will inbound. Look at who's guarding Kay Cunningham right now. You got Bam Adebayo guarding him, of course, preparing for a switch. Bam fights through the screen. Cunningham gets the ball against Bam. Pulls up for the win. Detroit.
Game over.
With 6 to go. And they storm into Dade County and get the buzzer-beating win.
Real quick, that was a tough loss for the Miami Heat tonight against the Detroit Pistons. Shouts out to the Detroit Pistons taking care of their business. Heat, that's one you didn't need to lose. Let's be serious and real about it. No, you don't have high expectations for this year, but at home, you have to pull those out. Grab the offensive rebounds. The offensive rebounds hurt Miami tonight. Bam Adebayo, coming down the stretch. You got to help Tyler Hero out. You got to want that ball, be more aggressive down the stretch. Yes, you had a nice game, but when it mattered the most, instead of running all over the place, you see all your teammates running around looking for somebody to give the ball to. Tyler Hero got to hit these clutch shots, tough shots in some sequences. You have to get the ball and stay aggressive the whole game. Good game, but you got to stay aggressive the whole game. This one, the Miami Heat did not need to lose. They're in the 10th slot. You want to get in the play-in, coming down the stretch, you have to seal the deal. This one hurt if you're a Miami Heat fan coming down the stretch, trying to get you a play-in tournament game. You got to have them. Miami Heat box out, get those rebounds. 10th slot, it's a dangerous position, but you have to win games at home this time of the year. Los Angeles Lakers versus the Denver Nuggets. I'm a Laker fan tonight. Why? Because the Denver Nuggets are the closest to the Houston Rockets. That's why. So yes, I am a Laker fan. Lakers are right there as well, but 1 or 2 games can make a difference. I'd rather Denver Nuggets lose this game tonight, and the way the score is looking, we're in pretty good shape. Pretty good shape. They got Lou Doncic. Yes, injury list is pretty thick, but as long as you got Lou Doncic available, everything should be just fine. Houston Rockets, great win tonight. You didn't play down to your competition. First quarter, first half, everybody sleepwalking a little bit. The intensity wasn't high, but y'all still was making plays. You know, I like to play with your hair on fire style. But I understand you got to pace yourself sometimes. As long as you got the job done, that's all we want. You played this team well. Everybody involved, just like last game. It was a beautiful win. Keep the streak alive. 8 is straight. But like I said, 9 is fine. Weary Wednesday. Appreciate y'all time. Y'all have a good night. Peace.
Back up top to Green. He runs into 2. Now flash it. Now he'll shoot for 3. That's his third. 17. By the way, stay disciplined in your scout report. Have respect for these guys. Edwards is their leading scorer. Green up top 3.
Goodbye.
Grimes up top. Two that time on Grimes. Now to Reese, to Butler, to Brissett. Back to him for three. Green draws two. The kick to Tate. Corner three. Taking away that foul, giving it to somebody else. He now has three on the board. Here goes Tate. 3-point game. And the score. Houston's got to defend and run. Still get behind the ball though. Green on the bounce to Smith. His three. Van Vliet. Set. Back across the box. Good. Green pressures Grimes. Grimes will shoot the three. You know I'm bad. I'm bad. You know me. Grimes a 40 ball tonight in Houston. And 22 threes for them. The most threes they've made in a single game. Green gets the two line. To Smith. Trying to free himself up. Got it off. Missed it. Rebound, Houston. Back to him. Much cleaner look. Makes it. Green gets to the rim and rolls in. There goes. Now you got a foul. In there. One more. There's the miss, there's the bucket! Into the backboard. He's running the same play. Into Hood Shafino. His missed it!
You homie.
He's got a career high 13 assists. They come into Grimes. Grimes pressured by Tate. There's the help. There's Grimes. Oh, just a few weeks ago. Get it in there. Got to get it in somehow. We'll take the play.
Good night.
Grimes relocates. This is rebound Şengün! And the Rockets match their biggest comeback in franchise history.
My goodness. My goodness. Man, let me get me a drink real quick. Another drink. Oh, my goodness. That game left you dehydrated. Before I get into this, got to give a shout out to the Philadelphia 76ers. This is a team that came in, what was it? 11 men down. Came out with a purpose tonight against those Houston Rockets. That has to be the best or the greatest first half of basketball for one team for a shot making I've seen in a long time. Everything the 76ers put up was coming down through the nets, and majority was threes. Now, the Houston Rockets came in this game with no energy whatsoever. And just like every other fan of these Houston Rockets in that first half, you had your head in your hands. You're trying to figure out how could a team come out with a 6-game winning streak and put out that type of performance. No energy, no fire, lethargic. And this team was running up and down the floor looking to put the Houston Rockets away, and that's exactly what they did. Up to a 25-point lead. 76ers were hustling, they were scrapping, not only hitting threes, but driving to the hole, hitting every tough layup that you could find. And you just sit back and you look at this game and you're like, okay, when is it gonna end? A team can start out hot, but you believe it's gonna filter off maybe the second quarter. Never did. They stayed hot, they stayed aggressive. Quentin Grimes, if you didn't know who this guy was, you know who he is now. And really, I didn't know he was that close to Houston. So that explains the fire he came with tonight. The shot making by Quentin Grimes, broadcast said it best. It was just as good as Kevin Durant coming in the building, lighting you up. Any major superstar in this league, that's what it looked like by Quentin Grimes. The shot making, the driving, the quick hitch, getting to the basket, tough layups, and the Rockets were sleepwalking that whole first half. It was some key things that happened in this ball game that really turned it around. First, M.U. Doka recognizing early in this game, no energy. They're coming out there like they wasn't even involved in the game, wasn't interested in the game. And what did he do? He went to his bench, what we always talk about for weeks. If you don't come out there with the energy, it's time for you to go sit on the bench. The first move he made early was sending Alper Sengun to the bench. Not shuffling his feet, not playing with no defensive intensity. They were shooting threes. They were picking on him. He wasn't sliding his feet. He just wasn't in that action quick enough to at least contest, at least stop some of those threes. His rotations are just bad. Emu Doka got him out of there. As far as his offense, he just didn't have enough awareness on offense to start early. You know, he gets crowded. They knock the ball out of his hands. He was indecisive on what he wanted to do. So, yeah, rightfully so. Take him out. Get some guys in there who have some energy. He brings in Jock Landale. Let me tell you, if it wasn't for Tari Eason and Jock Landale in this game early, coming with their fire and their scrappiness, Houston wouldn't have been around long enough, let alone overtime. They wouldn't have been around in the fourth quarter if it wasn't for their production. Jock Landale came in there full of energy, not only getting the putbacks, but he was rebounding. He was defending. Tari Eason is the only player that came out from start to finish, full of the energy. You won't have to worry about him coming with the energy in each game. He will bring that. Before his mistakes or missing layups here and there, or over dribbling sometimes, you can put that to the side. When a guy comes with 110% effort, like he does, scrappy and working hard, you can bypass some of the mistakes he makes. But without those two guys, this is not even a ball game to get into it to win it. Second half rolls around, this team finally woke up. They woke up. They had a couple of scrums, technical fouls, had some bad calls in there, especially the one that took Fred VanVleet out. That wasn't a flagrant foul to me. I just don't see that. The momentum on a guy sprinting out on a fast break, of course you're going to have a guy approaching him, you know, with some momentum. He has to hurry up and get to him to stop a layup. Just his momentum alone is going to knock him a little off balance, but he had to make sure he doesn't put up the layup, which he did. He hit the ball, a little bit came across his body, but it was not a dirty play. In my opinion, it wasn't even a wind-up. So that was an unfortunate call for Fred VanVleet to get kicked out of his game. Then we had Tari Eason out of this game. delivering a technical foul, I might add, on his way out, giving them an extra point. This is a wild game, folks. It had a lot of things going on in this ball game. That's what made this victory sweet. Do you hear me? It made it sweet. Everything happened in this ball game, and it seemed like it was all going against the Rockets. For them to come out and dig out a win like this, it means a lot. This is going to go down in the history books, and actually, which it did, 25-point deficit on a comeback. Positioning for playoffs, this game right here is going to pay big dividends. This was complete teamwork, getting back in this ball game and winning it. You did this without Fred VanVleet. You did this without Tari Eason. You did this without Dylan Brooks down the stretch. Remember, these guys pitched in early, but they wasn't there late. When it mattered the most, the young guys had to pull this one out. And don't forget Noah Man Thompson. Jabari Smith, outstanding game. A guy who's been benched since his injury, coming off with a power punch. No pouting, coming there about his business. Just clutch guy. The three-point shooting, the rebounding, the hustling. You can't say enough about Jabari Smith Jr. Young guy, man. He just wants to go out there and play. Don't matter if he comes off the bench or if he starts. He don't care about any of that. He cares about winning. And the guy comes up big time and time again, and you see he got the little clutch bone in his body. It seems like this guy always hitting big shots. And this is another big one for him. As you can see, 30 points tonight. 30 points coming off the bench. Then he adds 2 steals. 8 rebounds. 5 for 7 from the three-point line. 11 for 17 from the field. Just outstanding production off that bench. We had some other guys that came up big. Jalen Green started off real sloppy in this game. It don't seem like he was in the game as well. He didn't have the body language. His shot selection was bad. He was just off early. But you know what? He stayed with it. He stayed with it, and he ended up having his biggest assist night with 13. Can you imagine that? Jalen Green with 13 assists? Just think about that for a moment. Unbelievable. 2 steals. What we talk about with Jalen Green, he's not being a one-trick pony anymore. He even got 7 rebounds. What we always said about Jalen Green, for his rebounding, he needed to up it up a little bit. 7 is perfect. 6 is nice if he can get that every game. But the assist, it just knocks it off the charts. 5 for 5 from the free throw line. 5 for 17 from the three-point line. Off a little bit, but he stayed at it. 10 for 26 from the field. He found other ways to affect the game. Just found another way. Dylan Brooks, before he left the game, 25 points. Come on, man. 2 steals, 5 assists, 6 rebounds. 5 for 11 from the three-point line, 8 for 19 from the field. This is scrappiness, folks. Nothing pretty. It's just flat out just getting the job done. Pitching in where you can, any way you can help to get a victory. That's what you do. Alperen Sengun getting benched in this game. Alperen Sengun could have just pouted. I agree. When he went out, yeah, he was frustrated. You could see it in his eyes. When he came in the game, it bothered him. It bothered him bad. But he has to understand you have to start the game ready to go. He didn't start the game ready to go. What'd he do? He gets inserted back in the ball game. He didn't pout. He didn't put his head down. He just played ball. Yeah, upset, but he still played ball. Now I got 2 things. I want to praise Ime Udoka, but at the same time, I want to put a foot in his ass. But we're going to praise him first. We're going to give him a shout out first. Ime Udoka diagnosing Understanding and realizing early that this team didn't have the fight and the fire to start this game, he immediately went to the bench. Throughout this game, the combinations that he was putting together, he was putting players out there who was going to produce, who's going to get down, pull those shorts up, and going to play some defense and be all over the floor. He found the right combinations for the job. You have to give him praise for that. I told you, Ime Udoka coaches on the job. He ain't waiting till the next game. He's not going into a game with a game plan and sticking with it and not willing to switch anything up. No, he coaches second by second, minute by minute, quarter by quarter. What he sees on that basketball floor, that's how he coaches. He can scrap a game plan in a minute and go with something else. That's what makes him great. That's what makes him Ime Udoka. He put the right combinations in this game for this comeback, realizing it early. He's not going to sit back and hope things turn around. Oh, no. So we have to praise him for that. Now I want to put a foot in his ass real quick. And I know all you Houston fans out there looking at it, feeling the same way. When you got 6 seconds left, the first thing you're thinking about, you're down by 3. You got to get something quick. Somebody's already going into the action on the inbound, going into the three-point shot. 6 seconds left, you already knew Nick Nurse and most teams in this league are going to foul you in that situation, going to send you to the free throw line, not even going to allow you to put up a three-pointer. His team comes out of a timeout. He has something drew up where the first guy that gets the ball on the inbound is not even the shooter. He's setting up to toss it back to who's that, Jalen Green, basically coming from the half-court line, trying to get into his action with 6 seconds left. Jabari Smith didn't even have a chance to pass it back to him. They fouled him so quickly. Everyone seen that coming. I didn't understand why Ime Udoka didn't see that coming. You have to go with a quick 3. A quick 3. So that's just one bonehead mistake he made there. But what did he do? Just like Albert Shagun, he didn't duck his head. He didn't pout either. The man continued to coach. He went double big again at the free throw line, putting Steven Adams on one side, Albert Shagun on the other. That's when Albert Shagun got inserted back in this game after being sitting for so long. He comes in and he makes the big play to send this game into overtime. Go figure. Go figure. Then in overtime, they go right to him. Ime Udoka rewards him, puts him back in the game, and he's rolling with him in overtime. He gets an and one. So shouts out to Albert Shagun, not pouting, not ducking his head. Yes, he was upset. You can see that. But getting in this game, getting back focused, being the focal point of the offense in overtime. If Ime Udoka would have stayed with keeping Albert Shagun on that bench, even in overtime, I don't think the Houston Rockets would have won this game. That's how big that was, and that is called coaching. He rewarded him for getting the rebound off the free throw to put it back to send it to overtime. And he made majority of the big plays in overtime to win it. Jalen Green came up with some big shots after having a slow start. Jabari Smith with the big 3. Told you it was a team effort. Team effort. Everybody was involved. Tip your hats to the Philadelphia 76ers. I'm not joking. No Joel Embiid. He's gone for the season. They just shut down Paul George. He's out for the season. They had no Tyrese Maxey. Basically, it was like a bunch of role players out there who was out there playing their hearts out pretty much the whole game. Rocket streak was in jeopardy. It was in jeopardy. Sometimes you just need a switch to happen. Just a switch. One of those switches was the scrums they got into, which we talked about before. They're fighting. How many mini brawls they done got into this year already? We continue to talk about it. This team ain't backing down. Not at all. And you could thank Dylan Brooks for a majority of this, if not all of it. And I love seeing this side of the Houston Rockets. Letting people know early they got each other's back. And when you get in the playoffs, what always usually happens in the playoffs? You get a lot of scrums in the playoffs. People got that win or go home mentality. I mean, every possession is crucial. Tension, tempers, flair, all of that. Every bit of it. So Tari Eason, Jabari Smith, just an outstanding game from both of those guys, but more importantly, outstanding game as a team. A total team win. Completely. I just decided to spotlight these two guys. Huge. And you got Jock Landale. You just don't know how crucial his production was. That's 7 points. Those 3 rebounds. That three-pointer he hit 1 for 1. 3 for 3 from the field. You have no idea how huge that was. You have no idea. You look at the stat sheet, you be like, yeah, he played all right. He did a little thing and whipped it. No, man, without that, Rockets don't get no win. And you laugh because you see 7 points. And you see 3 rebounds. And you see he hit a three-pointer. And they don't win without that. Because just when that wet pound cake was about to fall apart, Jock Landale came with some new batter. Yeah, new batter and frosting. He put it back together. He held it up. Yeah, without that, they're done. Ain't no fourth quarter comeback. There's no overtime. None of that. Albert Şengün was out for a great amount of time. Think about that. That's your all-star player. And you able to gut a win out and keep it together to the very end until he was inserted back in the lineup? Team, man. That's teamwork. This is a gutsy win by the Houston Rockets. This is one of their greatest and probably the best since this team been together. Yeah, even going to last year. Yeah, year before that. This one here, this game right here, it showed what it was made of. Just outstanding. Just outstanding. So I'm not going to give out no stars tonight. I'm not going to give out an Iron Man. Not going to get no hand claps or anything out tonight. I don't think there's no need for it. We could, but I don't think we need to do it. We just hell-bent on this victory. This huge victory. Keeping this streak alive to 7. It's tight, man. The standings are tight. And the Rockets take care of their business. They won't have to worry about a thing. They took care of home on this stretch. Matter of fact, let's take a peek at these standings real quick. All right, I want you to take a look at that. Take a look at how tight that is. Matter of fact, they don't even have the Rockets win on here yet. Rockets are at 44 wins after beating the 76ers tonight. They still got them at 43, okay? So they have 44 wins, 44 and 25. Look at the Denver Nuggets right underneath them. Everything was not at tight before this game. Look at the Grizzlies. The Nuggets are playing tonight. Be nice if they could lose that game. They playing the Golden State Warriors, actually. The Grizzlies, I got to check on that one, check the score on that one. But it's still going live at 5. The Rockets are in control of their own destiny. All they have to do is take care of their business. Don't worry about what the Nuggets are doing. Don't worry about what the Grizzlies are doing. Those are the only two teams that's going to challenge you. Yeah, the Lakers at 41, but as long as the Rockets do not fall off a cliff, they shouldn't even be worried about the Lakers at this point. They just need to win. I don't expect them to win out. We know that. But the great thing about that, the other teams are not going to win out either. Just try your best not to lose the games you don't supposed to be losing. That's the key. Control your own destiny. Get up for the big games. Finish the deal on teams that are bottom half of the league or not even going to be making the playoffs or the play-in. Take care of your business against those teams. We had some luck on our side tonight, and then y'all took care of business at the same time. But thank God that shooting died down from those 76ers, man. And a lot had to do with the defense of the Rockets that caused them to start missing. They got up into them second half. Happy feet was all over the place, active hands, and it was getting to some bodies. And that's what it takes, man. When a jump shooting team just come in, lighting it on fire like that, that lets you know that, hey, you're not closing some airspace. They was moving around a little too freely out there in that first half. And it was a concern, a big concern. But they bared down and got a grasp of things and turned this thing around late. And I do mean late. Because this was a roller coaster. You didn't think it was going to end. Big shot after big shot by Quentin Grimes. I mean, this guy here, he's got my respect. I've seen him before. He has a nice game, but I'd never seen him like this. This man was as good as Lou Doncic. He was good as Kevin Durant, John Morant, whatever. The man was on top of it. And he was back at Houston. He was here to prove something. You have a guy playing like that. Just think about this for a minute. You got a healthy Joel Embiid ready to go. Paul George turns back into playoff P. You got Tyrese Maxey doing his due. And you got Quentin Grimes and all the other role players. I see what they envisioned. But, hey, like they say, the process, huh? It's the process. Well, that process is going to take a good while longer, depending on next year. They got a lot to think about themselves, that whole franchise. But this is the Houston Rockets night. Congratulations. Outstanding. And it's time to do it on the road now. You've done it at home. Great teams do it on the road. So if they can finish strong, Houston can hold on to that second spot, but at worst, they can go to number 3. So this G.S.Q.H. Goodymo Sports Quick Hits. Houston Rockets then pulled it out tonight. Overtime. Clutchest win of the season. Probably the clutchest win for this team that's been put together. Young guys mixed with some veterans. Growth. That's all it is growth. G.S.Q.H. Goodymo Sports Quick Hits. We up out of here. Appreciate your time. Until next time, peace.
Curry's got to get it off, blocked by McBride. Excellent defense from Deuce McBride. Towns back in, quickly launches a three and nails it. 14 points in 12 minutes. Butler inside. Josh Hart got a piece of it. Butler misses the follow, kicks it out in the corner. And Moody hits a three. Two terrific defensive plays, but still. Bridges searching, finds Towns. 5 on the 24. Towns goes inside, left-handed hook shot. What a gorgeous play from Karl-Anthony Towns. Towns can't get the tip. Good boxing out from Moody. Couldn't get a good handle on it. Santos. That's a three. Santos getting just his second.
Extended period of time it could frustrate your team. You look at the Warriors or the Lakers on a 4-game losing streak without LeBron.
Curry from downtown. That's the largest lead. Towns trying to get position again. One-on-one with Draymond Green. 5 on the 24. Towns turns, shoots, and scores. Green sets the screen. Curry gets free. Curry down. Back-to-back threes, and it's a 9-point lead.
Gotta keep the net to paint.
And Grimes pulls up. Tucker won't go. But he did. Got what he needed. Elliott to paint. Grimes tries again. Yielded. Good job. But McBride gets it left-handed. Banks it in. Deuce McBride now with 17. Heel to post. Post, nice fake.
Got him!
Pass inside. Curry reverse. Little English off the glass. 23 for Curry. 12 here in the third. Josh Hart with 7 to shoot. Post extends the hand. Shot clock winding down. Anunoby has to shoot a corner three. It's good. OG Anunoby. Back up to Moody. 5 on the 24. Oh, nice move from Moody. And he closes out with a bucket. It's inside. Stops. Well defended, but Moody is left wide open for three. Moses Moody for... Why? Coming up on 5 minutes remaining. Curry. Inside, layup, banks it home. 25 for Curry. Game for the Warriors and their standings in the West. Towns catches, fires, hits a three. Karl Anthony Towns with 29. He's got their last 11 points. It's a 2-point game for Karl Anthony Towns. Bridges finds some room, jumper, got it. Tie game with 2:50 to play. Curry trying to get free. McBride, good ball denial. Shot clock at 3. On the drive, oh, what a shot from Moody.
Golden State guys in the backcourt, they couldn't get a bucket.
McBride the drive, blocked from behind by Curry.
Free throw game. They only have one timeout, so they gotta look for a 3 and 7.
Dangerous pass and it's stolen. The forward got deflected by Peyton. Curry picks it up. Green off the bounce, drives inside. He backs it home. Timeout Knicks. 6-point lead. Another victory for the Golden State Warriors. That's 7 in a row.
Welcome to the WWE, the Royal Rumble. For those who watched the Rockets game last night, you know Mason Plumlee and Steven Adams got into a skirmish. And let me tell you, when this thing broke out, I thought they was going to have to clear the arena. Everybody around the league know about this guy, how tough he is. Can move players around like they shower curtains. This was the ultimate Royal Rumble right here. Big Swole Mason Plumlee and Steven Adams get in a wrestling match in the second quarter. I ain't even tried too hard. I just let him take me down. You ask me, took it easy on Mason Plumlee. Didn't put no fight to it. Mason Plumlee leaned over him. They went down, benches cleared, fans stood up. It was a Royal Rumble for about 30 seconds. Coaches and players came in trying to dig them out of the rubbish. You got KD, Dylan Brooks with smiles on their faces. It went down. They got a nice homestand and they need to get all of them if they want to move up a couple of notches in the Western Conference. But they took care of their business last night, and in the second quarter, you got the World Wrestling Entertainment, or WWF, World Wrestling Federation. It was the Royal Rumble. Looks like the whole arena got tagged in because everybody came in trying to pull them apart. But Steven Adams, the guy who gets up, his hair's thrown all over the place, he has a smile on his face. Well, let's just get into it. Get into it.
And Plumlee ends up on top of Steven Adams. It's like a sumo wrestling match out there.
Get him, Steven. Get him, Steven. Get him, Steven. Like two crabs. Look at it. Man, come on. Look at this. Man, look. Let's run this back a little bit. Look at it. It's getting patched up. Let's run this back a little bit. Look at this. You ever have a man come out with a smile on his face? This man's like a barbarian.
After the play, Plumlee and Adams getting together in a scuffle will be reviewed to see if it's a potential.
Get him down. Plumlee had him by the throat. And Plumlee's a big guy. He's a big guy.
Involved in one of these, you see there is a little bit of a cut.
I think Plumlee is older than he is as well. Look how they get locked up. I think Plumlee's like 35.
I'm not letting go. You don't let go.
Look at that. Boom. Here they come.
WWE style.
Steven Adams, I think he's 31 years old.
I don't know. Look, nobody could.
But Steven Adams took it easy on him.
There's a lot going on, man. And hey, man.
Yeah, Steven Adams took it easy on him. He once they locked up, Steven Adams was like, okay. But if you let this guy go all the way, you don't want to meet him in the back alley. The man looked like he just came out of a cave full of bats. You don't want to catch this guy alone. Steven Adams didn't want no problems after they got locked up. Plumlee, he kind of kept going. But I'm telling you, if you ever see this guy, Steven Adams, in line at a grocery store, holding some M&Ms or a pack of peanuts, hey, just let him cut you. Just let him go in line. That's the type of guy Steven Adams is. You don't want no problems from this guy. He's barbaric. You saw the smile on his face. We'll go back to that real quick. Anybody come out of a situation with a smile on their face like that, something's wrong with him. Let's play it right there. Look at this. Man's sadistic. Look at him. Sadistic looking. Look like Hannibal Lecter. You don't want to deal with that guy.
After the play, Plumlee and Adams getting together in a scuffle will be reviewed to see if it's a potential flagrant.
Boom.
So they'll look at it. I guess it's been a minute since the Rockets have been involved in one of these. You see there is a little bit of a cut above the right eye of Plumlee. Let's see what happens.
But one thing's for sure, since Dylan Brooks came to these Rockets, they're not pushovers. It's not like the past. These Rockets have had a handful of blow-ups just like this year. Dylan Brooks been in a handful of them, but Amen Thompson, Jalen Green, there's a lot of guys that are getting these little skirmishes throughout this season, and they're not backing down. This is a tough team now, and you're not fit to push them around. Steven Adams is one of those guys. You have to go to the floor with the guy. Let's look at him.
They were just going at it.
Look, boom. Lock up. Okay. You want to let go?
You don't let go. There's the takedown.
There's a takedown.
WWE style. And again, I don't know. Look, and nobody could get them off each other. Yeah. There's a lot going on, man. And hey, man, I like it.
I like it too.
Shaking up, those two going at it.
You got him.
Steven turns, you see that arm lock.
Lock
and
up.
Steven says, I can lock my arms, let me go, get off me. Now I'm not letting you off. And
yeah, not yet.
Air hug and
after review, the ruling on the play is double technical fouls. Both Plumlee and Adams have been ejected.
Ejected. That's what the fans want to see. No harm, no foul. Hey, I wish they didn't get ejected. I wish it could have just been two double text and the game goes on. But something like that, they had to throw them out. They didn't want it to escalate. These two guys still guarding each other under the rim, jostling for rebounding position. Something else could have happened. But more of the story is the Rockets won the game. It was a battle. They didn't back down. They're still at home for 4 to 3 more games. They got to win them all. And that's how you come out with some fight. Who would have won if they'd just let them go? Who would win in the back alley? Mason Plumlee or Steven Adams? Nobody's around. Got my money on Steven Adams. Yeah. Plumlee, like, he kind of looked pretty faced there a little bit. He already got cut. You know, he looks like a bleeder. Yeah, he looks like a bleeder. And I don't think Steven Adams don't mind no brush-ups. Mason Plumlee got the better end of it. He mostly was getting under his skin. Mason Plumlee wasn't hearing that. Took him to the ground. But when you have a guy gets up with a sadistic smile on his face, hair everywhere, makes you wonder. You don't want to be alone with the guy. Just let him go through. Just let him go through. G.S.Q.H, Goodymo Sports Quick Hits. Rockets rolling. They got to keep it going. And we're going to be here to cover it. Thanks for y'all time. I'm out of here. Peace.
Brown made those key closing buckets against Utah. Drives it on Holmgren. There's part of your answer. Jaylen Brown. White picks up Holmgren. White with the block. Wow, what a play. Brown, one more to Horford. White for three. 7 on the shot clock for Joe. Got it back and pulled.
Yeah, boy.
Jaylen Brown locked in on SGA. Isaiah Joe, one more to Patrick Williams. Unsupervised from the corner, drills another three. Perhaps because of their youth, perhaps because of their experience, or lack thereof. But SGA is on the JOB tonight, folks. Tatum against Joe. Met with the double, saw two bodies and didn't matter. Holiday touching paint. Shot right at the rim, defers. Brown! Saved his chest. Brown has really checked back into the game. That ignites this combustible crowd. Pritchard competing defensively against Gilgeous-Alexander. Wallace knocks it down.
You're trying to use a little clock, but execute well enough late.
They run two bodies at SGA, take it out of his hands. Wallace says, I'm the right man for the job, and he lays it home. A 15-4 sprint here for OKC late in the ballgame. White turns the corner and one. And that temporarily stops the hemorrhaging on the cross. The master of the MIDI committee. Maybe there's part of the reason they're on your screen with the lack of playoff experience. But at some point, experience doesn't matter anymore, especially when you have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander leading the way with 34 points.
Be ready to make a play, be aggressive, play within your game, and do what the team needs. And I think because of that, our record shows.
This group is very low-key tonight. Did you, set them straight?
Yeah, we're growing up. Right before the world's eyes.
Welcome in, quick hitters. Welcome in, Goodymo Short Crew. Beginning of the week. NFL signings, trades, moves. If it don't fold, if it don't ching ching, you ain't a real soldier if you can't maintain. That's exactly what Myles Garrett said. The man who requested a trade not too long ago bluffed the Cleveland Browns into backing up the Brinks truck. You gotta tip your hat to him. It was a hell of a play. But a man that came out and said he never had any intentions from going from Cleveland to Canton, Ohio, now has signed a deal. Extension, making him the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. Now, will he eat these words down the road? Because he can't say a word. Cleveland Browns ain't going to no Super Bowl. Cleveland Browns possibly not even getting deep into the playoffs. But luckily, the NFL is not like the NBA. You could be down in the mud one year in the NFL and actually go to the Super Bowl the following year. We've seen it happen. Franchise turn around just like that in the NFL. In Myles Garrett's situation, you hope that's going to be the case. Basically, the man said he don't care about winning a Super Bowl. He don't care about having winning seasons. He played this from the beginning, and he played his cards right. The man don't have to worry about a roof over his head or a hot meal ever in life. So I tip my hat to Myles Garrett. The only thing that bothers me is the statement. The man had us thinking he cared about winning. Winning. Come to find out, it was all about the Brinks truck. That's all it was about. Securing the bag, he secured that. And the one thing you ask yourself is, do he deserve it? Hell yeah, he deserves it. That's why you're not going to get no backlash off of this. The man deserves whatever number you put on that white piece of paper. Game changer. Wrecks offenses. You got to pay the man, and that's exactly what they did. Let's get into this article real quick. The Cleveland Browns and Myles Garrett have agreed on a record contract extension that averages $40 million per year and includes $123.5 million in guaranteed money, making the star defensive end the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. The Browns announced the 4-year extension, which runs through the 2030 season, on Sunday, but did not disclose financial terms. Garrett agent Nicole Lynn of Clutch Sports and Browns general manager Andrew Berry finalized the deal Sunday, according to sources, ending a standoff that started last month when Garrett requested a trade out of Cleveland. That's the afterthought. There won't be no more trades. So the Cleveland Browns, what they need a quarterback. Deshaun Watson's not the answer. I'm sorry to tell you, he won't be the answer. They needed a quarterback so bad coming from the Houston Texans that they opened the pocketbook for this guy when he really hasn't proven that much. When that contract came out, what they were paying Deshaun Watson, you already knew it was desperation. A franchise has been down for how long? How long? They made a move and they basically dumped the whole franchise in this man's lap. In his lap. Wasted dead money up to this point. He won't even be ready to go next season. And if you think Jameis Winston is the answer, think again. He's not even the answer. So what you going to have to do? You going to go through the draft? We're going to try to get another trade? Pick somebody up? So they have to find a quarterback. Defense not really the problem. They always was able to make plays on the defensive end of the ball. They need points scored. They need a quarterback that can move this offense until they get that quarterback. And you can't just fix something up, put a guy out there and say, oh, he can manage the game. No, you need a legitimate quarterback to go with this guy you just paid all this money. If you plan on getting in the playoffs, that's only one guy, one man. Still got to put this team together. So shouts out to Myles Garrett getting his contract extension and bluffing him, paying this man $40 million per year. Wow. Devontae Adams going to the LA Rams. I like this move for Devontae Adams. Cooper Kupp is out, plugging him in with Puka Nacua. Still a hell of a tandem. This offense is still going to be potent. And I love me some Cooper Kupp. But we all know Cooper Kupp has been banged up. He's been banged up each season now. One of the guys you could say that's injury prone. The man's like a 1976 El Camino. He got dents all on him, scratches, rusted joints. But each year he keeps coming in balling. Tough, edged wide receiver that's going to give you all he has. He can't be featured. That's the key. He can't be featured. Wherever Cooper Kupp goes, I love to have him with the Eagles as a third receiver. If the Texans picked him up, I wouldn't have a problem with that. With what you already have. As long as Cooper Kupp is not featured, he's going to be a hell of a wide receiver for your ball club. Good possession receiver. Long as you're not out there trying to have him carry the offense, he can make the season. Third down wide receiver. Possessions. He can pick them up. Just a tough, sure-handed wide receiver, Cooper Kupp. So wherever he goes, he's going to produce. He's going to produce. So Devontae Adams, that should put LA right back in the hunt. I like McVay. Love their head coach over there. The team always had the talent. You got Matthew Stafford still over there slinging that ball around. They're always going to contend if you have Matthew Stafford at the helm at quarterback. If you have pieces on that offense, which they do. Sean McVay, hell of a coach. They're going to make some things happen this year. They're going to make some things happen. DK Metcalf traded to the Steelers. I love this one. I know them Steelers fans love it. We want to talk about tough. That's DK Metcalf. He looks like a Pittsburgh Steeler. Look at that square-shaped head with the ridges in it. Looking like one of them guys from the defense, Porter, back in the day. Huh? Look at him. The man look like he don't even play wide receiver. That's a big pickup for the Steelers. Give them a big play on the wide out. Now, are you going to keep Pickens? Or are you trying to move Pickens out of there? If I was him, I would try to keep Pickens. You have DK Metcalf and Pickens on each side with tough running and quarterback situation. Huh? Team can make some noise. They can make some noise. I like that pickup with DK Metcalf. No doubt about it. When he first came out there and requested a trade, I was thinking, man, because you know me, I'm always thinking about the Eagles, thinking about the Texans. I'm like, that could be a hell of a pickup. But the Steelers got him. Next best thing. We can roll with that. Josh Allen. Josh Allen, man. 330. The man deserves it. He deserves it. I've been on him hard. I've been on him strong each year, but the man is worth the money. Buffalo Bills can't let Josh Allen run out the door. Ain't no way in hell. MVP, which is up for question, with Lamar Jackson, of course. You can say what you want on that, but the guy's a gamer. He's a gamer. They sealed him for the rest of his career. He will be a Buffalo Bill, at least until he's wore down and he can't throw no more. They might say, get him out the door for one or two more seasons somewhere else, maybe. But in his prime years, Buffalo Bills got a jewel. I'm a Josh Allen fan. I'm hard on him, but hey, I'm a Josh Allen fan. Especially this year coming in, he proved a lot. No, he couldn't get over the hump, but his game is picked up. He don't gamble as much as he used to gamble, being a gunslinger. The man is using his head. He's making the right throws in the fourth quarter, getting his team up and down the football field to score points. He's that combo threat, pass and run. Just tough. Can call his own plays. Can change the plays. The man is a competitor. He don't like losing. You can see that. Will put his body on the line for the team every time he scrambles out of that pocket. Buffalo Bills ain't going to find no better quarterback than that. Had to open up the pocketbook. Congratulations, Josh Allen, on securing the bag. One thing we know for sure, with all these signings and trades, big moves, they paid the man.
Yeah. Hold on. Shut down. Let's up on this. Give me the money. Done talking. Give me the money. Yeah, my dog barking. Give me the money. Done talking. Give me the money. Give me the money. Hey, I check it's fine. 1S, 2 lines, guys, the dollar sign. Hey, I check it's fine. 1S, 2 lines, guys, the dollar sign.
So all these guys are getting the bag. All of them are getting paid. Big moves, and it's continuing big moves throughout the day, throughout the weeks. Everybody trying to position themselves now, getting ready for the upcoming season. Even though we still got a while away, but they want to make sure they get this out of the way so they can get these guys on the football field in their franchise working, preparing, getting ready for this upcoming season. So congratulations to all the guys that got the contract extensions, the guys who got traded to where they wanted to go. Can't say that about Myles Garrett. He chose the bag over winning, right? Chose the bag. He's going to have to live with that. Because we're going to revisit this. The whole world is going to revisit this. They're going to keep an eye on this guy for the rest of his career because of the choice he just made. He chose the bag over winning at this point. But like I said, franchises can turn around overnight in football. It can happen. For his sake, hope it happens. But like I said, Cleveland Browns make the right moves. They need a quarterback. And they need a culture foundation change. They do. They so used to losing. When they lose now, it's like, it really don't bother them. And this is almost a perfect example of it. You open that pocketbook, they'll be like, we'll chill out. Ain't too bad. We could sacrifice a few more losing seasons. You know, they don't mind. But you got to change the culture. How do you change the culture? You start eyeing those people in that front office upstairs. You start getting in gritty coaches that knows how to run the show. That's not going to take no slack off of you, and it's their way or the highway. Getting that winning formula in the franchise. They need all of that. And I think just a good quarterback is not going to do it, but hey, it's a start. You got your defender and you got your quarterback on both sides. Now put a few pieces around them, change the culture up, you have something. So I'm not a Cleveland Browns fan, but I'd love to see them get in the hunt. You know, you always want new blood in there each season. And if it happens like that, so be it. You know, I don't have no problem with the Cleveland Browns contending in the playoffs, fight for a Super Bowl, just like every other team. New blood each year, I'm fine with that. So we're going to go ahead and switch to the NBA real quick. So everybody's talking about this Amen Thompson situation. Should Emi Udoka have taken him out with a 35-point lead instead of trying to get this young guy a triple-double? Both sides are right. Whatever side you on in this situation, they're both right. You could have taken this guy out with a 35-point lead. Game sealed in the bag, you got the victory. Why not take your starters out? Right? That's the argument. He'd have took him out of the game, none of this would have never happened. He had no idea he was going to sprain his ankle. That's the risky part of the situation. If he had knew that, he'd have took him out. He'd have took him out. Injuries, players getting banged up, whatever part of the game, you don't know. It happens. Freak accidents. It could have happened early in the game. It ended up happening right there. I don't have no problem with that with Emi Udoka. I don't. It's just unfortunate. I wish it didn't happen either. The guy was rolling. He's feeling good. He's more confident now than he was last year. This is very unfortunate because the Rockets are trying to gain some kind of momentum heading into the playoffs. You didn't need this stump in the road. You didn't need it at all, especially with Fred VanVleet out and, you know, other guys getting dinged and can't play back-to-backs and all this other stuff going on. Didn't need this one. So I understand the outrage from the fans or whoever covered the Houston Rockets of saying, why Emi Udoka? Why did you just take him out of the game? We had a 35-point lead. Rest the guy. Well, he's young. He's up and coming. Triple doubles right there around the corner for him to get. Emi Udoka thought he was doing a great deed of trying to get this guy to get it. Turned out bad. And like I said, I'm not going to fault Emi Udoka. Y'all can, I'm not. He just tried to top off a 35-point lead with his young up-and-coming star getting a triple-double. I have no problem with that. Y'all can be outraged. Y'all can fault the man for it. You have a right to do that. And I can understand. With this team going up and down, you want all your pieces there. Already been having guys out. We didn't need this one with Amen Thompson. Now it backs him up 10 to 14 days. Hopefully when he comes back, he's right back in the groove. He didn't miss a step. That's what you're hoping. Why it's getting so close. Trying to keep that fifth slot and hopefully move up, but don't know. Got to be consistent. You got to buckle down. Will they be able to do it? And now you're missing this guy. So it's understandable, the outrage. How did Amen Thompson get injured? The Rockets were cruising to an easy victory against the Pelicans and had a 35-point lead. Amen Thompson was going down the floor with the ball and attempted a jumper in the paint area. On the landing, Thompson misplaced his ankle and landed on an opposition's player's foot. He fell on the floor, grabbing his left ankle, and was ruled out for the remainder of the game. Amen Thompson was left in the game to complete his triple-double. He was on 15 points, 11 assists, and 9 rebounds. As Jabari Smith grabbed a rebound from a Pelicans missed free throw, Thompson went down the floor to complete his triple-double. However, a bad landing on a missed shot ruled him out for the remainder of the game. Unfortunate. But like I say, I'm not spreading no fault around. Good deed. Freak accident that late with a 35-point lead. Rockets just need to keep completing these games and keep winning them. Try to hold the fort down until Amen Thompson gets back in that 10 or 14 days. That's all we can say about it. You can't go back and reverse it. What happened has happened, and it is what it is at this point. Somebody else got to step in. What they always say, next man up, right? Well, we got the pieces. They're deep enough to try to hold it down. Maybe Fred VanVleet. I don't know the story with Fred VanVleet. He came back one game, then he's out again. I don't know the situation on that. Maybe they just really trying to rest and heal him up for the playoffs. But we're still in positioning. And you don't want to drop out of that fifth slot. And you shouldn't drop out of that fifth slot because you got, 3-4 game lead. So you should keep that and think about moving up a few slots if you can. But one thing for sure, you should be trying to get that home court advantage. Get to the fourth at least. So the show goes on. LeBron King James. He's out 1 to 2 weeks for the LA Lakers. Is this good or bad? Well, it's good if you're in the Western Conference and you're a couple of teams that's looking to move up a little bit. Bad sort of speaks if you're the LA Lakers, but I don't think it's too bad. I'm looking at Luka Doncic. Give him more time to get more acclimated with the offense. Put the ball in his hands. It's going to be his team in the long run. He gets to run the show until LeBron James gets back. That's how I look at it. Now, for as positioning and standings, they're in the number 2 slot. They don't want to drop too far from that in this 2 weeks or whenever he's out. I can understand that. But I think overall, as a team, I think it helps the LA Lakers. Playing a few weeks without LeBron James getting ready for the playoffs is not a bad thing. Let Luka Doncic handle that ball and be the focal point of the offense going forward, which will be his job after LeBron James retires or he goes with another team in the future. Other guys have to step up. Austin Reeves, he's looking for the opportunity. Got Rui, remember? Well, when he comes back. Vanderbilt, remember? Huh? Gabe Vincent. These other guys run around and make plays. Connect. I keep saying it, man. This team is deep. I don't know what everybody's looking at, and they're showing that. Boston Celtics got them, but this team is tough. It's tough. So LeBron James being out, it ain't the end of the world for the Lakers. He needs to rest anyway, you ask me, for this down stretch. He's been playing his ass off since Luka Doncic got there. So let him sit down. The man done pulled his groin. Going out there trying to prove that he's still better than Luka Doncic. He's out there still trying to prove he's the GOAT. He's the king. This is his team. He tried to so much, the man pulled the groin. He needs to sit down for a while. Get his thoughts together. The man don't want to miss a minute of basketball right now. And if LeBron James was still in that game against the Boston Celtics, them making a comeback, questions can be asked. Would they pull it out? They was down by 4 at one point. LeBron James out in the locker room with a pulled groin. Will they be able to pull that game out? You don't know. It's possible. It really is possible. So that agged him pretty bad. But down the road, this Lakers team is going to be there. I say finals. They will be in the Western Conference Finals. That's just my prediction. Who's going to stop them from getting there? They could be playing OKC in the Western Conference Finals. Yeah. Strong possibility. So y'all let me know what y'all think. Big moves in the NFL. Do Myles Garrett deserve this money? Is he a hypocrite? What do y'all think? Should the man just went on and stay with his request trade, get to a team to where he can contend for a Super Bowl or at least deep into the playoffs? Or y'all all cool with this man getting the bag and staying in Cleveland for pretty much the prime of his last ending of his years, his career? Are y'all okay with that? Maybe. LeBron James. What do y'all think about him? Y'all think the LA Lakers for the sink, they shall lose every game while he's out? Or do you think Lou Doncic is going to grab the bull by the horns? Amen Thompson. Are y'all still angry out there at Ime Udoka? How many of y'all are still mad at Ime Udoka? Should they have taken him out? Huh? Was it a bad idea? Or just a fluke accident and everybody understands that? Unfortunate, now it's time to move on. Y'all let me know. G.S.Q.H, Goodymo Sports Quick Hits. Making it Monday. Appreciate y'all time. We out of here. Peace.
What's your level of concern right now with the groin?
Obviously, we're going day to day, look at it each day, see if it gets better, and then, take the proper measurements and see what we need to do going forward.
Just what's the process for you mentally over the years? When you have something happen like that, and do you wait to get imaging back, or do you kind of have a certain feel?
I don't know. Sit down and write with Mike and figure out.
What? Oh no!
We can compete first anyway. It's late, we'll be fine. We got to continue to build our habits, though. We're not where they are. We're just defending champion. And they've been playing basketball together for a long time, and they got a great chemistry and know what they want to do. We made an acquisition late in the season, and we're still trying to build. And we want to get full. That's the number one objective for us: how we can get full, get all our guys together, and see exactly what we look like. So, we feel like we compete versus anybody.
Can you point to a play or sequence that caused the
Yeah, it was the last play. The last score I had, spun on Jaylen Brown. For me, they extended it a little bit too much. A couple pivots, and then when I landed, I felt it. So that was the last play I spun on.
It's something you managed since you basically first season. Is it something that you had been actively dealing with before tonight?
No, it just happened.
Look at that timeout. Like, you spent that whole timeout stretching, like, trying to see if there was a way. What was kind of going through your mind during that process, and how frustrating was it, that walk from the corner?
The first thing that popped in my mind was Christmas Day, my first year with the Lakers. The first thing that popped in my mind, I've been there before, and I know what type of injury you're dealing with. Second thing I thought about was 80. It's crazy, but I thought about 80. And then I'm over there just trying to see how much mobility, and see if I can possibly give it a go. And then I came back here and did a couple of stretches and a couple of things that ultimately knew that I was probably going to be done for the rest of the night. So.
Game over. You said to Mike that, it's going to be hopefully something.
Leave me alone.
Day to day, that Christmas Day injury was a serious situation. Are you confident this isn't as bad as that?
No, it's not as bad as that. It's not as bad as that.
LeBron, obviously you do a lot, so even if it's the short term, the next couple of games, like what are the things that you think the team has to try to account for to keep winning games when you're out?
Oh, it doesn't matter who's in the lineup. We have to play our game. We've had guys in and out of the lineup for the majority of the year, and then we've had guys in and out of the lineup over the last couple 6 weeks, and we've been playing great ball, so nothing changes.
Nice.
The back here, stretching. Are you watching the game?
Yeah, I watched it.
And what was it like, kind of seeing the team get to 4? How frustrating was it?
Very frustrating. Yeah. When I got back here, I looked at the score. It was 90. Like that's the moments you live for, especially in a game like this, and not being out there. So, but I was cheering on the guys while I was back here.
Please continue with the...
Do you know what time it is?
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully. We'll see what happens the next few days and then go from there.
Thanks, LJ.
Thanks.
The lead is 3 for the Knicks. LeBron James. LBJ. Want to finish. We're set up for it. Brunson, no. Doncic secures it. LeBron pushing. Kicks it to the corner. Vincent. He's got it. Vincent going to Brunson. He splits the double. He's fouled. And it goes. Jalen Brunson and 1. Within 5 points, final 5 minutes. And we're going right down to the wire tonight. Brunson ties it up with a 3-point play. Laker ball. 42 seconds remaining in regulation. Doncic and Hayes. Doncic almost lost the handle. Reset it. 9 to shoot. Hayes again. Sets a screen. Doncic gives it to Hayes. Hayes. Corner pass. Finney Smith. No. James with a rebound. No. Brunson takes it away, but he's called for the foul. Doncic throws a double. Around the horn it goes. LeBron James, 3-pointer. No good. Robinson tips it to Bridges. Knicks take their last time out. 9.1 seconds remain. Tied at 99, and the Knicks will have a chance here to grab the lead. Trying to get free. Hart in the backcourt. Brunson picks him up now. 5 left in regulation. Double team comes. Brunson splits it. Hart. Gotta get a shot up. Hart. No. Too late. No shot. Knicks have led most of the way. The Lakers with that furious comeback briefly took the lead until Brunson's 3-point play tied it. Hayes on Brunson. Brunson finds Anunoby. And the 3-pointer no good. Towns offensive rebound. Anunoby once again. No good. Reeves up to James. Doncic now. Of the league feels the same. Brunson with James on him, a little hesitation, and fouls him. Jalen Brunson.
He's a step cruiser. I know they're completely different players, S.G.A. and Brunson, but the thing is, if you're an undersized guard, playing off of 2 feet, they have mastered the craft of playing off of 2 feet.
He's coming off 25 in a loss against the Warriors. Struggled from beyond the arc in that game. He's got 32 tonight, a double-double, 10 assists. Brunson with the 32. Hart and Anunoby are both at an 18.
6 tonight. He's had another 30-10 game with his 36 points and 10 assists. That is the 13th 30-10 game as a Knick. That's the most in Knicks history.
Up until this point, only average of 13 against the Lakers in his career. I'd say he's taken that personal.
Got it. Hits them both. It gets back on Doncic. Reeves with Brunson on him. That's a matchup the Lakers won. Reeves pulls him back. 6 to shoot. Hayes the screen. Reeves turns. Lost the handle. Late clock. Desperation 3. No. Satire take the lead. Brunson. No. Reeves runs down the rebound. Back-to-back misses on each side. Lakers by 2. Same play, Hayes. LeBron going to work now with Hart on him. LeBron backing his way in. LBJ, no! Obi kept it alive for Brunson. Another chance for the Knicks. Brunson to the right. Oh, look out! James got the block, the foul. Was on Reeves.
Knicks to get Brunson out of the game.
And Bridges standing by on the bench. And he does make it. He's standing in place at the free throw line. He can't move. And they're trying to get the foul, and they will take the foul. And Brunson is on his way to the locker room, folks.
James is pleading, thinking there was a foul away from the ball under 2 minutes.
What a gutsy effort by Jalen Brunson. 39 points. 12 of 13 from the line. He's tied this game. Now Bridges takes over for Brunson. Lakers with the ball, all tied at 107. James goes to work. Hart sticking with him. Towns there defending. James, bunch of shot fakes and a foul by Towns. Jackson Hayes. Since the third quarter, he picks up LeBron. Looking for Towns. Now the switch. Finney Smith guarding McBride. McBride trying to get a step. Toss shot, no. And it's Towns with a rebound. No, loose ball, foul. And it is on Towns. James makes it a 2-possession game. Lakers up 4. It's going to go quick. No timeouts left for the Knicks. McBride contested, no, and Doncic secures it, and the Los Angeles Lakers have won their 8th straight. Reeves turns the corner, leaves it up top. And one of the best plays of the night for the Lakers is Christie gives it up. Washington for 3, no good. Reeves up ahead, LeBron catch. My goodness. Forget the fact he's 40. That was incredible as Thompson quiets him down here at Crypto. The athleticism to get in the air, catch a pass from, what, 45 feet? And finish it.
We hadn't said his name a lot for
together a terrific run late in that second, carried over to the third. And here in the fourth is Doncic, that extra step, and he lays it in. Washington drives it. Washington can't close it on LeBron James. Good defense by LeBron. He's got Christie down there. James.
Able to get an easy deuce. Just beautiful basketball by Luka and LeBron.
Kyrie Irving. And he gets a friendly bounce.
And you've seen it tonight. He can expend more energy on that side of the ball.
First basket of the game for the former Maverick, Dorian Finney-Smith. It is a turnover. Mavericks come back quickly. 6-point game, under 3 to go. Kyrie Irving lays it in. Mavs cut it to 1 3 times. Tied it twice. Never took the lead in that run. They have not had the lead since halfway through the first quarter. Is Doncic, the ground game. Big fourth quarter by James. Doncic with a triple-double. His first as a finishing blow. And Dallas in desperation mode here. Got to go quick. And Kyrie Irving's going to lay it in. And Doncic fouls it. And a 3-point chance is coming for Kyrie Irving.
That was, I think, a bad play by PJ, though. If you're going to win that tip and control it, you don't want to put it in LeBron's area.
And it's Doncic to LeBron James. LeBron headed to the locker room. 27-12 for LeBron James.
Welcome in, quick hitters. Welcome in, Good and Mo Short crew. Super Saturday. Makes you smile, don't it? Makes you smile. Sports. What has been going on in the sports world the last few days? Joel Embiid sitting him down for the rest of the season. But another thing I wanted to talk about was this LeBron James. Oh my. How many critics do he have? I'm going to say this though about LeBron James. Jeannie Buss upstairs, y'all just unlocked LeBron James. Y'all unlocked him. When y'all made this Luka trade, y'all woke LeBron James up. LeBron James was almost down and out before this trade. He had no hope in this basketball team. I want y'all to really pay attention to this, what I'm about to say. LeBron James could care less what was going on with the Los Angeles Lakers before Luka Doncic got there. Yeah, he was putting up numbers here and there, but his energy and his style of play is nothing like it is right now. He even sat out more games. Just didn't care about it. Get on the floor every once in a while, but in his mind, he's thinking retirement pretty soon, whether he's letting you know that or not. He's already thinking about on his way out. One thing this trade did was unlock LeBron James. Look how LeBron James is playing right now. Full of energy. The man is playing like it's 2006. Do you hear me? At 40 years old. The man is running and jumping like he had a new life enter his body that we ain't never seen before. And it's all because of Luka Doncic. Once Luka Doncic came to this team, LeBron was like, oh, okay. Y'all kind of semi-replacing me. So y'all gonna hand the keys to Luka Doncic. He's supposed to be y'all's savior. LeBron James going out there every night trying to prove that he's still the king. This is still my team. Yeah, he's enjoying the help from Luka Doncic, but what we all know about LeBron James, he loves attention. And any kind of spotlight is starting to veer off from him, oh, he's not going to like that. That's why you're getting the best of LeBron James right now. The man is taking shot attempts like you never seen before. He's driving to the hole. He's hitting his jump shot. they just unlocked LeBron James with this trade. He want to prove to the world and everybody he's still the king. This is still his team. Now, for as Luka Doncic, him helping him out, pitching in, he loves that, but he ain't going to wait on it. He's not going to wait on it. He's trying to outshine right now. He has faith and belief that this team now can go far and long. Be careful with these Los Angeles Lakers. I'm telling you, be careful. This team could easily be in the Western Conference Finals this year. No doubt about it. Be very careful. This team is playing with a new energy. They're playing with life. When Luka got there, belief came back. And not only that, they have pieces. You got to understand this. When Luka Doncic came there, they have pieces still. You got Rui. You still got Austin Reeves. 2 guys with LeBron James and Luka Doncic with the other role players filling in who they have just got ignited. This team is dangerous. They're dangerous right now. They're going to be really dangerous when Luka get more of the field or the offense. And last night was a perfect example of that because he almost was playing like it was his team. The aggressive Luka Doncic came back. You got 2 of the greatest players on this earth playing on the same team. You just sprinkle little role players around, they're going to have a shot. But they got more than that. They got Austin Reeves, a guy that's legitimate enough to create his own shots, to get 30 points out of nowhere. Rui Hachimura, same thing. We haven't even talked about Vanderbilt yet. This team is dangerous. I really want them to lose last night. I'm not going to lie to you. And it's all just because of the Houston Rockets. I'm keeping an eye on the standings, and they're going back and forth from 4th to 5th to 5th to 4th, up and down each game. So we need the Lakers to lose 2 games, 3 games in a row, but it don't seem like it's going to happen. And you know why? Because LeBron James has been unlocked. He has been unlocked. For the people who's counting this team out, better think twice about it. Think twice about it. Ever since he's gotten there, what they're 8-9-2 or some crazy stuff like that, it's going to get better. It's going to get better. Now, for the Houston Rockets, all they have to do is continue to win their games. Don't worry about what the Lakers doing. Don't worry about the Denver Nuggets and the Memphis Grizzlies. Yeah, we all will love if they drop some games, which Memphis lost by 1 point last night, I believe. Excuse me. So that helps out. Lakers losing helps out. Denver Nuggets losing helps out. All the teams that are bunched up right there can help out. From 2 all the way down to basically 7. Those teams need to keep falling and losing games if you're a Houston Rockets fan. Because if you're a Houston Rockets fan, you know that you need home court advantage. You need to stay in that 4th slot, but really you can move up and get to that 2nd slot if you're about your business. If you can string together a handful of games in a row, you can still get the number 2. But we don't know if the Rockets want number 2 or not. That might not be in their goal, depending on how, the positioning goes, what team you're going to be playing. The Rockets need to play like a Minnesota Timberwolves, right? In the first round. They need to play a team like that. They need to play like the Memphis Grizzlies in the first round. As tough as they are, they need to play a team like that in the first round to get out of the first round. They don't need to play the Los Angeles Lakers. That 4 and 5 that they're playing and dancing around with, if it gets locked right there, the Rockets don't want to play the Los Angeles Lakers in the first round. Because I'm going to tell you right now, as much as I love the Rockets, and much faith as I have in the Rockets, they're not going to win that series. Not going to happen. Reason why? Too young to begin with. They have bad notions of turning the ball over at a high rate. Now, we all know the playoffs is a whole different ball game. Everything's magnified. Intensity is ramped up. You're getting scouted every game. There's a game every other night. Teams got a chance to diagnose you. Right now, Jalen Green, as great as he's played, and man, I want to give him praise because I think Jalen Green has just stringed together 2 or 3 ball games in a row where he's been consistent. They play tonight. We're going to see what he does tonight. I'm really going to be focused in on what Jalen Green's going to do against these Kings. It's going to be crucial to see if he can stay on this pace of consistency. That's the only thing with Jalen Green is consistency. We know about his game. He's out of this world when he's on. Unbelievable talent. He has to work on consistency. He has to be there day and night for these Houston Rockets. It don't have nothing to do with having a great shooting percentage. He just has to stay on attack. Not just jump shots. He has to drive. He got to get to the free throw line. That's good enough. Continue to play your defense. Get out and run. Mix things up throughout the ball game. But stay in the ball game. Stay active. The Rockets need that type of score to advance in the playoffs along with Sengun, right? There are 2 possible good all-stars on great days. This team got an unbelievable group, and they continue to work hard and always think defensive-minded and being scrappy and hustling. They give themselves a chance every night. These few games that are coming up, like the Kings tonight, shouldn't lose that game. Of course not. Go in there and take care of your business. You had time to scout them. You had 2 days off. Go in there and take care of your business. You got other teams that are coming up to where you know you have to bring your lunch pail. You're going to play OKC again. You know, you're going to play teams like that. Be ready for them. Okay? Be ready for them. And Alperen Sengun, I told you we'll always talk about the Rockets, but I was going to get back on Alperen Sengun again, of course. And I don't know if M.U. Doka is even talking to Alperen Sengun like this. We've mentioned it several times. You know, I'm going to stop beating it like a dead horse, but every time you watch the game, it comes up again and again and again, right? Another thing, I don't believe the Houston Rockets will get out of that series with the Lakers. They miss too many bunnies, layups, easy ones that you need and got to have in the playoffs. They have to get that corrected. Sengun is notorious for missing layups. Jalen Green as well. You have to be good. You have to be great. In the lane, with traffic, bodies around, and being focused and strong enough to make your layups. If I'm Emi Udoka, and maybe he's told him this, maybe he hasn't. It's very simple with Alperen Sengun. And he's gotten a little better at it. He don't really dance and play with the ball as much as he was months ago, I would say. But he still does occasionally. And you don't want to take that completely away from his game. But what I'm going to tell him, he's going to listen those. Get to your action. Basically, get to your business. Don't play with your food. A lot of times, you outsmart yourself. You're thinking too much. You're dribbling too much. You're ball faking too much. You throw yourself out of rhythm on a lot of your offensive possessions. Sometimes you have the easy layup or just to go straight up. And what do? You pump fake so much till you either lose the ball or somebody slaps it out of your hand. Or you're dribbling so much you lose it. Or somebody pokes it away from you. You're a big guy. You already shown your strength. Get the ball down low, power, and go up. Let's power and go up. You can leave some of that fancy stuff so when you have a big lead, 10-point, 20-point lead, then you probably can bring a little extra out of your bag if you want to. But when the game's on the line, when you're really trying to go out there and win, you need to get the easy play and just go straight up. Just go straight up. That's all you have to do. It's very simple. All right? So y'all make sure y'all tune in to these Rockets tonight. Check them out if you're a Houston Rockets fan. If you're not, then, you'll find another team to watch. Whatever city, town you live in. But me, Houston Rockets and the Miami Heat, of course, which they're stumbling and crumbling down. Tyler Hero's not going to be able to do it by himself. Bam Adebayo over there as well. They need a lot more pieces. They won last night, of course, but they back and forth. They're not going to do anything in the playoffs. We all know that. They're going to get to the summertime off season and try to find a way to get a superstar over there. Could it be Kevin Durant? Could it be somebody else? But they have to get somebody in there that's well respected, that's a knockdown jump shooter that can carry them through. You team a good guy, superstar or semi-superstar with Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero, then you have something. So they're going to have to look very far and deep into that. But like I say, as far as the Lakers, to get back on them, LeBron James has been unlocked, if y'all paying attention to it. He don't want Luka Doncic still in his shine. He want to let people know he ain't old enough yet. And he's playing his ass off right now at 40 years old. With him being unlocked, Luka Doncic getting more comfortable. You still got Rui out there doing his thing. I think he got banged up the other night. Might be okay. Hopefully he's all right. And you got Austin Reeves. Still got Vanderbilt. You got Hayes picking up the boards and putbacks and all that now as well. Yeah. You got the three-point shooter out there running around who used to play for the Heat, dropping threes. This team is dangerous. They're very dangerous. See, LeBron believes it. He gonna stay quiet, but he knows that this team is good enough to go to the Western Conference Finals, and then wherever the chips fall from there, they'll roll with it. But watch out and do not count this team out. And the Houston Rockets, I don't want them to see LA. Because all that stuff I just said, you have to factor in the referees as well. Yes. The referees. Prime time. Showtime Lakers, right? LeBron James, Luka Doncic, and all the players that they have on prime time, showtime. Who you think gonna get the benefit of the calls when it gets nitty gritty time? Won't be the Houston Rockets. So the Rockets will have everything against them playing in this series. Because LeBron James and Luka Doncic, they whine enough to get calls. All you gotta do is have a little cachet about you, and there they go. You're gonna get them. Might not get all of them, but you're gonna get the crucial ones down in crunch time. I bet you that. Game on the line, they gonna give them those calls. While they're gonna swallow the whistles on the Houston Rockets. And the Rockets, they can beat themselves by turning the ball over, not being precise on offense. Can't wait till Fred VanVleet gets back. Might be back tonight. We'll see. But they need their floor general. So the Rockets are coming. They're coming. They need to bog down. They need to pay more close attention. They need to be more precise with everything. Value that basketball. Try to lessen your turnovers in every game. Jalen Green getting more consistent. Albert Shingun turned to this beast we know he can play. Like role players filling in. Amen Thompson on the rise. Defense is stout and needs to stay stout. Dylan Brooks playing out of his mind the whole season, saving these Rockets. Not only defending, but knocking down timely threes. Nye's in his bag on fadeaways. Dropping them too. So yeah, a lot has happened in the past few days in the NBA. And one guy we're not going to forget about is Stephen Curry. If you didn't believe this guy was the greatest shooter that ever lived to play on planet Earth, you believed it the other night. 56 points. What he had, 12, 13 threes? The man put it on the show. I was actually watching that game because, of course, I wanted them to lose that game. Why? Because it just helps the Rockets out when you're in the same conference in that big bracket and you're looking at things and you see they're around the 7th and 6th and you don't want them bumping up, getting close to the Rockets. You want them to drop some games too, as well as the other teams. So yeah, I watch teams as well because I want to see if they have an opportunity to drop one that night. Yeah, to drop one. And I'm a big Steph Curry fan, okay? But for the team, I be wanting them to lose. But Stephen Curry, goodness, man. Poetry in motion. This guy's going to hold every record in the books for his shooting when it's all said and done. The man is a joy to watch. The array of threes that this guy drops in all kind of situations. The half-court shot. All these circus shots that he has in his collection. It damn sure wasn't luck. Not a guy that works as hard as he does on his craft. That ain't luck. We've seen that time and time again. Carry a team on his back with his array and heroics of jump shooting. Unbelievable. Greatest shooter ever lived. Greatest shooter to ever live. And it doesn't have anything to do with just because he makes a three-point shot. It's about how he makes the three-point shot. Off balance, off the wrong foot. On the move. Standing still. In traffic. Falling down. Being fouled. It's just an array of moves that this guy has to make a three-point shot. In any kind of condition, any kind of way. What makes him the greatest. And he is a joy to watch. And I don't even know if I want the Rockets to play the Golden State Warriors if that was to happen like in the first round. But bottom line is everybody in the West, okay, is good. No matter who you're playing, be honest with you. But if you had to pick, I'd rather set my sights on the Minnesota Timberwolves, Memphis Grizzlies, teams like that in the first round. Not the LA Lakers. Won't fare well. Can we beat them? Of course the Rockets can beat them. But in a high-stakes game, when the lights are on and they're bright, the focus is on one team for a series, Nah, you can't do that. The world don't want that to happen. Everybody that's involved with that series don't want to see that happen. And they're going to make sure it don't happen. So, I think that's it. Last few days, what we've missed. Embiid out for the season. Rightfully so. He needed to get that done. Or the franchise shut him down and move forward, hopefully for them. Kawhi Leonard, James Harden, not going to win a championship at all in their rest of their career tenure, all right? They're not going to win. Now they can, fluff it up, make it look fancy, get in the playoffs, get bumped out, all this other stuff, that will happen. But that franchise, the Clippers, with James Harden at the helm, Kawhi Leonard at the helm, they will not be winning any championships. Same with Philadelphia. You put all your money in the bag on Paul George, it's not going to happen. He's shown he's not that guy to carry you to a championship. Not consistent enough, not clutch enough. All right? Alper Sengun, Jalen Green, they're emerging. They still have a lot to learn. Polish up their game. Every offseason, they should be working on their craft all the way to the wall. Do you hear me? Don't stop. Look to get better every year. Even working on your game during the season. Jalen Green, you want to be here for the rest of your career? Do just that. Do just that. You got your little extension. It's going to come up again. I think what's the third year you're going to have that player option. You're going to decide if you want to be a free agent or you want to do another signing with the Houston Rockets, depending on your play, if they even want to do it or not. But if you're elevating and you look like, let's just say you're not going to be the superstar, but if you're this ultimate all-star and you're giving them something that they can count on each and every game, you'll be a Houston Rocket. You'll be a Houston Rocket. You don't have to be no superstar, but those 22, 25 points a game that you're flirting with, you give them that every game with some defense, 4 or 5 passes out your ass, getting your teammates involved, getting some rebounds, hustling, playing defense like you want to play some defense, you'll be a Houston Rocket. Alper Sengun, stop playing with your food. Be about your business. Get the ball down low, get into your action. And when I say get into your action, I don't mean 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 actions. 1 or 2 actions, put the ball up. Put the ball up. Jabari Smith came back. That's a hell of an addition to have. It's almost like we got a player traded to us. That's how new that is. He's been out that long. Well, at least it feels like it. But he adds a different dimension to this team. Keeping them deep for one. Spreads the floor. Can grab a couple more rebounds. Block some shots. His jump shot is almost automatic, especially if you leave him open. But he has some things he has to improve on too for his game to keep getting better. The pieces are there in Houston. They're there. It's just about elevating and maximizing what you already have, getting better each year, and continuing to work. Continuing to work. So, I think that's the quick hit for the day. Super Saturday, of course. Enjoy it. More games that filter in each day, depending on what team you like. Right? But if y'all have time, like I say, tune in to the Houston Rockets tonight. I think it's what, 6:30? Something like that. Few hours. Several, maybe. But they will be coming on. And like I say, I'm going to be focusing on Jalen Green tonight. I want to see what his attitude is. Is he thinking about come out there and get rid of these Kings? Is he going to be very aggressive? Because if this team goes anywhere, it's going to be on the backs of Jalen Green, not Alper Sengun. Yes, we need Alper Sengun to play. No doubt about it. But if Alper Sengun plays all world and Jalen Green doesn't do anything, they won't be going anywhere. Nowhere far. But see, if Jalen Green goes off and plays to his capability and Alper Sengun plays subpar but not great, but still get some rebounds and get 16 points and little stuff like that, they still can go far. Because it's a team-oriented. Guys pitching in, people doing all over, working as a team, points can be scored. But Jalen Green is the wild card. He's going to hit the clutch shots. He's going to bring you through in crunch time, hitting the free throws, having the ball in his hands, making the plays. We need him tip top shape and ready to go. Simple. This G.S.Q.H. Goodymo Sports Quick Hits, Super Saturday. Thanks for your time. Time is something you can't get back, and you chose to spend it watching this video. Appreciate it. Y'all take care. We out of here. Peace. Welcome in, quick hitters. Welcome in, Goodymo Short Crew. We have another quick hit spotlight. We lost another legend. Legendary boxer, George Foreman. Want to send my condolences to the family. Everyone who knew him that was affected by his death. Learning of this yesterday. My remembrance of George Foreman is things that come to my mind is class. Class and professionalism. That's what George Foreman has portrayed over decades. Every time you've seen this man in an interview or documentary or just interacting with anybody, you just seen that iconic smile. He was a jokester at times, sense of humor, but man, stout indeed in his prime. So I just want to send my condolences out to his family. I'm pretty sure a lot of you remember the legendary fight between him and Muhammad Ali, the famous rope-a-dope. The man was so big and so strong, hit him consecutively throughout rounds while he was leaning on the ropes, tiring him out. This seemed to work. He tired him out. And once he tired him out, Muhammad Ali went to work to complete a fight legendary known as the rope-a-dope. George Foreman was chiseled, as you can see in this picture. The man was fit, he was stout, he was rock solid. Kind of reminds me of Truck Turner. You remember that movie Truck Turner? Legendary himself, Isaac Hayes. Soul singer, did some activist work himself. So yeah, man, a lot of legends past couple of years have fallen off. We're losing a lot of people, a lot of legends, a lot of iconic people that made big changes in this world. And George Foreman, if you're gonna look up to any superstar, anybody in, if you wanna say Hollywood, which is hard to pick out, I might add these days, a lot of weird stuff going on. But you can honestly say George Foreman, class act, professionalism, pretty much throughout his career that I know of. Seeing this man at work for decades. So he will be missed. I'm going to get into this article real quick of George Foreman before we head out of here. Big George Foreman, one of the most influential and recognizable boxers of all time, died Friday. His family announced on his social media account he was 76. Foreman, who won an Olympic gold medal in 1968, was a two-time heavyweight champion and Hall of Fame boxer. He is perhaps best known for the historic Rumble in the Jungle bout with Muhammad Ali in 1974 in Zaire. A fight Foreman lost in an upset 8th round knockout. Is arguably the most famous fight of all time. And then When We Were Kings, the film that chronicled the fight, won an Oscar for Best Documentary Feature. Foreman made history yet again later in his career. He fought 5 more times after he lost the heavyweight championship to Ali at age 25, including a 5th round TK victory over Joe Frazier, whom he stopped in 2 rounds to first win the title. A 5th round knockout of Ron Lyle in a classic slugfest. After that 5th fight at 28, Foreman shockingly announced his retirement and began a career as an ordained minister in his native Texas. So that is, folks. Pretty sure there's a lot more to unwrap with George Foreman. There's just a little small article here, just kind of detail a few things, but legendary indeed, and he has entertained us for decades. They said when George Foreman hit you, you stayed hit. Condolences to the family. G.S.Q.H. Goodymo Sports Quick Hits. Appreciate y'all time. Rest in peace to the great. We out of here. Peace.
There was the guy who played the heavy, really, the villain against Muhammad Ali and Zaire a half a century ago. Let's talk about that guy first. Tell us about the young George Foreman.
Well, if you look at boxing as a continuum, he was somewhere between, he was the scary guy. So he's between Sonny Liston and Mike Tyson. And, you know, Joe Frazier was about as tough a guy who's ever laced up gloves. He put him down 6 times. And I think that really crystallized Foreman's reputation as invincible. Everybody, you know, who's going to put down Joe Frazier 6 times? And it set up the Rumble in the Jungle, arguably as famous a fight as ever there was for Ali, which of course left Foreman, I think, psychiatrically scarred. You know, he was the bully who was undone against Ali, and it was probably Ali's finest moment. It was what he did in the rope-a-dope was pretty much improvisational, and it tested his courage, and it tested everyone's limits. And watching this, how long can Ali do this? And then, of course, you saw what happened. He turned it all around on the bully. What's different about Foreman than perhaps anyone else is the idea you cited before of reinventing yourself. It's uniquely American, but it's never been done this way in boxing. It wasn't just coming back as a preacher and a pitchman and selling hamburgers or grills or whatever it was. It was more purposeful than any of us knew as far as boxing. The previous oldest heavyweight champion, I believe, was Jersey Joe Walcott, who won when he was 37. Foreman came back when he was just shy of his 46th birthday, I think 2 months shy. And in doing it, it was his own kind of rope-a-dope that night against Michael Moore. I'll never forget it. He took punches. Moore was a really skilled guy, and he just beat him up for 9 rounds. Moore did, with a great right jab. And all of a sudden, Foreman reaches out, slaps him with a left hook, and you see that right hand, that thing travels this far, boom, and it puts him out. And it was an extraordinary comeback. And I think that across all the other sports are metaphors for what boxing actually is, but what Foreman did that night was what was the most sacred thing any athlete can do. He defied time, and he did it in a profound way, winning by knockout in the 10th round after taking extraordinary punishment for, you know, basically 9.5 rounds.
Unbelievable. Larger than life figure, winning titles in 2 different decades, 20 years apart. Had 5 sons, named them all George. Just a colorful figure.
If I can add one thing.
Yes.
You know, he didn't just reinvent himself. He was a bad guy who came back as a guy who was universally loved. That's a very difficult thing to do in any piece of life.
What you notice about the guys that have been waiting for their opportunity to play, or new faces that are coming in, getting an opportunity to play on the Philadelphia Eagles, there's just this hunger. It really, and so I'm excited about the new faces that are going to be able to, you know, contribute and get their opportunity to do some things with the loss of some of these guys. So it's really a great challenge and a great opportunity for a lot of these guys to go out there, and I know I'll see hunger and desire and just this, hey, now it's my turn to go out there and perform.
How do you feel on the right guard? Your additions to your coaching staff, just with the Scott at quarterback, particularly, what was about that hire and thoughts on him?
Yeah, just you know, you do a lot of work. You know, you interview a lot of different guys. You cast a very wide net in the attempts to find the right person. And there was a lot of good candidates that we interviewed. Scott stood out. We hired him to be the quarterback coach and to continue to develop, help Jalen Hurts continue to rise. And he's an expert at quarterback play. I mean, again, like I said, he's just obsessed with football. But the new ideas, what I was speaking of with new ideas, are some of the things that they ran offensively that just give us fresh thoughts into into our offense.
Nick, have you been lobbying other coaches for a pro touch-push vote?
I'm sorry?
Have you been lobbying other coaches for a pro touch-push vote? And where do you stand right now?
Yeah, we'll see. I think today will tell a lot. I think you guys know my opinion on it. I'm not going to continue to dive into. My opinion is very well documented, and I won't continue to dive into that. I think we would talk. I think maybe that's why there's so many cameras here today to talk about that. But I still stand where I stood, and when we talked at the combine, and we'll see how it goes down. Have I been lobbying?
Don't you dare!
I've talked to a couple people, yeah, but we'll see how it goes today.
Did you ever expect when you came up with that concept that it was going to be something so controversial?
No, I don't think so. I was just trying to win football games and trying to get first downs. It was a cool evolution of the play. As I think back, we had a lot of success with it in Indy. All the compliments that come off of it, and all the cool things that you can do off it. It's a very our job as coaches is to be able to mesh things that look alike, together to create explosive plays. You try to do that with your run game to your play action. You try to do that with your quarterback sneak play to your gadgety type plays. And I think it's an exciting play. It was really cool to hear some people talk about it this week and what they think of it, of the excitement that it brings to the game.
You've made the point that there's no injury data associated with it. There haven't been injuries.
I didn't make that point. They did.
Right.
Yeah.
But then counterpoint that the others have made seems to be there's injury concerns about it because of the nature of it and the forces. I mean, do you think that there's concerns are valid at all? Do you have any?
I know what the data says, and I know how we coach it, and we don't coach a push play any different than we coach a quarterback sneak play. So, that if it's again, the injury data says what it says, and we coach it the exact same whether somebody's pushing or whether somebody's not pushing. And I know that play's been I think somebody said something about Bart Starr running the play a long time ago, so that play's been in for a very long time. There's probably a lot of injury. There's probably enough data on that play to get information from.
Nick, one of the things Sean McDermott said was that the force from pushing adds a whole lot of injury risk to the play. I mean, have you seen that?
Again, I think we were healthy on the play. I believe the whole entire NFL was healthy on the play. So I always want to have players' health first and foremost in our mind. And so you have to trust the doctors and stuff like that on those scenarios, but you always want to do what's best for the players first and foremost.
Yeah, you were talking about the hunger of young guys. You hear sometimes after winning a Super Bowl that hunger might not be the same with the season more, stuff like that. How much thought have you given to asking for sacrifice from guys and changing your messaging after having been to the mountaintop?
It's actually, in my experience, going back to Mount Union, hunger was the winning, and winning it all produced more. You just got the taste of what winning was, and it produced more. I've experienced the opposite with that, with just the hunger to continue to excel in there. And we'll get to a point, we're to a point now where the celebration is over, right? The celebration of the Super Bowl is over. And I know that there'll be people, I know BG and Saquon throughout the first pitch, and then we'll have our ring ceremony and all that. But our preparation is here. Celebration is over, preparation is here. And there's nothing like getting back in there and starting to work again. And because if you, with our team and the leaders that we have on this football team, if you're not busting your butt and giving everything you got, you'll be exposed. And that's why we value these guys so much. Try not to work hard in front of Saquon Barkley or Jalen Hurts, and they'll be on you.
Wells goes over the top of the screen, and Curry makes him pay with the three. 3-point lead. Curry for three.
Marvin Bagley. Curry feeling it. Why not? 4 for 4 block for Butler. Curry for 3. A 19-point first quarter for Steph. Curry way deep. Golden State hit on a couple of backdoor plays earlier. Draymond Green takes it away from Bane. A look ahead. Butler, Wells, a deflection, but Curry got it back and buried the 3. Golden State a 5-point lead. Grizzlies have a foul to give. Curry. Immediately threw it to him. Curry. Jimmy Butler, straight line drive. Green, a handoff. Curry flashes around for 3 and knocks that ball away. Oh my God! Bane drives on Santos. Leans in. Curry pulls up. Nailed it. Curry turns the corner, drives, lays it up and in.
Oh my God!
Corner 3, put it in. On a regular basis. There's your final, 134-125 to the Warriors.
All Galaxy. 50 with the lead, son. All Galaxy. Where for basketball? You were. 50 with the lead, son. Meaningful basketball. Meaningful basketball.
Oh yeah, fellas. Here's to meaningful basketball.
Yes.
All right. Number 2, this guy passed Jerry West.
Hey, logo. Are you emotional?
How many basketballs do you have?
Are you emotional?
But he got the assist, so I'd like to present the game ball. Come on! Bravo, yeah! There's a new standard around here. You can go fast, you can throw. Hell of a job, man. Hey, coach. Defensive player of the month? I got like 12 of them. Just us, 1, 2, 3.
About Houston's team defense and then the way Amin Thompson defended Steph.
Yeah, they were great. I mean, ball pressure, they forced 20 turnovers. They've been one of the hottest teams in the league and probably the best defensive team in the league this last month, and they took it to us. They were great tonight.
Steve, what was the most difficult part to try and fight against? I mean, they're a taller team, athletic, energetic, all those things. What are the hardest part about this team to play?
They have great size and athleticism, at pretty much every position. And Ime's done a great job. They really established an identity, and they kind of know who they are. And so, yeah, great defensive team, and they played a really good defensive game tonight.
You have said, and many others have said many years of true proof behind it, is that, age can be a factor in the NBA. Is their age difficult to deal with because it brings a certain energy too?
Because they're young?
Yeah, I mean, is their age and energy combined a difficult thing to deal with for guys that have been on the road like you guys have been for a while?
They're a young team on the rise. They got a lot of good, talented young athletes, and they're playing well, and they just beat OKC 2 days ago, and like I said, one of the hottest teams in the league, and there's a reason, they're 52-27, great team.
It looked like Draymond was really energized for that Şengün matchup. What do you think about Draymond's fire tipping into 5 fouls, a technical and a flagrant?
I love Draymond's fire. There's a reason we got 4 banners up there. He just he was fighting out there, just didn't go our way.
They did what they want to do, turn us over, contest shots, make it difficult. But I think if we take care of the ball and we care about every possession like we should, it may be a different outcome. That's not the case, so all of the ifs can stay where they are.
Whoa. Key to beating this team, just kicking them out of transition.
Not turning the ball over. It's not about beating that team. It's about us winning against anybody. We can hang, we can beat anybody.
Bruh. You're a guy that, can get his shot whenever you want. As you said, is this a game where, Steph's struggling, where you would probably want to be a bit more aggressive offensively with your shot?
Maybe, maybe not. My thing is I'm going to make the right player majority of the time, probably like 9 out of 10 times. So if I get in there and draw help, I'm going to kick it to the open guy. But I'm not going to say that anybody scoring was the reason that we did not win this game. I'm going to stick to turnovers. We had 20 of them. It's going to be hard to win in any basketball game if we got 20 turnovers.
What stood out about the way that they did guard Steph tonight, though?
They did a good job of whatever you want to call it. I don't even know. I've never seen an individual get fouled more than he gets fouled. To me, I think that's it's astounding. But it's crazy to say, but he's used to it. It's been happening to him his whole career, and he's found a way through it, around it, under it, whatever you want to call it. That's tough.
The fouling, you mean not just tonight, you mean since you've been here?
Yeah, I've seen it since I've been here, but I don't know how many years he got. What he got, 16? I'm pretty sure it's been happening for 16 straight years. I get to see it, and it really angers me that he's on my team and he gets hacked like that.
That's pretty. That's pretty.
I'll start with Steph. You guys have obviously won a lot of games recently, and not every single one, but you've won a ton. Is it a little shocking when you run into maybe a tougher moment, tougher game against a team that really seemed to give you guys trouble after the good run? What does this night feel like?
You just got to have perspective on, the positives of what we've been able to build. We won a lot of, tough games. We put strung together, great performances, and we are still, that team that is confident we can beat anybody. Tonight's got to maintain the confidence that we're building towards our best selves come playoff time. I don't know how to answer that question. It's been around 16 years. You've seen it all. I don't ever expect to get calls. I don't ever go in looking for it, try to play basketball, try to play the way I, do every night.
How dare you?
Battle through physicality, whatever. But if I need to say something, you say something. But I don't have any expectations.
What's your view on?
You know my view.
Trying to set you up.
Referees, and you know my view.
Steph, over here, the Rockets obviously were just trying to deny you the ball the whole night, but I'm wondering with Amen Thompson guarding you, just what do you think of him as a defender, especially on a Rockets team that's kind of their identity?
How can you say that?
That's why he's out there for 30-plus minutes a night, because that's how he helps them win. He's kind of relentless. He's a supreme athlete, and has found his lane on, again, how he can be impactful. So you tip your hat to him, and he's gotten a lot better every time you kind of you face him.
Guys, what are the keys to beating a team like this, young, athletic team? And what did you guys not do tonight that you expect to do if you see him again?
Well done.
Just got to take care of better care of the ball.
Yeah, right.
They struggle to score in the half court a bit. So when you
Give them run out layups. Makes them it makes anybody tough to guard, but just take better care of the ball, get to our spots so you can see the pressure. They pressure a lot. You get bunched up. It works to their advantage. So just got to get better space, and then it allows you to handle pressure better.
Draymond, how would you describe what's going on with you and Şengün there? Were you trying to get the energy up? Is that kind of how that started? And then what did you think about the flagrant call?
The flagrant call, I don't know what to do. Go for duck. Don't go for the layup. The tech, I'm not going to stop because the referee say stop and give up position. I already give up 6 inches and 50 pounds. So, it is what it is.
He made a reservation at International Smoke and then he canceled it. And so I was kind of upset with him. And we went back and forth on that.
So it was hot.
Yes, sir. Steph, you guys played the Rockets in a previous iteration of the Rockets in a lot of really important, huge games. Obviously, there was a rivalry there. You haven't faced this version in a big moment, but you could. Does it feel like there's a rivalry or a tension or something going on with you two guys, above and beyond just the basketball?
Nah, there's nothing from the past. There's just two great teams just trying to win a basketball game. You understand there could be matchups down the road, but you cross that path when you get there. They're the second seed in the West, so they're a really good team. They've been beating, teams all year in different ways, so you got to take them seriously. They've proven during this regular season that they're a tough team any given night, but we don't carry any stuff from the past, and whatever happens in the future, we'll cross when we get there.
Nice.
Steelers, but Shedeur Sanders still out there. We know he had a good visit. We know he's now available. We do not know if the Steelers are going to pick him. My understanding is, as of yesterday, they were going back and forth. Is the value worth it? Split in the room. We will see what decision they make.
Now into their clock time.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select. And then if you want to be a force player, which you have to be in that position, you can blitz now too. He can blitz off the edge, and that's what you bring him into. Remember how fast he ran at the combine? He was a 10-900 guy. I mean, we can go and think about defense all we want. This organization needs a triggerman. They need a quarterback.
If you're telling your fans, you've got a plan in place. Now look, I'm just telling you guys.
With the 21st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Derek Harmon, defensive tackle, Oregon.
I'm about to crash out, bro.
All good. It is what it is.
Steelers,
he's on the other side of the line of scrimmage constantly. You see his.
Thank everybody for being here. We all didn't expect this, of course, but I feel like with God, anything possible, everything possible. I don't feel like this happened, for no reason. All this is of course, fuel to the fire. And under no circumstance, we all know this shouldn't have happened. But we understand we're on the bigger and better things. Tomorrow's the day. We're going to be happy regardless. Legendary.
Ooh. Are we shocked? Maybe. We might be shocked, but I don't think we're surprised. We all knew it was a possibility. It was little chirps going around leading up to this draft that he was probably going to drop. But out of the first round, nobody ever seen that. Is he talented enough to be in the first round? Of course he is. You can say what you want, but he is talented enough to at least go in the first round. So not getting in the first round, yeah, that's going to draw some eyebrows. And to me, personally, I think it's mostly pointed at Deion Sanders, which I respect. I rooted for his whole career. Big fan of Deion Sanders, big fan of the family in general. But we're just going to keep it straight. It was a lot of teams not willing to deal with it. I'm going to mark it down to that. Of course, we got other players in the past, maybe in this draft, that has a worse background, so to speak, for his attitude off the field, probably more than Shedeur Sanders. The guy doesn't have anything wrapped around his career or his childhood that says he's going to be problematic. But when you're a son of Deion Sanders, with a cachet, outspoken, flash, the confidence, the cockiness, I just think in the long run it drew teams away, drew owners away. I think they look at this kid and they say it's going to be too hands-on. Media press is going to be all over it. Some teams just don't want all this spotlight on the team throughout the season, which there will be. High-profile guy like this, Deion Sanders' son, knowing his career, legendary Hall of Famer, active as a coach himself, they don't want to deal with the backlash. It's his son being coached the right way. Or they're running the right plays for Shedeur Sanders to succeed. A lot of teams just backed away. They backed away. I don't know if they're trying to prove a point. They're taking hits at him. They think they're more than what they are. I just think it's unfortunate for the young man. Everything's prepared. Biggest moment of his life. The preparation he put into it, knowing at least he was going to go first round. To sit up there time after time, hour after hour, and not be drafted with his family, everybody up there, watching him just slip. I say a little embarrassing because I know this family, they keep their head high. They're a confident group. They're going to shake this off. But one thing I'm going to be looking for is when he does get drafted by whatever team, to watch his career from there. He already was coming in with a chip on his shoulder. We already know this. That chip just got bigger. It fueled the fire, just like he said in his little speech when he gets in the league. Watching his career here on out, will he make him regret it? Completely out of the first round. Think it's a possibility. And all those teams that passed on him, it's still a possibility that he can go to one of those teams in the second round. Still a possibility. All the preparation, all the hype. And there's a lot of people out there that love it. They're cheering it on. They're enjoying this. They're enjoying it. All their haters, they're enjoying this situation. What's going on with Shedeur Sanders and his family? But I'll tell you one thing. Following Deion Sanders' career, this is a family that always gets the last laugh. I will say that. They always get the last laugh. So I'm looking for something in the far future when he gets drafted on a certain team for him to shine, for him to be a hell of a player, for him to produce, one day capture a championship for himself. See where he goes. And he can start his journey. So y'all let me know what y'all think about this situation. Did he get snubbed? Do we have enough talent to even be in the league? Or do y'all think he's just not worth the problems to deal with? And he's in a right spot and where he needs to be. Let's look at this article real quick. The biggest story of the 2025 NFL Draft after round one is a player who didn't even get picked. Colorado quarterback Shedeur Sanders remains on the board and is a popular choice to be scooped up early Friday evening. But that's not the outcome Sanders expected. Sanders came into the event as a projected first-round pick on multiple big boards. Even if some analysis ranked him lower, it would have been a shock to see a team push Sanders up the draft board given his position. That didn't happen Thursday. After 32 picks, Sanders remains on the board while he handled his fall well. Another member of the Sanders family showed more frustration as the night unfolded. That will be Shedeur's brother, Deion Sanders Jr., who started the night sending motivating messages and ended it ripping a team that passed on his brother. As the night began, Deion Jr. sent out inspiring messages from the Bible. They were clearly meant to be motivating as Shadir started to fall. Once it came clear Shadir wasn't going as high as expected, Deion Jr.'s tone changed. He retweeted his own tweet as Shadir continued to plummet, which read, "The rejected will be respected." There you have it. Fuel to the fire. This family looks for things like this. They don't need motivation. They can motivate themselves, but when you give it to them, they'll be gladly to take it. Stay tuned. Thanks for y'all time. This G.S.Q.H. Goodymo Sports Quick Hits. Big Freaky Friday. And we up out of here. Peace.